wizards of Hogwarts who registered in Middle-earth. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 201, Saruman's Ring. The thunder summoned by Saruman was like a world-destroying thunderbolt, shattering boulders, igniting trees, and reducing the surroundings to a charred mess. This terrifying scene was the result of the full force of the white-robed wizard. Dui, watching this from the protective barrier, couldn't help but feel horrified. Fortunately, Saruman's initial goal was to capture him, and he was so confident that he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. However, such terrifying power was extinguished in the face of Galadriel, the most powerful elf in Middle-earth. Galadriel, using the power of her water ring, created a thin, vast water barrier, easily withstanding the countless lightning attacks. It was a scene of unwavering determination, akin to standing firm in the face of the winds. Seeing the gleaming ring in Galadriel's hand, Saruman's face was filled with both fear and envy. His main reason for colluding with Sauron was to obtain the forging techniques of the ring, so that he could forge a ring of power even more powerful than the 3 rings of the Elven Lord, even rivaling the One Ring. He was the only one of the 5 wizards to volunteer to travel to Middle-earth, tasked with aiding its people in their struggle against Sauron and the forces of darkness. However, when the shipwright Círdan chose to give the Ring of Fire, Neraya, to Gandalf instead of him, Saruman was filled with jealousy and resentment. Later, Galadriel summoned the mightiest sages of Middle-earth to form the White Council and nominated Gandalf as its leader. Gandalf declined the position and recommended Saruman instead. However, Saruman showed no gratitude and even considered Gandalf hypocritical. Seeing Gandalf, Galadriel, and Elrond as natural allies and companions, all due to their shared possession of the 3 rings, Saruman felt marginalized, and jealousy and resentment grew within him. It can be said that Saruman's betrayal was not accidental, but the result of a long-standing relationship. Even without Sauron's instigation, Saruman and the other members of the White Council would have drifted apart. Saruman, your Isengard has been conquered by us. You have no escape. Cease resistance and accept punishment. Elrond also used the power of the Ring of Air, Vea, to summon a storm and disperse the thunderclouds. Gandalf also called upon the power of the Ring of Fire, strengthening his allies' spirits while weakening Saruman's resistance. For the first time in history, the 3 rings of the Elven Lords were used together, specifically to confront the powerful White Wizard Saruman. HMPH, you have the 3 rings of the Elven Lords, but I am not any less, Saruman sneered, pulling a golden ring from his bosom and slipping it onto his finger. At first glance, the ring bore a striking resemblance to the One Ring, practically identical. This startled Dui, Gandalf, and the others, who almost thought Saruman had obtained the One Ring. Then he realized that the ring was well kept at Tom Bombadil's house. Gandalf regularly visited Tom's home to check on the ring's care, ensuring it hadn't been lost or forgotten. Saruman's aura surged as he donned the golden ring. The thunderclouds, dispersed by the storm, regrouped, growing even larger and wider than before. The sky darkened instantly, thick clouds obscuring the sun, and the land for hundreds of miles around was shrouded in a gloom. Even from 1,000 miles away, the terrifying thunderstorm could be seen. Saruman flaunted the golden ring on his finger and declared proudly, "This is a work I have crafted with all my might. It is as good as your 3 elven rings, and even more perfect and powerful. Even if you all came, you would never be able to defeat me." Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel all looked solemn and serious. The 3 elven rings were forged not out of ambition for conquest or domination, but from a desire to understand, create, and heal. Therefore, they were not designed for ultimate power. However, when Saruman forged the Ring of Power, he completely disregarded the properties of the 3 rings, instead pursuing the ultimate power. As a result, the power displayed by Saruman's Ring of Power seemed even greater than the 3 rings. Saruman activated the Ring of Power, unleashing a powerful surge of magical energy that struck the group. Simultaneously, countless lightning bolts from the sky continuously struck down, threatening to pulverize them. Lady Galadriel's water barrier gradually shrank under the thunder and Saruman's bombardment. Gandalf also used the power of the Ring of Fire to raise a shield to protect them. Elrond and Dewey led the attack. Elrond, wielding his elven sword, shattered Saruman's magical blasts with a single blow and charged towards him. Dewey, using his disapparition, repeatedly moved around Saruman, disrupting him and supporting Elrond's attack. But Saruman was clearly no pushover. Though he looked frail and frail, he possessed immense fighting prowess and exceptional agility. While constantly guarding against Dewey's sneak attacks, he wielded his staff as a weapon, parrying Elrond's blows. While doing so, he even unleashed a shockwave from the staff's tip, knocking Elrond back. Shattered to pieces, Dewey appeared behind Saruman and cast a spell directly at him. Meanwhile, Elrond attacked Saruman head-on, slashing at him with his elven sword. Suddenly, Saruman was under attack from both sides. If he chose to parry Elrond's sword, he would be struck in the back by Dewey's spell. Otherwise, he would be struck by Elrond's sword. However, Saruman clearly had no choice but to accept neither. His golden ring unleashed a flaming shield that enveloped him, blocking both attacks. Haha, you're wasting your time. I'm the greatest Saruman the White. No one can defeat me, Saruman declared fiercely, his flaming shield instantly expanding, blazing directly towards Elrond and Dewey. At that moment, the dragon Smaug suddenly bit down, seizing Saruman and his shield. As he crushed the shield with his mighty bite, searing dragon fire erupted from his throat, aiming to crush or burn Saruman to death. Saruman was caught off guard and instantly trapped in the dragon's jaws. You're looking for death, Saruman, enraged, quickly propped up the dragon's jaws with his staff, closing them and unleashing a bolt of lightning. As the lightning exploded in the dragon's jaws, Smaug let out a painful wail, instantly losing his fighting ability. Saruman, having successfully escaped the dragon's jaws, looked utterly shattered, his beard, hair, and robes singed by the dragon fire. Smaug, Dewey looked at the dragon with concern. But he didn't bother to look at Smaug. He flashed behind Saruman, gathering utter malice and unleashing the dark curse. Cruciato, Saruman quickly resisted, but the Cruciatus curse wasn't purely a form of magical destruction, it was a form of torture. Both mental and physical. The Cruciatus curse, penetrating Saruman's staff, struck him directly, instantly grimacing and causing him to scream in agony. But Saruman's spirit was incredibly strong. Even under the torment of the Cruciatus curse, he remained conscious. He energized his staff with all his might, unleashing a dazzling blast of magical energy that sent both Dewey and Elrond careening backward. He also commanded 2 bolts of lightning to strike them. Dewey parried mid-air, dodging the lightning and reappearing next to Elrond, carrying him back to Galadriel and Gandalf. Saruman, aided by the Ring of Power, is far more powerful than any of us. We must first disperse the dark clouds in the sky. We cannot give him any aid before he attacks with lightning, Elrond declared sternly. Galadriel nodded in agreement. Elrond, your Ring of Air can control the weather. Only you can dispel the thunder clouds. I will defend you and prevent Saruman from reaching you, Gandalf replied. I will lend you a hand. Gandalf then continuously channeled the power of the Ring of Fire into Elrond, strengthening his mental strength. Unable to assist them, Dewey said, then I will distract Saruman. Using apparition, he continually shifted from place to place, overwhelming Saruman. Elrond raised his left hand, bearing the Ring of Air, and solemnly chanted an ancient Quenya spell. His voice, deep and mysterious, echoed through the heavens and earth. The surrounding wind elementals heeded his call, stirring up a storm that eventually coalesced into a tornado. The tornado grew in size, its roar mute, blasting away boulders and uprooting tall trees. Dewey and the others were fortunately within Lady Galadriel's magical barrier, avoiding being sucked in. Even so, their robes fluttered, and their eyes were nearly blinded. Outside the barrier, Saruman, bearing the brunt of the impact, his expression changed dramatically. As the tornado bore directly towards him, Saruman clenched his staff with both hands and plunged it into the ground. Then, as if rooted to the earth, he remained firmly planted, seemingly trapped within the tornado's eye, seemingly teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite being caught in the tornado's eye and seemingly on the verge of being swept up, he remained firmly planted, resisting the winds. The tornado grew in size, like a giant dragon soaring through the sky, plunging into the clouds. Like a dragon sucking water, it tore through the surrounding thunder clouds, drawing them in. For a moment, the sky seemed to have been ripped open. Lightning flashed from the thunder clouds sucked into the tornado. Soon, The tornado swept away all the dark clouds in the sky, leaving a single cloudless blue sky. The sun once again illuminated the entire land. The tornado, like a pillar supporting the heavens and earth, quickly dissipated and vanished. The boulders and trees swept up within it were shattered to dust, falling to the ground like dust. Without the aid of thunderclouds and lightning, Galadriel and Gandalf were finally free to join forces with Dewey and Elrond against Saruman. Saruman, you have no strength left to resist. Surrender. Galadriel's beautiful face spoke with a commanding presence, her voice carrying an irresistible force, her long, gold and silver hair radiating a powerful aura. Chapter 202 Escape. Surrender, Saruman sneered, looking at Galadriel, Elrond, Gandalf, and Dewey, his deep, gloomy eyes filled with mockery. You expect me to surrender? You can't. He emanated a bewitching power, derived from the primordial power of the Maiar. His eyes were filled with spiritual suggestion, and his voice was filled with alluring magic. Please put aside your hostility, my friends. I am not your enemy, this is merely a misunderstanding. This world needs order, and I am only trying to make it a better place. Dewey was momentarily dazed upon hearing this. Then, suddenly, he felt Saruman's immense stature before him, and his hostility diminished. Saruman's voice echoed in his mind, captivating and compelling him to obey. He struggled to break free, exerting his last willpower to cast a spell to block his hearing. But it was no use. Saruman's voice wasn't just through his ears, it was also through invisible spiritual forces, silently invading his mind, attempting to influence his will and thoughts. Not only Dewey, but Galadriel, Gandalf, and Elrond all frowned. Saruman's voice was like a symphony of curses, taking on substance, no longer just words but a magical attack. Don't listen to his words, only to the lies within his voice. Gandalf's voice thundered through Dewey's ears. He weaves shadows in our minds. His sonic magic must be broken. Elrond, keeping his composure, furrowed his brow in a stern warning. Saruman's voice couldn't corrupt the will of Gandalf and the others, but it constantly distracted them like a cacophony of noise, distracting them from their concentration. Worse still, the dragon Smaug and the giant eagle Thrandur had clearly been manipulated, attacking Gandalf and the others instead. As for Dewey, due to their master and their magical contract, Smaug couldn't attack him, and he escaped the attack. However, this sudden internal conflict drastically altered the situation. Gandalf and Elrond, mindful that Smaug and Thrandur were Dewey's pets, refrained from taking drastic action, resorting to passive defense. Galadriel had no choice but to cast a barrier, mitigating Saruman's magical voice while also fending off the attacks of Smaug and Thrandur. Dewey, also feeling overwhelmed, immediately cast the musical magic Tom had taught him. The cheerful music partially neutralized Saruman's magical voice. However, due to the disparity in power between the casters, Dewey's musical magic gradually began to falter. But Galadriel and the others' eyes lit up. Gandalf immediately transferred the power of the Ring of Fire into Dewey, strengthening his spiritual strength. Galadriel and Elrond also transferred the power of their respective rings to him, amplifying his magical power. Instantly, golden notes drifted across the wilderness, transforming from a solo into a joyous, magnificent symphony. The music, imbued with a positive and joyful energy, overwhelmed Saruman's magical voice, even gradually neutralizing it, rendering his voice powerless. The dragon Smaug and the giant eagle Thrandur, both controlled by Saruman, regained consciousness and immediately ceased their attacks. But to Saruman, this cheerful music sounded like a piercing noise, causing him great distress. Enough. Enough. Stop the noise. Saruman covered his ears in anger and distress. Faced with repeated defeats, Saruman felt like giving up. He chanted dark spells at his long-dead mount, the warg. Dark magic consumed its form, transforming it into a hideous form, permeated with a dark aura, and revived it like a zombie. Then Saruman mounted the warg and fled eastward. Now that his homeland, Isengard, had been captured, he could not return and fall into the trap. He could only flee eastward, to Mordor or even further east. Chase. Gandalf, mounted his broomstick, gave chase. Elrond and Galadriel followed suit, mounted on the giant eagle Thrandur and the dragon Smaug, respectively. Dewey simply apparated, constantly appearing around Saruman and casting spells to slow him down. Flying is always faster than running on the ground. Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel all caught up, surrounding Saruman from the air. Furious, Saruman raised his staff, unleashing lightning and fireballs as he fled. He then summoned a storm again, negating his advantage in the air. The two sides battled and moved across the plains of Rohan. Galadriel primarily protected the others from Saruman, while Dewey, Gandalf, and Elrond focused on the attack. Knowing he was the weakest, Dewey avoided engaging Saruman head-on, but instead repeatedly appeared from the side to assist and distract him. Elrond and Gandalf pursued head-on, Elrond engaging in close combat while Gandalf used his staff to counter Saruman's magic. Lightning and fire intersected, and explosions echoed everywhere they went. As they pursued Saruman to the river Ent in Rohan, Elrond summoned the floodwaters upstream, transforming them into a vast army, blocking Saruman's path. "Saruman, you have nowhere to escape," Gandalf thundered, unleashing a bolt of lightning at Saruman. Saruman raised his hand and unleashed another bolt. The two bolts collided in midair, a dazzling explosion of lightning that momentarily blinded the viewer. Expelliarmus, Dewey appeared behind Saruman and unleashed a direct spell. Saruman was caught off guard, and a powerful force struck his hand, sending his staff flying. Dewey flashed again, caught Saruman's staff, and retreated. Without his spellcasting staff, Saruman's threat was greatly reduced. Gandalf followed with a magical blast, sending Saruman plummeting into the river, and Elrond manipulated the river, creating a massive whirlpool that trapped Saruman, swirling endlessly, leaving him no chance to struggle. "Saruman, you've already lost," Gandalf declared. "Surrender. As former allies, we won't trouble you. We'll simply imprison you. When all is over, if you truly repent of your sins, you might be forgiven and return to the west." Saruman struggled in the water, but remained unwilling to give up. He sneered, "I'm not wrong. I simply saw power. What's wrong with seeking power? The age of the gods is over. Why should I return to the west to continue my servitude? Just because they are born stronger than we are, should we become their servants and be at their mercy? I will remain in this world, to rule and dominate it." Gandalf frowned at Saruman's words. He had originally believed that Saruman had been bewitched and corrupted by Sauron, but his words now betrayed his dissatisfaction with the Valar, clearly harboring resentment. Such disobedience to the Valar made Gandalf, who was loyal to the Valar, feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Dewey suddenly saw Saruman in a different light. The world was clearly divided into classes. Besides Iluvatar, the creator god, who was the sole and supreme true god, the Aenir, born from Iluvatar's consciousness, were next in line. The Aenir assisted Iluvatar in creating the world. The most powerful Aenir were known as the Valar, considered the chief gods. The less powerful Aenir, the Maiar, specifically assisted the Valar and maintained the world's functioning. Among these, Morgoth, the most powerful of the Valar, was the first to rise up in rebellion against Iluvatar. He united a group of Maiar, including Sauron, to launch a rebellion against Iluvatar's divine authority. After Morgoth's defeat, Sauron, the most powerful of the Maiar, became the second to rise in rebellion. Then there was Saruman, who was also dissatisfied with the theocracy. However, whether it was Morgoth, Sauron, or Saruman, they weren't truly rebelling against theocracy. Instead, they were dissatisfied with their own position, seeking to rise up and replace the gods, ruling the world. So, even though Dewey had a certain admiration for Saruman, it didn't diminish his dislike for him. So, he declared bluntly, "Don't waste time talking to him. It's better to kill him." He raised his staff, ready to wait for the others' agreement before dispatching Saruman. Seeing this, Saruman in the river, far from being horrified, gave a sarcastic smile, a curse that rang out, "I see your pursuit and thirst for power, and the evil magic you wield. I long to see you fall into darkness. Then, like me, you will turn against your current allies." The others looked at Dewey with concern, fearing he might be influenced by Saruman's words. But Dewey appeared unconcerned, sneering and calmly declaring, "I seek power, but only to become stronger, so I can protect myself and those I care about. As for your so-called ambitions for world domination, I have no interest whatsoever. So don't expect me to fall into darkness. For me, light and darkness are as indispensable as the day and night of Arda." Saruman was stunned, suspecting Dewey was lying. But seeing Dewey's resolute expression and mental resolve, he suddenly found himself baffled. In his view, the pursuit of power was all about world domination. Who would seek power simply for its own sake? Isn't it like walking in the night in finery, possessing treasures and wandering the land? So what's the point of pursuing power? Gandalf, Galadriel, and Elrond, upon hearing this, understood Dewey's ambitions for the first time. and were both surprised and impressed. Dewey didn't want to waste time on Saruman. He cast a spell directly at Saruman, Expelliarmus. The spell struck Saruman. "No. Give it back to me." As Saruman looked horrified and angry, the ring of power slipped off his finger and flew to the shore. Ignoring Saruman's roar, Dewey carefully lifted the golden ring with his wand, examining it. It was as powerful as the 3 rings of the elves. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, The Ring Wraiths Reappear. Dewey was curious about the Ring of Power forged by Saruman. However, he feared that it, like the One Ring, could corrupt people or cause other problems, so he hesitated to touch it directly. Without his staff and Ring of Power, Saruman was like a tiger without teeth and claws, much less dangerous. Dewey wanted to kill Saruman outright, but Gandalf, Galadriel, and Elrond were clearly unwilling to do so. They had been comrades for thousands of years and held a certain bond with Saruman. Although Saruman had fallen and colluded with Sauron, they hoped he would turn back, abandon his evil ways, and return to the fight against him. Of course, a more important issue is that Saruman was the only one of the 5 wizards, the Maiar, who had voluntarily come to Middle-earth to aid the free people in their struggle against Sauron and the forces of darkness. He had made great contributions to Middle-earth and held a pivotal position there. Gandalf believed they had no right to decide Saruman's life or death. He needed to be judged, and his fate determined by the Valar. Dewey didn't insist, but to prevent Saruman from escaping, he suggested placing him under heavy restraints, preventing him from breaking free. This time, Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel all agreed. Even though Saruman had lost his staff and the Ring of Power, he was still a powerful wizard and needed to be guarded against. Elrond cast a spell to bring Saruman down from the river. Then, together with Gandalf and Galadriel, they harnessed the power of the 3 rings of the Elven Lords to create a triple, impenetrable magical cage, trapping Saruman within. Throughout this process, Saruman remained utterly dejected and silent, offering no struggle. The group then prepared to take Saruman back to Isengard. But at that moment, Galadriel's expression hardened, her gaze piercing toward the far east. Meanwhile, Gandalf, Elrond, and Saruman, trapped within the magical cage, all gazed eastward. Following the crowd's gaze, Dewey saw a vast, black cloud covering the far east, like a vast curtain of darkness, rapidly spreading toward them. Beyond guard, Gandalf, his face alert and serious, drew his sword. Elrond, also holding his elven sword, stood guard at Galadriel's side, his eyes grim. The cloud spread rapidly, advancing menacingly towards them, soon reaching the other side of the river. Beneath the cloud lay 9 ferocious, black flying beasts, smaller than dragons. Swirling in black aura, they exuded a terrifying aura. At first glance, Dewey mistook them for dragons, but closer inspection revealed a difference. These beasts resembled pterosaurs, their massive black wings resembling the membranes of bats. They were powerful, evil creatures bred by the Dark Lord Sauron, the fallen beasts. Riding upon the fallen beasts were the 9 ring wraiths, clad in dark armor, their auras becoming even more formidable. Wielding Morgul blades, they exuded a menacing menace. Just as they attempted to cross the river and approach Dewey and his companions, Galadriel raised her hand and released a dazzling light, blocking the dark clouds from the sky. The 9 ring wraiths and the fallen beasts were forced to stop. The fallen beasts, fearing the light, became restless, emitting shrill cries and circling in the sky. For a moment, the river marked the boundary between night and day. Galadriel's expression was majestic, a radiant light emanating from her body. Her voice boomed like spring thunder, Nazgul. Servants of Sauron, this is not your territory. Return to your underworld. The 9 ring wraiths were clearly wary of Galadriel, but as if they had something to rely on, they refused to retreat and instead stood across the river. From the hollow, dark helmet of the Witch King of Angmar, the leader of the ring wraiths, uttered dark words like an ancient curse. We only want the White Wizard. Give him to us, don't even think about it. Gandalf snorted coldly, riding on his broomstick, sword in one hand and staff in the other. With me here, you won't cross this river, the Witch King of Angmar scoffed, his voice resonating like hell. Grey Wizard, you can't stop us, Dark Old Tongue, is that so? I'll see what you have to say. Elrond's expression was grim. As he chanted this spell, the Ent surged, then suddenly rose, forming a towering wall of water that blocked the way. Dewey also summoned his Patronus and attacked the ring wraiths directly. The owl Patronus extended its sharp claws and clawed at the ring wraiths. Its light and sacred attributes momentarily frightened and panicked the ring wraiths. But then the Witch King of Angmar, the leader of the ring wraiths, raised his left hand and unleashed pure dark magic. It condensed into a giant black bat, which engaged Dewey's Patronus. The black bat looked like a dark version of Dewey's Patronus, imbued with the pure evil and dark will, the antithesis of the Patronus light and holiness. Dewey was startled. Was it imitating the magic of his Patronus? Creating a dark Patronus? Gandalf, however, keenly noticed the ring wraith situation. He glanced at their fingers and warned, "They all wear the rings of power." Hearing Gandalf's words, the others noticed that each ring wraith wore a golden ring, inlaid with gemstones and emitting a faint glow. They then realized why the ring wraiths had become so much more powerful. They wore the rings of power. These were the 9 rings of men, among the rings forged by Celebrimbor. Sauron, assuming the name of Anatar the Gift Giver, deceived the elves with his handsome appearance and vast knowledge, and taught them the art of forging magical rings. Under Sauron's guidance, Celebrimbor forged the 9 rings of men and the 7 rings of dwarves, and independently crafted the 3 rings of the elves. Both the 9 rings of men and the 7 rings of dwarves were infused with Sauron's corrupting power. The 9 kings of men who received the 9 rings of men were corrupted by Sauron's power and became ring wraiths. Later, because Sauron had completely controlled the ring wraiths' souls and no longer needed them to maintain control, he withdrew the rings. Unexpectedly, they were now redistributed to the ring wraiths. While the 9 rings of men lacked the power of the 3 rings of elves, they were still powerful rings. Wearing them, the ring wraith's strength was more than doubled. At this moment, a sinister spirit emanated from Elrond's pocket. Elrond's face paled as if struck, and he flung the pocket away. The pocket had been gifted to Elrond by Dewey as a gift for storage. The next moment, it seemed as if someone had breached it from within, instantly shredding it, and its contents spilled out, including Saruman's palantir. The palantir rolled down before the crowd, revealing a massive red eye within the crystal sphere, emanating a terrifying and corrupted spirit. It was Sauron. Everyone stood in awe, retreating in fear. "Hello again, elves and wizards." Sauron's demonic eye swept over the crowd, then paused on Dewey. His voice was far more dangerous and alluring than Saruman's own voice. "What good is it to be my enemy? Elves, your time is coming to an end, and you will be replaced by men. The golden forest of Lorien will wither, Rivendell will decline, and the elves will wither away from this land, eventually vanishing. No one will remember you. Is this what you desire? I do not need your cooperation. Elves, simply watch from the sidelines. That way, the age of the elves will never end. You can still live and prosper in your own lands, and even regain your former elven glory." Sauron tempted Galadriel and Elrond. Galadriel and Elrond remained steadfast, unmoved by Sauron's voice. Galadriel gazed into the eye of Sauron within the crystal orb, coldly yet firmly declaring, "Sauron, servant of Morgoth, however alluring your words may be, they are but poison wrapped in honey. Do not attempt to deceive me." She then approached the stone of Palantir, a holy light emanating from her body, especially from her long, gold and silver hair, which radiated the light of the 2 trees. Her eyes, like starlight, challenged Sauron across the crystal. Dazzled by Galadriel's holy light, the eye of Sauron vanished from the stone of Palantir with reluctance. Galadriel's light faded, and she swayed with fatigue. Clearly, she had paid a heavy price in her recent battle with Sauron. "My lady," Elrond asked, somewhat worriedly. Galadriel smiled and shook her head, indicating she was fine. Then, with a resolute expression, she lifted the stone of Palantir from the ground and sealed it with her own power, preventing Sauron from reappearing. Just as everyone was distracted, the ground suddenly shook. Before anyone could react, a massive, toothy maw burst from the ground beneath their feet and bit down upon them. It was the earthworm. An immensely gigantic one at that. Dewey's face darkened, and he quickly apparated, taking Galadriel and Elrond with him. Gandalf, on his broomstick, also soared upward, dodging the earthworm's attack. The dragon Smaug and the giant eagle Thorondor also reacted quickly, taking to the sky. Only Saruman, unable to be taken away, fell directly into the earthworm's maw. After swallowing Saruman whole, the earthworm burrowed back into the ground, leaving behind a cavern as vast as an abyss. Looking at the hole, Dewey and the others felt a heavy heart. They hadn't expected Sauron to use a diversionary tactic. First, he distracted them with the 9 ring wraiths in the sky, then appeared in person in the Stone of Palantir, making them feel threatened. Instead, the earthworm quietly approached them and rescued Saruman. Dewey and his companions naturally didn't assume that just because the earthworms had swallowed Saruman, they were dead. After all, Sauron had come all this way, sending the ring wraiths and the earthworms, just to kill Saruman. They wanted to give chase, but deep underground, the earthworms ruled the land. The caverns beneath might have collapsed by now, making pursuit impossible. They could only watch helplessly as Saruman was carried away by the earthworms. The 9 ring wraiths in the sky, seeing their mission accomplished, didn't stop, riding their fallen beasts eastward toward Mordor. Seeing this, Dewey and his companions didn't pursue them, believing it was pointless. As long as Sauron survived, the ring wraiths would resurrect no matter how many times they killed them, making it a waste of effort. The dark clouds in the sky also receded with the departure of the ring wraiths, bringing light back to the earth. Chapter 204 Saruman's Lair. Saruman was rescued by Sauron, leaving Dewey and his companions feeling deeply troubled. Sauron was already formidable on his own, and now with Saruman in the mix, the combined power of the two forces multiplied the difficulty. Although previously exiled by Galadriel, Sauron had always held Mordor as his stronghold, home to a vast den of dark creatures and corrupted humans, a place so utterly untouched that even Gandalf had never ventured. The Far East had also long been under Sauron's rule and influence, with human tribes and nations like the Easterlings and the Southrons all belonging to his empire. Now, with the addition of Saruman, a powerful wizard skilled in mechanics and engineering, capable of cultivating and transforming creatures, Sauron's power was catapulted. Perhaps the only good news was that Dewey had captured Saruman's staff and ring of power, depriving him of 2 powerful weapons. They also preemptively captured Saruman's Isengard, thwarting Saruman and Sauron's plans to annex Rohan and Gondor through a pincer attack. Just as Dewey and Gandalf were preparing to leave for Isengard, the sound of horse hooves echoed in the distance. Amidst billowing dust, an elite human army numbering over 1,000 mounted men approached Dewey and his companions. However, intimidated by the dragon Smaug's immensity and might, the horses grew agitated and dared not approach once they were a certain distance away. Only the leader, whose towering steed seemed extraordinary, managed to bring its master within 100 meters of Dewey and his companions under the dragon's influence. Gandalf, upon seeing the approaching men, his eyes lit up. He approached and greeted them like an old friend. "Lord Thingol, are you well?" The man on horseback removed his helmet, revealing a dignified, rugged middle-aged face. His gaze first fell on the dragon, a flicker of awe in his eyes, then paused for a moment on Galadriel and Elrond, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he recognized their elves. He also noticed Dewey standing with 2 elves. If he hadn't noticed Dewey didn't have pointed ears, he would have almost mistaken him for an elf. Filled with confusion, he fixed his gaze on Gandalf, who was approaching him. "Gandalf, what has happened here?" he asked sternly, his eyes sweeping over the huge pit and the obviously flooded river. "And my soldiers have sent word that the enemy has been sighted here. Why are you the only ones I see?" Gandalf's expression was grave. He sighed and said, "Something has indeed happened here. Although I hate to admit it, Saruman the White Wizard of Isengard has rebelled. He has colluded with Mordor and is attempting to invade Rohan and Gondor. We discovered his plot and tried to capture him, but the forces of Mordor rescued him." "What? Is this true?" Thingol was shocked, a little incredulous. He had heard of Saruman the White Wizard of Isengard, of course. He hadn't expected this wizard to rebel and even collude with Mordor. Gandalf nodded. "Saruman has been rescued by Mordor. With his power, Mordor will undoubtedly become even stronger. I hope your Majesty Thingol will remain vigilant and increase surveillance in the east, ready for any invasion from Mordor. Also, I would like to ask your Majesty Thingol to convey this message to the Regent of Gondor in the south, so that he can also be prepared, with the safety of the kingdom at stake." Thingol suddenly became serious. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your warning. I will send more troops to guard the borders of the Anduin River and strengthen our alliance with Gondor." Gandalf smiled with relief. Thingol before him was the 16th king of Rohan, having recently inherited the throne from the previous king Thingol. Though nearly 40, he was still full of vigor and ambition, and naturally would not sit idly by and allow his kingdom to be threatened. Gandalf then took the initiative to introduce the others to Thingol. "This is the Lady of Lorien, The fair Lady Galadriel. As Gandalf introduced her, Galadriel nodded gracefully and elegantly, offering a polite smile. Thingol had never seen such a beautiful and noble person before, and he was stunned yet also a little ashamed. Especially those bright, deep eyes, which shone with such penetrating insight, made him hesitate to look directly, fearing his vile thoughts would be seen. He could only quickly look away, not daring to meet her gaze. "This is Lord Elrond of Rivendell, Lord of the last refuge west of the mountains." Elrond nodded gently and politely. Thingol, though proud of his status as king, did not dare to underestimate her. Finally, Gandalf smiled at Dewey. "This is the Black Wizard Dewey, Lord of Witherdop, Hogsmeade, and Bree, and also Lord of the Dragons." Thingol looked at Dewey in surprise. He had never expected this young wizard to be the master of a dragon. As the king of Rohan, he had naturally heard of the Battle of the Five Armies that took place at the Lonely Mountain in the north a few years prior, and he had also heard of the Black Wizard's reputation. He had originally assumed the Black Wizard would be an elderly figure like other wizards, but he was surprised to find a young wizard capable of taming a dragon. Thingol saw each of them as worthy of friendship, so he immediately invited them to the capital, Edoras. However, Galadriel and Elrond were not diplomatic types and declined Thingol's invitation. More importantly, they had to deal with the problems left by Saruman. Therefore, Dewey and Gandalf also declined. Thingol, with regret, bid him farewell and departed on their dragons and eagles, leaving Thingol and the Rohan soldiers to watch in order. Soon, they arrived at Isengard, Saruman's lair. Isengard lay in the choke point between Rohan and Gondor, at the southernmost tip of the Misty Mountains. Nestled in a valley, its core is a fortress surrounded by a ring of high walls. At its center stands the massive stone tower of Orthanc. Isengard's location is extremely strategic, controlling a vital route connecting north and south. Conquering it would threaten both Rohan and Gondor. Saruman's choice of this location for his base raises doubts about his purpose. Dewey and his companions descended upon the fortress of Isengard, which was already occupied by the Ents. The Ents, controlling Huorn, destroyed the outer walls and seized control of Saruman's men. To further his ambitions, Saruman not only secretly sought to cultivate Uruk orcs but also recruited numerous humans into his service. These included Rohan, Gondorians, and Dunlendings, numbering nearly 1,000. However, they are now prisoners of the Ents, imprisoned in cages woven from their roots. "Thank you for your help, Treebeard," Gandalf thanked the Ent leader. Treebeard shook his head, his voice low and slow. "You're welcome. Saruman has already cut down the surrounding forests to make steel, so we won't sit idly by." After handing Saruman's men over to Gandalf and his companions, the tree people returned to Fangorn Forest with Huorn. After leaving Saruman's men, imprisoned in the tree cages, in the care of Smaug, Dewey and his companions entered the Tower of Orthanc. Built by the ancient Numenoreans, Orthanc was impenetrable. Saruman had continuously refined and strengthened it over centuries, transforming it into a wizard's tower capable of both defense and defense. Gazing at the tower, Dewey could not help but admire it. Saruman truly was Middle-earth's foremost engineer. He had transformed the tower into an impenetrable structure, its walls and floors inscribed with mystical runes. The tower was heavily enchanted, like a fortress and a massive magical amplifier. Saruman was invincible within the tower. It's no wonder Gandalf and the others hadn't had the confidence to join forces and capture the Tower of Orthanc. Inside, the ground floor housed cells, warehouses, and an armory, while the middle floor revealed Saruman's laboratory. It was filled with test tubes, flasks, and other experimental equipment. Dewey even saw Saruman's crossbows, machinery, and gunpowder, which left Dewey in awe. Saruman was a true scientific enthusiast. It was a shame he'd taken the wrong path. If he had continued, he might have accelerated the course of Middle-earth's history. Dewey's eyes lit up when he saw Saruman's study. An entire floor had been transformed into a study, its shelves filled with countless books and scrolls, so densely packed they were impossible to count. He had never seen such a vast collection of books, except perhaps in the library of Rivendell. Although he was tempted to explore immediately, Dewey first took out Saruman's staff and ring of power, which he had previously confiscated. Dewey had no use for Saruman's staff, nor did he intend to keep it, so he gave it to Gandalf. Gandalf didn't refuse. Dewey then carefully placed the ring of power on the table, not touching it. After all, it was a ring of power forged by Saruman under Sauron's guidance. Who knew if it, like the 9 rings of men and the 7 rings of the dwarves, had been tainted by Sauron's power? If he rashly touched it, or even put it on, it would be corrupted by his power and there would be no regrets. Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel echoed Dewey's caution and carefully examined the ring, searching for any hidden dangers. Since Dewey had seized the ring from Saruman, they all assumed it was his trophy. However, they were also concerned that it might conceal the power of Sauron or Saruman. If Dewey were caught off guard and influenced by it, that would be a huge loss. Therefore, the 3 of them carefully examined the ring, using various detection methods to repeatedly test it. Even after failing to find anything, Galadriel took the initiative to put the ring on her finger to feel its condition firsthand. Finally, after Dewey had waited anxiously for a long time, Galadriel smiled, took the ring off, and handed it to Dewey. "Congratulations, the ring is fine. Make good use of it." Dewey was delighted and put the ring of power on his finger with great anticipation. Chapter 205, Lord of Isengard. Upon donning the ring of power crafted by Saruman, Dewey instantly sensed a difference. His eyes lit up with delight. Unlike the 3 rings, this ring of power didn't possess the powers of the water ring for protection, the air ring for healing, or the fire ring for understanding. Instead, it amplified the wearer's abilities. The moment he donned it, Dewey felt his magical and spiritual powers surge many times over. He felt incredibly powerful, capable of overwhelming his former selves. He even cast magic without a wand or staff, and the power was even greater than that of a wand or staff. Dewey was overjoyed. He had always envied Gandalf and his companions for possessing the 3 rings, but he had never imagined that he would one day possess a ring of power himself. Of course, he also felt a little disappointed. While Saruman's ring rivaled the 3 rings in power, perhaps due to Saruman's inferior craftsmanship, the 3 rings were ultimately superior. While the ring of power simply enhances one's own strength, the 3 elven rings not only slow the erosion of time and possess powers of protection, healing, and inspiration, but are also deeply connected to the elements of air, water, and fire, enabling them to mobilize them. Even so, Dewey was quite satisfied. Looking at the golden ring, inscribed on its interior in Elvish Tengwa script, "Power is mine, and the might of those who surpass all others is boundless," it was clear that Saruman was imitating the One Ring, intent on forging another. Unfortunately, Saruman clearly overestimated his abilities, creating a perversion of the One Ring, far less powerful than the original. Furthermore, Saruman crafted a ring of power for himself, without considering its suitability for others. So, while it allowed Dewey to cast spells wandless and unleash power many times greater than that of a wand or staff, each use was a tremendous strain on his body. So after wearing it for a while, Dewey had no choice but to remove it. He then used a transfiguration charm to conjure a necklace, slipped the ring onto it, and hung it around his neck. Just then, the system prompted, "Hogwarts sign-in system, locating Isengard or Thank Tower. Do you want to sign in?" Dewey's mind raced. Sign in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the method for hybridizing magical creatures. Hybridization of magical creatures? Dewey was astonished. He briefly glanced at it and immediately felt that this hybridization of magical creatures was truly miraculous. Because this hybridization was as illogical as magic itself, there was no reproductive isolation at all. For example, Hagrid bred a manticore and a fire crab to create a blasting-tailed scroot, a giant, shelled lobster with a tail that could spit fire and explosives, possessing a violent and dangerous temperament. Besides this hybrid, the hippogriffs that inhabit Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest are also hybrid magical creatures, a cross between a griffin and a horse. The chimera, also classified by the Ministry of Magic as the most dangerous and deadly monster, is a magical hybrid with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a dragon, making it extremely powerful and dangerous. In Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, this creature, even more dangerous than a dragon, is highlighted. Its powerful aggression and untamable nature have claimed countless lives, rendering ordinary wizards completely unable to subdue it. Because magical hybrids are uncontrollable, either extremely weak or extremely dangerous, with violent and untamable temperaments, the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits the practice of hybridization. Dewey, having obtained the method for breeding magical creatures, was at a loss for what to do with it. Could it be used to breed hybrid creatures? Unable to figure it out for the time being, he simply put the matter aside and turned his attention back to the matter. With a ring of power resolved, the group began discussing how to deal with the Orthanc Tower issue. Orthanc, built by Saruman as an impenetrable magical fortress, was a formidable force. Had Saruman not been lured away, their combined forces would have had no confidence in its capture. Now that Saruman had fled, Orthanc was ownerless. No one considered destroying it. Furthermore, Orthanc itself held immense value, serving as an impenetrable safe haven. Furthermore, Orthanc and the surrounding Isengard, situated near the pass between the Misty Mountains and the White Mountains, served as a crucial transportation hub connecting the western region of Eredar with Rohan, Gondor, and even Mordor. They also controlled numerous important thoroughfares, including the North-South Highway and the route to the plains of Rohan. Control of Isengard was tantamount to holding the gateway to Eredar. Therefore, whether for its strategic location or the strength of Orthanc's fortress, they could not abandon Isengard. However, Elrond and Galadriel, possessing their own elven domains, could not assume control of the area, and therefore initially declined the responsibility. Dewey smiled and said, "Except for Gandalf, the other three of us have our own territories to look after, and Gandalf, you've been homeless so far. Why don't you station yourself here? That way, you'll not only have your own territory, but you'll also be able to keep in touch with nearby Rohan and Gondor, and monitor the situation in Mordor." Elrond and Galadriel agreed. Elrond added, "More importantly, Saruman will certainly not give up. He will definitely try to retake Isengard, so we must have someone here who can deal with him." But Gandalf shook his head firmly in the face of the three's persuasion. He smiled and jokingly declined, "I'm not old enough to stop and find a place to rest. I prefer to wander, seeing all kinds of people and sights. Gandalf, if given a territory, would only tie me down, and that would be terrible." In fact, Gandalf always remembered his original intention, believing that his role was to guide the free people to self-help, not to rule them directly. So he wandered across Middle-earth, just like his elven name, Mithrandir, Grey Wanderer. He belonged to no fixed place, but went wherever there was a crisis. A fixed territory would have been a constraint for him, preventing him from flexibly moving between various forces and coordinating actions. He did not need a physical stronghold to demonstrate his power, but rather united the people to resist evil. Therefore, Gandalf was not tempted by Saruman's stronghold and strongly rejected it. Galadriel and Elrond, both longtime friends of Gandalf, naturally understood his intentions and stopped trying to persuade him. Then the three of them looked at each other and simultaneously turned their gazes to Dewey. Dewey was confused by the three men's gazes, but he quickly understood what they meant and quickly waved them off. "Don't look at me. I already have a territory on Withirdup, and it's 1,000 miles away. I can't manage it." He couldn't even manage Hogsmeade and Bree below Withirdup, so why would he bother going to Saruman's stronghold? Would that just be asking for trouble? Facing Dewey's evasive defiance, the three men smiled. Gandalf smiled and said, "Distance is nothing to you, Dewey. You only need to set up a flu network in Orthanc, and you can come here anytime, right? Lady Galadriel and Lord Elrond are both unavailable to manage this place, and I need to travel widely, unable to stay. You are the only one capable of defending Isengard." There's no need to refuse, but no matter what Gandalf said, Dewey just shook his head. He only wanted to manage his small territory at Withirdup, not travel thousands of miles and constantly be on guard against an attack from Saruman and Mordor. He suggested, "Gandalf, you know a lot of people. Perhaps someone else could guard this place." Gandalf sighed and shook his head. "It's not that we don't want to find someone capable, but Isengard's location is unique. It's a transportation hub connecting east and west. We can't afford to lose it. If it falls into the hands of Saruman or Mordor, it could completely sever the connection between east and west, leaving Rohan and Gondor isolated and helpless. Not only would Rohan and Gondor be in danger, but the armies of Mordor could even march straight into Eredar, bringing disaster to the people of the west. Therefore, we need someone trustworthy and capable to guard this stronghold to prevent any hidden dangers." Elrond and Galadriel echoed the same sentiment. Gandalf then unleashed his trump card, "Dewey, if you are willing to take over Isengard, I will give you all of Saruman's legacy, especially the books and scrolls in the library. What do you think?" Elrond and Galadriel smiled and nodded, agreeing with Gandalf. Dewey looked at Saruman's collection of books and scrolls, spanning hundreds and thousands of years, and shamelessly expressed his desire. "Deal." Dewey gave up his hesitation and agreed. For so many books, he was ready to fight Saruman. He had already taken Saruman's staff and the Ring of Power, making them his mortal enemies. Now, taking over his territory wouldn't be a problem. Seeing Dui's agreement, Gandalf and the other two smiled, unsurprised. So, in addition to Witherdop, Dui now had Isengard as his territory. Then Dui remembered the Dunlodge again. He took out the magic circle he had copied and showed it to the others. Looking at the magic circle on the diagram, Elrond, Galadriel, and Gandalf all looked solemn. Duir, where did you get this magic circle? Elrond inquired. Dui directly recounted the details of Dunlodge. The three men's expressions grew even more serious. Elrond said with a look of relief, "It's a good thing you destroyed the formation in time, otherwise it would have led to something even more terrible." Seeing their attitude, Dui asked curiously, "Lord Elrond, do you recognize that magic circle?" "What is it?" Elrond nodded, his voice filled with disgust. "It's an ancient and evil sacrificial magic circle, originating from the Druidain, who were once conquered by Morgoth. They worshipped Morgoth with fervent devotion, offering sacrifices of their lives and blood. Only after Morgoth's defeat did these sacrificial magic circles gradually disappear. I didn't expect one to still exist in Dunlodge." Chapter 206, Soul Master. Dui was a little curious when he heard this. Since Morgoth has been defeated, this magic circle should be useless, right? Gandalf shook his head and said to Duil seriously, "You said he was only defeated. After the War of Wrath, Morgoth was captured. The Valar bound him with the chains of Anganer and banished him to the void beyond the world. But within this world, many of his followers and worshippers still offer sacrifices and other means to empower Morgoth, allowing him to break free and return to this world." Galadriel took the blueprint and surveyed the sinister formation. Her brow furrowed slightly as she spoke slowly. An ancient prophecy foretold that Morgoth would eventually break free and return to this world, unleashing a war far more brutal than before. "I once thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems the signs are already there." Finally, Gandalf spoke, shaming the heavy atmosphere. "Whether the prophecy is true or not, it's too far off to worry about right now. Furthermore, Duil destroyed the formation in time, so there's no need to worry about anyone exploiting it." Everyone put the matter to rest, and Dewey burned the diagram depicting the sacrificial circle. Dewey then cast a spell on the hearth with an Orthanc, connecting it to the Floo network. This allowed him to travel back and forth between Witherdop and Isengard. Galadriel and Elrond refused Dewey's pleas to stay and teleported back to Lorien and Rivendell through the hearth. Only Dewey and Gandalf remained. Orthanc was a fortress meticulously constructed by Saruman, infused with countless spells and mechanisms. These could withstand attacks from others, but not from Saruman himself. Destroying it outright would be a shame, as it represented the work of Saruman's centuries of labor. However, if it were not destroyed, it could become a powerful weapon should Saruman return. So, Dewey and Gandalf conferred together and reconstructed Saruman's remaining spells and mechanisms, making them their own and preventing any potential threats. It took them a full month to fully transform Orthanc into their own. Dewey even carved runes into the tower and cast various spells to further enhance Orthanc's defenses. During this time, Dewey also took the opportunity to deal with Saruman's subordinates. The humans recruited by Saruman included a number of Gondorians and Rohan, as well as Dunlendings. The Rohan and Gondorians were relatively easy to deal with, being handed over to the Rohan and Gondorian soldiers stationed nearby at the fords of the Isen. But the Dunlendings presented a more difficult challenge. Living west of Isengard, separated only by a mountain, they had previously allied themselves with Saruman and formed part of his force against Rohan. Although Gandalf attempted to reconcile the feud between the Dunlendings and Rohan, even trying to persuade King Thingol of Rohan to allow the Dunlendings to return to their homeland, the conflict between the two sides was already irreconcilable. The Dunlendings were the original inhabitants of the area around the Isen and the western border of Rohan, while the ancestors of Rohan migrated there later and were crowned by Gondor. The Dunlodge believed the Rohirrim had encroached on their traditional lands, and frequent clashes erupted between the two sides over the ownership of pastures and farmland. Ultimately, the Dunlodge were defeated by the Rohirrim and driven into what is now Dunlodge. This entrenched historical hatred between the two sides, and the Dunlodge have long sought to reclaim their lands from the Rohirrim, while the Rohirrim were unwilling to relinquish their territories. Furthermore, Saruman's veiled efforts to sow discord further exacerbated the conflict. Having inherited Isengard, Dewey naturally resented the prospect of an unstable neighbor. If the Dunlodge continued to ally with Saruman, Dewey would be a significant threat. After conferring with Gandalf, Dewey decided to meet the Dunwich leader, both to announce Isengard's change of ownership and to sign his name in Dunwich. He released the Dunwich and instructed them to deliver a message to the leader. He would personally visit them in Dunwich after a month. Once the threat at Orthanc had been completely resolved, Dur rode his dragon Smaug over the mountains and headed for Dunwich on the other side. Dunwich lies on the western slopes of the southernmost reaches of the Misty Mountains, occupying a narrow strip east of the north-south road, north of the Isen River, and south of the Grandone River. The Dunwich people do not live in city-states or organized groups, but rather are scattered across the Dunwich region, living a nomadic existence or relying on small amounts of cultivated land. As Dewey soared down from the mountain tops, the Dunwich people looked up in fear at the massive golden dragon, believing the end of Dunwich had arrived. However, there was no danger. The dragon merely schemed low over the treetops, circled once, and then flew towards the Dunwich tribal leader. Dewey's move was intended as a demonstration. These Dunwich people are warlike and fear power over virtue. Only by demonstrating strength that reveres them will they submit and settle down. On a grassland near a forest in Dunlin, a cluster of tents stood together, their outer perimeter surrounded by wooden fences to protect them from wild beasts and enemies. This was the densest concentration of Dunlin people and the home of their leader. When a massive dragon descended from the sky, the Dunlin people were horrified and seized their crude weapons, unsure how to respond. They gazed in terror at the ferocious, enormous dragon before them and the figure atop it. The Dunlin leader, who heard the commotion, emerged from the largest tent. But upon seeing the dragon outside, his pupils narrowed, and he nearly flinched back. They had only heard of dragons in ancient legends, but now, seeing them in person, they felt even more terrifying than the legends. But as their leader, he suppressed his fear, gripped the sword at his waist, and stepped forward. He arrived at the front of the herders and their men, trying to ignore the dragon's fierce gaze. He looked at the figure on its back and shouted, "I am Brog, the chief here. I wonder what brings the Dragon Lord to our Dun Lodge." Dewey vanished from the dragon's back in an instant, reappearing before the chief the next moment. "I am the black-robed wizard Duil. I've sent word back from the Dun Lodge men. Chief Brog should know who I am." Brog was startled by Dewey's sudden appearance and nearly drew his sword to strike. But he suppressed the impulse, feeling both shocked and relieved. He looked at the young wizard in front of him, who was even taller than him. No matter how shocked he was, his face showed caution and he nodded. "Of course, you are the current master of Isengard, the Lord of Witherdop in the north, the Lord of Dragons, and the Slayer of Orcs. Your name has spread throughout Middle-earth and even heard of it in Dun Lodge." Dewey's lips curled up, his eyes calm and indifferent. "Very good, since you know me, there is no need to say more about myself. I have come here only to formally convey that Saruman has colluded with Mordor and rebelled and has now fled to Mordor, so I will take over Isengard. But I heard that you have already formed an alliance with Saruman. In order to avoid misunderstanding, I have come here in person to ask for your opinion. Can Chief Brog give me a definite answer?" Brog looked at Dewey's half-smile and the dragon staring at him from behind, and suddenly his back felt a chill. He quickly explained, "This is all a misunderstanding. We had no idea Saruman was colluding with Mordor. We only partnered with him because he promised to help us reclaim our homeland. Now that we know he's betrayed us, we naturally won't cooperate with him anymore." Dewey didn't express belief or disbelief. Instead, he nodded and said gently, "I hope it's as Chief Brog says. Otherwise, it won't be me who'll be the guest next time, but my dragon." The dragon Smaug responded by unleashing a deafening roar at the Dunlendings, as if ready to unleash scorching dragon fire. Brog, frightened, broke into cold sweat and repeatedly assured them, "Absolutely. Absolutely not." At that moment, the system responded, "Hogwarts check-in system, locating Dunlendings. Do you want to sign in?" Dewey's lips curled up, and he silently muttered, Sign in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the talent for legitimacy." Instantly, Dewey felt his mind become clear, as if a secret realm within his body had been opened. His mental energy involuntarily leaked out of his body and radiated in all directions. Then, a cacophony of voices flooded into his mind, the voices of countless Dunlending people, the voices of their leader, Brog, and even Smaug. These cacophony of voices echoed in his mind, as if dozens or even hundreds of people were talking loudly around him. He couldn't help but frown, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Master," Smaug seemed to sense something and looked at Dewey in confusion. Dewey shook his head, trying to gather his mental energy and ignore the cacophony of voices around him. Under the influence of the Crown of Wisdom, Dewey quickly and reluctantly adapted to this ability, concentrating his attention on one thing and not letting the cacophony of voices affect him. Brog, the leader of the Dunlending tribe, saw Dewey frowning, feeling uneasy, but he mustered his courage and spoke. "Wizard Dewey, we Dunlending tribes originally lived in our ancestral lands, herding, hunting, and farming, and have always lived in peace and contentment. But the abominable Rohirrim invaded our traditional lands, and the cunning Gondorians gave our territories to the Rohirrim, leaving us homeless and forced to wander into Dunlending. If you can help us reclaim our territories, we, our entire tribe, will serve you faithfully." With his gift of legitimacy, Dewey easily sensed Brog's powerful voice and emotions. True to his words, he pledged his unwavering loyalty if Dewey agreed. Even the surrounding Dunlending tribes echoed the same anticipation and yearning. Seeing this, Dewey felt helpless, unwilling to meddle in the feud between the Dunlending tribes and the Rohirrim. If we really mean it, the ancestors of the Rohirrim were indeed invaders, occupying the traditional lands of the Dunlending people and driving them from their homes. But in the centuries-long feud that followed, the Dunlending people repeatedly invaded Rohan, even taking advantage of the Easterling invasions to return, at one point capturing Edoras, the capital of Rohan, and killing the Rohan prince. Both sides were stained with each other's blood, each claiming their own. The Dunlending people viewed the Rohirrim as robbers from the north, while the Rohirrim viewed the Dunlending people as barbaric and uncivilized. Even the ever-pacifist Gandalf found it difficult to judge this situation and unsure how to resolve the conflict. Chapter 207 Magic Hybrid. Dewey refused to accept the Dunlending's terms of surrender. He shook his head and said, "I will not help you against the Rohirrim." The Dunlending looked disappointed. Rohan was more powerful than the Dunlending tribes. Without the cooperation of a powerful figure like Dewey, who possessed a mighty dragon, how could they possibly reclaim the land they had longed for generations? But if you are willing to put aside your hatred and live in peace with the Rohirrim, Gandalf the Grey and I will do our utmost to persuade the King of Rohan to allow you to return to your homeland," Dewey added. While he did not wish to become involved in the conflict between the Dunlending and Rohirrim, he also did not want to create such a hidden danger. The Dunlending had been trying to reclaim their homeland. If their quest proved fruitless, they might become desperate and secretly continue their alliance with Saruman and even Mordor. It just so happened that Gandalf had been trying to mediate peace between the Dunlending and Rohirrim, and had even personally visited the King of Rohan in the capital. The King of Rohan was not a stubborn man. Under Gandalf's persuasion, he was willing to make peace. After all, facing the Dunlending's frequent harassment of the border, resolving the border unrest once and for all would be a boon for Rohan. Hearing Dewey's words, the Dunlending leader felt both hope and resentment. They viewed the Rohirrim as bandits who had invaded their lands and should be driven out. However, he dared not say such a thing to Dewey. After all, Dewey's willingness to help was already a favor to them. To refuse further, to make excessive demands, would be to offend the Dragon Lord. Dewey instantly grasped the Dunlending leader's intentions, but he ignored them. He told the Dunlendings that if they were willing to make peace, he and Gandalf would organize a meeting between the Dunlendings and the Rohirrim, where they would discuss and agree on a mutually acceptable peace plan. Dewey didn't linger in Dunwich for long, instead mounting his dragon and returning to Isengard. Upon returning to Orthanc, Dewey entrusted the affairs of the Dunwich to Gandalf. Gandalf was happy to handle the matter, having longed for peace between the Dunwich and the Rohan, allowing them to jointly confront the threat from Mordor in the east. So, mounting his broom, he journeyed to Edoras, the capital of Rohan, to persuade King Thingol to make peace with the Dunwich. Dewey, who remained behind, was browsing the books and scrolls left by Saruman when he stumbled upon Saruman's methods and experiments in breeding orcs. The contents made Dewey frown. Saruman had experimented with crossbreeding orcs with humans, and trolls with orcs, hoping to create stronger war machines that would withstand the sun. This information reminded Dewey of the methods for crossbreeding magical creatures he had obtained during his previous sign-in. Isengard's strategic location is crucial, practically controlling the main route to the west from Rohan and Gondor. If the gateway were blocked, Rohan and Gondor would lose their rear routes and support, leaving them isolated and helpless. Therefore, if Sauron's forces of Mordor wished to invade Rohan or Gondor, they would ideally need to capture Isengard first, severing their retreat and ultimately annexing both nations. Having lost their territory, Saruman would certainly not give up and was likely already secretly plotting a plan to retake Isengard. Therefore, with Isengard under intense scrutiny from all sides, Dewey couldn't remain there constantly. His only option was to leave guards there to prevent his home from being robbed in his absence. Dewey had originally intended for Smaug to remain there, but Smaug preferred to sleep in his own Golden Mountain, unwilling to leave the dragon's lair on Witherdup. Seeing this, Dewey gave up on the idea. He considered using magical hybridization to create a group of guards. To conduct experiments, he needed subjects. Dewey sent Thorondor, the giant eagle, and Smaug, the dragon, out to capture some beasts. Thorondor brought back a lion and a warg. Smaug, on the other hand, captured a tall, pure white wild horse from the plains of Rohan. This wild horse belonged to the Myrus breed, whose lineage dated back to the beginning of the world, descending from Nahar, the Mount of Orma, the Valar god of the hunt. It was considered a descendant of a divine steed. Therefore, unlike other ordinary horses, it was not afraid of Smaug's dragon power, and it was extremely fast. Smaug had to work hard to catch it. Under Thorondor and Smaug's resentful gazes, Dewey drew a vial of blood from them. Then, Dewey began his experiments with magical hybridization. He first chose to crossbreed a giant eagle with a wild horse. In the magical world, hippogriffs are a cross between a griffin and a horse, but since there were no griffins in this world, he used a giant eagle as a substitute. He magically fused the blood of the giant eagle with the blood of the wild horse, creating an embryo, which he then implanted into the wild horse. Incidentally, the wild horse was a mare. Although captured, it was incredibly wild and difficult to tame. While implanting the embryo, Dewey nearly got kicked by it. After implanting the embryo, Dewey allowed the mare to roam freely within a walled enclosure. He couldn't guarantee what hybrid would emerge next. He continued his crossbreeding experiments. He combined dragon blood with warg blood, creating an embryo, implanted it into a captured female wolf, and allowed it to gestate. He hybridized dragon blood with lions, giant eagles with lions, and even returned to Witherdup to obtain the blood of basilisks and the blood of the giant octopus kraken. He then bred lions, dragons, and basilisks with giant octopuses, wargs, basilisks, giant octopuses, and dragons. He combined everything he could think of, and then specially captured a group of she-wolves from the Misty Mountains to serve as mothers. With all this done, Dewey simply had to wait. Magical hybridization wasn't always effective. As time passed, some of these hybrid embryos died in the womb due to genetic clashes, and some even perished along with their mothers. Before these hybrids could be born, Gandalf returned from Rohan's royal city and successfully persuaded the king of Rohan to negotiate with the Dunlendings. So, at the border of Rohan, at the fords of the river Isen, downstream from Isengard, Brog, the Dunlage leader, and Thingol, king of Rohan, held their first formal meeting and peace talks. In addition to witnesses Dewey and Gandalf, the meeting also included the Prince Regent representing Gondor. Both the King of Rohan and the Prince Regent of Gondor expressed respect for Dewey, who had replaced Saruman as Lord of Isengard. After all, Isengard's position was so crucial, practically controlling the vital transportation lines between the two countries' rear areas, that they could not afford to neglect it. After 2 weeks of intense negotiations, the two sides finally reached a peace agreement. Brog, the Dunlage leader, promised to cease harassing Rohan's borders. Rohan, in turn, pledged to stop expelling the Dunlage and to make the border territories near the River Isen a settlement for the Dunlage. However, to everyone's surprise, Brog, the Dunlage leader, swore fealty to Dewey and requested his allegiance. Dewey had not anticipated the Dunlage leader's decision. His legitimacy allowed him to unravel the Dunlage leader's thoughts. Despite the peace, the Dunlending leader remained distrustful of Rohan and Gondor. To prevent future oppression, the Dunlending sought reliance on a powerful leader. Dewey, Lord of Isengard, was undoubtedly the best choice. So, between submitting to Rohan and Gondor, he chose to pledge allegiance to Dewey. Dewey, unwilling to burden himself with responsibility, refused the Dunlending offer. Ultimately, however, under Gandalf's persuasion and the Dunlending's repeated requests, he accepted. The King of Rohan and the Prince of Gondor had no objection, and were even pleased. Just as the Dunlending distrusted the Rohan and Gondorians, they also distrusted the Dunlending. They had long heard of the black-robed wizard Dewey, and with Dewey in charge of the Dunlending, they felt more at ease. Witnessed by Gandalf, the King of Rohan, and the Prince Regent of Gondor, Brog, the chieftain of Dunlage, knelt and swore allegiance to Dewey, pledging his allegiance. Dewey's position was expanded from Lord of Weatherdop to include Isengard and Dunlage. Having accepted the Dunlage's pledge of allegiance, Dewey allowed them to settle near Isengard. Brog, the chieftain of Dunlage, was delighted. Southern Isengard was a vast expanse of fertile grasslands with a warm climate, but Saruman had previously disliked intrusion. Consequently, this area bordering Isengard and Rohan had long been uninhabited. Now that Dewey had given Brog permission, he was eager to lead his people there. Dewey's move, besides being a gesture of favor, was also intended to allow the Dunlage to form a defensive perimeter around Isengard, preventing outsiders from easily entering. With a peace between the Dunlendings and the Rohirrim, the Dunlendings gradually migrated eastward from Dunlending, appearing in the Isen River Valley on Rohan's western border, where they engaged in livestock and hunting. Brog, the Dunlending leader, led a small group of his people to settle on the grasslands outside Isengard, living in traditional tents and forming the first line of defense to protect Isengard. While the Dunlendings prospered, Dewey and Isengard also witnessed the first fruits of his magical hybridization experiments. The newborn, created by crossing a giant eagle with a wild horse, was now ready for birth. Under Dewey's expectant gaze, accompanied by a painful neigh, the mare finally gave birth to a foal. Encased in its amniotic membranes, the foal struggled constantly. Perhaps driven by maternal instinct, the mare instinctively licked the foal, helping it free itself and cleansing itself. But after licking the foal, she looked at her child with a look of shock and disbelief. It turned out the foal had an eagle's head, a horse's body, and a pair of bare fleshy wings on its back. Its forelimbs ended in eagle claws instead of horse hoofs. A hippogriff, Dewey said, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that a cross between a giant eagle and a horse would produce a new species similar to the magical hippogriff. After all, the magical hippogriff was a hybrid of a griffin and a horse, completely different from this one. Chapter 208 New Species. Seeing the trembling new species before him, seemingly on the verge of collapse, Dewey waved his wand to cleanse it of its filth, then approached it. Though the mare, doubting the world for having given birth to such a strange child, saw Dewey approach, her maternal instincts spurred her to a warning neigh. "Ah, so protective of your calf," Dewey said with a hint of amusement. The mare's pearly white broodings shimmered in the sunlight, a true steed. Even Gandalf was so impressed that he traveled to the plains of Rohan to search for wild horses of the same species, hoping to tame one for his own mount. The mare was furious with a human who had captured her. If she hadn't known she was no match, she would have stomped him with a hoof. Instead, she could only snort and warn him to stay away. Dewey waved her hand to steady the mare with amusement, then walked over to the foal, carefully observing the new species. Magical hybrids are fraught with uncertainty. Some, like genetic clashes, will weaken and die, while others will become uncontrollable, bloodthirsty and violent, attacking anyone they encounter and completely impossible to tame. These can be considered failures. Only hybrids with normal bodies, a reasonable level of intelligence, and the ability to be tamed are considered acceptable products. So Dewey cautiously approached the newly born foal, observing its behavior and determining whether it was controllable. The foal, in turn, looked up at Dewey curiously, its eagle-like head sizing him up, as if to confirm whether he was its mother. Dewey's smile deepened when he saw the foal's clear eyes, devoid of any trace of violence. He smiled and reached out to touch it. "Hello, little one." The foal looked at the offered hand warily, but after a gentle stroke of its head, it narrowed its eyes in comfort, nuzzled affectionately, and let out a tender, eagle-like cry. Thorando, the giant eagle, had just returned from hunting in the distance. Hearing the eagle's cry, he suddenly descended out of curiosity, staring at the tiny creature before Dewey, resembling both an eagle and a horse, filled with wonder. He seemed to be wondering what species it was. Dewey, noticing Thorando's expression, smirked and said, "Thorando, come and see your child. Does it look like you?" Cuckoo. Thorando's face was full of amusement, yet he felt a subtle, instinctive affinity for the tiny creature. Then, as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He wasn't even an adult yet. How could he have a child? And a winged creature with a hippogriff? As Thoron's expression sank, Dewey, the unscrupulous master, watched with amusement. While Thorando was struggling to decide whether to acknowledge the child, Dewey offered the newborn some dried meat and said cheerfully, "Little one, from now on you'll be called Buckbeak, and your species will be called hippogriff." Without hesitation, DUI applied a species and name from another world to the creature. Since they looked the same, the name was perfect. DUI then untied the mare and allowed the young buckbeak to live with her. Following the birth of the hippogriff, other hybrid creatures began to emerge. However, DUI frowned at the fact that these creatures were not only deformed but also violent and insane, completely devoid of reason. There were creatures like a lion's body and a dragon's tail, a snake covered in tentacles, a lion's head and a wolf's body with a snake's tail, a wolf's body and a dragon's tail wrapped in snakes, and so on. Some could breathe dragonfire, some possessed venom, some were invulnerable, some had the petrification power of a basilisk, and some even possessed extreme magic resistance, making them extremely dangerous. They wouldn't even wait for the mother wolf to give birth, instead ripping open her belly, burning her to death, or poisoning her. Had DUI not been prepared and greatly strengthened, he would have been slain by these monsters. Faced with these mindless monsters, whose eyes were fixed on violence and bloodlust, even their formidable strength, DUI didn't hesitate to incinerate them with his fierce fire. However, DUI was relieved to find that while most of the hybrids failed, a few did. One such hybrid, created by crossing a giant eagle with a lion, produced a winged creature with the head of a griffin and the body of a lion, similar to the magical griffins of the magical world. While this little griffin inherited some of the lion's savagery, it also possessed the wisdom of the giant eagle, and its remarkable qualities were evident even at birth. DUI simply named it Aslan, meaning Lion King. He also bred a giant eagle with a Myrus horse and implanted it into an ordinary mare, ultimately producing a winged white Pegasus. Finally, DUI bred a new species by crossing a giant dragon, a basilisk, a giant octopus, and a warg. DUI had long observed that the more creatures crossed, or the more powerful the species, the higher the failure rate. Even if a successful hybrid was born, it would be a completely mad and insane creature. In the cases of the hippogriff, the griffin, and the Pegasus, none of them were exceptions. One of the hybrids was a non-magical creature or a less powerful one. In the cases of hybrids like the dragon and the basilisk and the giant octopus, and the dragon and the giant eagle, the genes of the two hybrids were incompatible, and even if they did, they would result in a deformed and irrational monster. He had originally assumed that this hybrid of four creatures would fail early or become a monstrous monstrosity. However, contrary to his expectations, the genes of the four creatures perfectly merged, giving birth to a three-headed wolf cub. The wolf cubs were enormous, nearly half the size of their mother, causing a difficult birth. DUI finally had to perform a cesarean section to free them. Though the cubs possessed genes from a dragon, a basilisk, and a giant octopus, they didn't show it. Their 6 pairs of round, moist eyes shone with a lively, clear gaze, unlike the frantic, irrational expressions of the deformed monsters that had come before. DUI approached the 3 wolf cubs, each nearly a meter tall at birth. They stared at DUI curiously, sniffing, then sticking out their tongues, wagging their tails cheerfully, their eyes radiating affection, and howling. DUI was about to reach out to touch the 3 cubs when he saw saliva dripping from their tongues, corroding the ground like sulfuric acid, and the surrounding grass rapidly withered and died. DUI's pupils constricted, and he pulled his hand back. When the 3 wolf cubs saw him withdraw his hand, they immediately looked pitiful and whimpered, as if asking him why he wouldn't touch them. In fact, when DUI was disemboweled from the mother wolf's belly, the first thing they saw was DUI. They remembered his scent and became so attached to him. With his gift of legilimency, he could sense the emotions of affection and resentment in the 3 wolf cubs' heads. Hungry, hungry, DUI caught the cubs' inner cries. Looking at the dead mother wolf, DUI retrieved milk from his special pocket, transformed it into 3 bottles, and placed them in each of their mouths. The 3 wolf cubs immediately wagged their tails and devoured the food voraciously. Curious about the properties of this unexpectedly successful trio, DUI used his wand to scan their bodies while they drank. The results surprised him greatly. This 3-headed wolf cub perfectly blended the genes of a dragon, a basilisk, a giant octopus, and a warg. To describe it as steel-clad and iron-clad wouldn't be an exaggeration. Though barely born, its tough fur could withstand blades. It also possessed exceptional resistance to magic, remaining unaffected by ordinary spells. Its resilience was remarkable. Such a perfect and powerful creature amazed DUI. Even more astonishing was the discovery that, with its 3 heads sharing a single body, its 3 mouths quickly filled their stomachs. Then, while burping, One of the cubs unexpectedly blew sparks, instantly burning the milk bottle. While the other head didn't belch sparks, its incomplete teeth easily ripped through the steel bottle, and its saliva was highly corrosive. The remaining head yawned and then fell into deep sleep, its saliva corroding and withering the ground and grass. So, these 3 wolf cubs also inherited the dragon's fire-breathing ability and the basilisk's venom? Dui was filled with surprises, his heart overflowing with joy. If these 3 wolf cubs were properly nurtured, they might even be as formidable as dragons and basilisks. From now on, you'll be called Cerberus, the 3-headed dog of hell, Dui happily named them. He also named the 3 heads Little Left, Little Middle, and Little Right, keeping them simple and concise. However, as a precautionary measure to prevent the 3 wolf cubs from devouring their master, Dui used the same method he used to control the basilisk and the giant octopus to extract a drop of blood from the 3 wolf cubs, establishing a blood pact to prevent them from harming him. Besides the 3 wolf cubs, Dui also bound the hippogriff, the griffin, and the pegasus with magical pacts. Of the 4 new creatures bred from these hybrids, the 3 wolf cub, Cerberus, was undoubtedly the most powerful. Next in line was the griffin, Aslan, who possessed not only the strength of a lion but also the sharp claws and beak of an eagle, and possessed the immense intelligence of a giant eagle. His flapping wings, though still featherless, revealed his inherited ability to fly. Next is the hippogriff, Buckbeak. With the body of a horse and the head of an eagle, it possesses sharp claws and a pointed beak, allowing it to gallop like a horse and soar through the air. Its only disadvantage compared to the griffin is that it lacks the intelligence of the giant eagle. While it is much smarter than a horse and can understand human speech, it is not considered an intelligent creature. Finally, there is the Pegasus, with its pearly white fur and eagle wings, arguably the most beautiful of the 4 creatures. Dewey intends to station the 3-headed wolf, Cerberus, at the gates of Orthanc. Like the legendary 3-headed dog guarding the gates of hell, it will guard the gates of Orthanc and prevent those with ill intentions from entering. Next is the griffin, Aslan, who will patrol Isengard and the surrounding skies, providing warnings of safety. Finally, there is the hippogriff, Buckbeak, who will roam the grassy plains within the walls of Orthanc. As for the Pegasus, Dui placed it in a box and carried it to the top of the Windcloud summit through the fireplace. Arwen, this is the mount I gave you. Do you like it? Dui said to Arwen with a gentle smile as he released the Pegasus. Arwen's face was filled with surprise and fondness as she gazed at the winged foal. Chapter 209 The Value of the Resurrection Stone. Arwen was delighted with the Pegasus Dui had given her and named it Eleanorus, meaning Horse of the Stars. In the days that followed, Dui shuttled back and forth between Witherdop and Isengard. Of the newly cultivated creatures, the 3-headed wolf Cerberus grew the fastest, like a balloon, growing a foot a day. In just a month, it had grown to over 2 meters tall, larger than an adult warg. Given its growth rate, it was impossible to predict its ultimate limit. After all, its genes, fused with those of a dragon, a basilisk, and a giant octopus, were all enormous, making even a warg a sizable figure. Furthermore, the 3 wolves had a voracious appetite. They had stopped drinking milk and started consuming meat, consuming a large bowl of meat daily. Although their 3 heads shared a single stomach, they still fought tooth and nail for food, refusing to yield. Although mute, the 3 wolves were highly intelligent and understood Dui's words. Under his training, the 3 heads took turns sleeping, with one head guarding the gate 24 hours a day. The 3 wolves' abilities were becoming increasingly apparent. Their teeth and saliva were highly poisonous, capable of spewing scorching flames and corrosive acid. They possessed ironclad bones and possessed immense resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Aslan the griffin's wings had fully grown, and he was now able to flutter briefly at low altitude. Buckbeak the hippogriff also thrived in his mare's company. Although she always tried to teach her half-blood son to graze, Buckbeak clearly preferred to hunt mice, hares, and woodchucks in the meadows and woods. Gandalf had also returned from the Rohan plains, riding a grey horse even taller than his mare. Its coat shone like silver in the daylight, but dark as shadow in the night. This grey horse, also of the Myrus breed, was the most powerful of its kind. It was lightning fast and possessed immense endurance, capable of running at high speeds for extended periods with little need for rest. It possessed immense intelligence and understood human language. Even facing the dragon's might, it remained undaunted, neighing and warning. Gandalf named it Shadowfax. He claimed that he had chosen this king of horses upon first sight, and it took him 3 days and hundreds of miles to tame it. Dewey's eyes lit up at the sight of this horse. With Gandalf's permission, he took a little of Shadowfax's blood and prepared to cross it with a giant eagle, hoping to create a few more hippogriffs and Pegasus, thus forming a new species. Gandalf was amazed by Dewey's magical hybridization, and especially by the sight of the griffin. He could hardly take his eyes off it, gushing over the creature, which combined the bravery and might of a lion with the king of the sky of a giant eagle, a creature that perfectly matched his taste. This infuriated the Horse King, Shadowfax, and he ignored Gandalf for days. He was even more annoyed with the griffin, constantly wanting to strike it down. The griffin was no slouch either. Though still a young cub, it was incredibly clever and intelligent, deliberately provoking the Horse King. Suddenly, Isengard was abuzz with activity. Gandalf, a restless man, barely stayed in Isengard before setting off again on the back of the Horse King, Shadowfax. Dewey returned to Weatherdup. As for Isengard's security, Dewey, like a ruthless capitalist, immediately assigned the three-headed wolf, Cerberus, a mere month-old child laborer, to guard the gates of Orthanc. Dewey also assigned the griffin, Aslan, to the giant eagle Thoronder, training him to patrol the area. Dewey also personally visited Fangorn Forest to enlist the help of the Ents to monitor Isengard's surroundings. Isengard was surrounded by trees, which served as natural eyes and ears for the Ents, allowing them to observe every move through the trees. Dewey had nothing to hide from the Ents, and naturally, like Saruman, he wouldn't want to cut down all the surrounding trees. Dewey's request was a trivial matter for the Ents, so their leader, Treebeard, readily agreed. Furthermore, this was a good thing for the Ents. After all, Dewey had promised not to cut down the trees around Isengard, but to plant more trees. This suited the Ents, whose duty was to protect the forest, perfectly. After returning to Hogwarts, Dewey first traveled to the harvest field below the mountain where the gold essence had been buried. While farmers were happily harvesting their wheat fields, he unearthed the gold essence from the ground. The gold essence was inscribed with runes representing harvest and abundance. After being buried in the ground, it had been imbued with the earth's aura, emitting a rich aroma. Dewey brought the gold essence back to the castle and dried it in the sun for 7 days. Then, in a valley in the Windy Hills, he found a 1,000-year-old oak tree entwined with mistletoe. A hollow was magically carved into the trunk of the tree, and gold essence, inscribed with healing and life runes, was inserted into it. The spell then healed the hollow. Next, it was a matter of waiting for the arrival of autumn and winter, when the oak tree bore fruit and the mistletoe bloomed. The gold essence was then extracted and the crafting of the Hufflepuff cup began. This ritual, a form of ancient Celtic natural magic, distinguished the Hufflepuff cup from the crafting of other items like the Gryffindor sword and the Ravenclaw diadem. After completing this task, Dewey turned his attention to other matters. First, the ore containing soul sulfur he had brought back from the Road of the Dead. Soul sulfur, formed when ghosts' tears fell upon the ore, imbued it with the power of the soul. He placed the ore in a furnace and began slowly smelting and extracting it. After over a month, he finally extracted pure soul sulfur. The mercury of spirit and the sulfur of soul had been collected from the materials for the Philosopher's Stone, leaving only the salt of the flesh. Elrond had given specific locations for the first two, but the most likely location for the final salt of the flesh was Hildorian, the birthplace of humanity. Hildorian was located in the east of Middle-earth, and its location had long been unknown. Even the knowledgeable Elrond was unsure of its exact location. Therefore, Dewey had to find this last one himself. More importantly, the east was within the sphere of influence of Sauron. If he sought the salt of the flesh there, he would likely encounter resistance from Sauron's forces. Therefore, before leaving, he needed to be fully prepared to deal with any potential obstacles. He also planned to craft both the Hufflepuff cup and the Resurrection Stone before leaving to further strengthen his power and foundation. The Hufflepuff cup was already under construction, awaiting the right time to begin. So, while waiting, Dewey set his sights on the Resurrection Stone. As one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone could not truly bring the dead back to life, but only summoned a reflection of the deceased spirit. These projections are more real than ghosts, but more illusory than physical entities. They can only be seen by their possessors, and they dislike being recalled from the afterlife, only causing pain to their possessors. There are 3 Deathly Hallows: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. Although legend has it that these artifacts were gifts from the god of death, they were actually invented by the Peveril brothers. The Resurrection Stone was a magical artifact created by the second of the three Peveril brothers to bring back their loved ones. However, resurrecting the dead is a magical taboo and impossible. Ultimately, Peveril, who invented the Resurrection Stone, chose to end his own life in agony, thereby reuniting with his loved ones in the afterlife. While these deathly hallows may seem rather useless, seemingly capable of little more than summoning the spirits of the deceased, Dewey discovered their greatest value, the ability to summon the once dead, unlock secrets of the past, and uncover hidden knowledge. Dewey looked at the Ring of Power, which hung on a necklace across his chest. While this ring, forged by Saruman, could amplify the wearer's abilities, it was still not perfect compared to the three rings of the Elven Lords. So, if he had the Resurrection Stone, he could summon Celebrimbor, the master of the three rings, and forge a new one, perhaps even one as good as the three. He could even summon Foreigner, the master of the Silmarils, and learn his craft from this gifted elven craftsman. There were also countless other dead who had already departed for the halls of Mandus. Of course, such a move would likely attract the attention of Mandus, the ruler of the dead. After all, if Mandus viewed summoning the dead from the halls of Mandus to the world of the living as a challenge to his authority, the cost would be greater than the gain. Regardless, he had to attempt to craft the Resurrection Stone. However, he couldn't help but frown at the requirements for crafting the stone. The Resurrection Stone requires a rare magical substance that bridges the boundary between life and death. Peveril accidentally discovered the Death's Gate, a stone archway in the Hall of the Dead in the Department of Mysteries. He then captured the Death's Matter from the Death's Gate, thus creating the Resurrection Stone. In the Hall of the Dead within the Department of Mysteries within the British Ministry of Magic, there's a tall stone archway known as the Death's Gate. A tattered black curtain hangs from the archway, known as the Death's Veil. Only those who have seen the dead can hear the voices of those who have passed away from behind the veil. The archway is believed to lead to the realm of the dead. Entering it is a one-way journey, a death without return. It's said that the Ministry of Magic chose this location because of the discovery of this stone archway, centered around it and establishing the Department of Mysteries to study the Death's Gate and other mysteries. But the only problem is, there's no Death's Gate in Middle-earth. How could he capture the Death's Matter? Dewey, pondering rapidly with a crown of wisdom, suddenly struck with inspiration. This world lacks a stone archway leading to the realm of the dead. Elves, humans, and dwarves all go to the halls of Mandus after death. There's no such thing as the underworld. However, this world also has a wrath of the underworld, a mysterious realm coexisting with the real world and belonging to the realm of the invisible. For example, after Bilbo puts on the One Ring, he enters the wrath of the underworld, becoming invisible to the real world. Similarly, Frodo's wound by the ring wraiths with Morgul's blade gradually causes him to enter the wrath of the underworld. If he wants to capture the substance of death, perhaps he could try in the wrath of the underworld. However, this raises another question: how does he enter the wrath of the underworld? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210: Entering the Netherworld. The only two methods Dewey knew of to enter the underworld were wearing the One Ring or being stabbed by the blade of Morgul. However, both were clearly unrealistic. The One Ring's corrupting allure was so strong that even a Maya like Gandalf wouldn't dare touch it. While wearing it would allow entry into the underworld, the outcome would likely be corruption and Sauron's servitude. Furthermore, the ring was currently in Tom Bombadil's possession. As for being stabbed by the blade of Morgul, a self-inflicted wound, Dewey didn't even consider it. The blade of Morgul was poisonous. After striking a victim, a portion of the blade would remain in the wound and continue to penetrate deeper into the body until it pierced the heart. Without prompt treatment, as the blade fragments migrated toward the heart, the victim would gradually transform into a ghostly being, becoming a lesser ghost under Sauron's rule, subject to the ring wraiths and Sauron's control. Furthermore, even if the victim was treated and the blade fragments removed, the wound would be difficult to fully heal. After Frodo was healed by Elrond, the greatest healer in Middle-earth, he suffered severe discomfort every year on the day of his stab wound. Only a journey to Valinor could completely cure him. Dewey couldn't possibly stab himself just to enter the underworld. Since neither of these two methods worked, Dewey could only seek help from his know-it-all father-in-law, Elrond. In Rivendell, along a winding, tranquil forest corridor, Dewey was walking with Elrond. Upon hearing Dewey's question, Elrond paused, turned, and frowned. "You wish to enter the underworld?" Dewey nodded. "I want to capture the dead matter from the underworld and forge a magical artifact that will transcend the boundary between life and death." Dewey then explained the principles of the Resurrection Stone. Elrond was surprised to hear that the Resurrection Stone could summon the undead. The souls of the dead will enter the halls of Mandus to be judged by fate. No dead soul can leave there and return to the world unless Mandus allows it. If your Resurrection Stone can do that, it will probably be a treasure that is no less important than the Philosopher's Stone. Dewey shook his head and explained, "It's not that it can really summon souls back, but a projection of the soul. They are more real than ghosts, but more illusory than entities. They are more like the projection of the memories and thoughts of the living." "That's already very good," Elrond said. "If the dead can really be summoned, then it is an authority that only the Lord of the Dead, Mandus, can possess." Then the two turned the topic back to how to enter the underworld. Elrond said, "The underworld is essentially a spiritual part of this world. Those who remain in this world without being summoned by Mandus will enter the underworld. The Nazgul, ring-wraiths, for example, are typical underworld creatures. Without the disguise provided by Sauron in the real world, they are intangible. Of course, this does not mean that the underworld is an evil place. There exist both dark and light spiritual beings, and neither is inherently good or evil. Even powerful beings like Lady Galadriel and Lord Glorfindel can freely perceive and exist in the underworld without external help, and they are not harmed by it. But if you wish to enter the underworld, you will need external help, and you must ensure that you will not be harmed in the dark world." Elrond looked at Dewey with a serious expression and reminded him, "The underworld is not safe. The living who enter it will be sensed by the underworld creatures. Moreover, in the underworld, your magic will be meaningless, and you will become like ordinary people, making you vulnerable to the creatures of the underworld. And you can't stay there for long, or your body will be transformed into a creature of the underworld, making it impossible to return to the real world. Are you still willing to take that risk?" Undeterred, Dewey smiled faintly and nodded, replying, "For the Resurrection Stone, I must try." Seeing this, Elrond didn't dissuade him. He led Dewey to his palace, pulled a scroll from his collection, and handed it to him. "This is an ancient magic circle that connects to the underworld, created by an elf to find the undead who refused Mandus's summons." He then produced a leather-wrapped black sword inscribed with a sealing spell and handed it to Dewey. Dewey remembered this black sword as the Blade of Morgul, given to Gandalf by the brown wizard Aragaster. It was the weapon of the Witch King of Angmar, leader of the Nazgul. You need to find a place permeated with the aura of death. Then, at midnight, activate the magic circle and, guided by this Morgul blade, enter the underworld, Elrond said seriously. "But you must remember, once you enter the underworld, you must not remain there for more than a quarter of an hour. Most importantly, you must not allow any creature of the underworld to harm you. If you are harmed, your body will rapidly weaken, and you will gradually become an invisible ghost, forever wandering the underworld." Dewey also became serious upon hearing this and nodded, "I understand. I will be very careful." Elrond knew Dewey's plan and gave him careful instructions without further comment. After bidding Elrond farewell, Dewey returned to Weatherdop with the magic circle scroll and the Morgul blade. Arwen also knew of Dewey's plan, but although she looked worried, she did not dissuade him, only gently advising him to be careful. After studying the magic circle scroll for a while, Dewey began to prepare to enter the underworld. First, he needed a place steeped in the aura of death, a place where many had died. In such places, the boundary between the underworld and the real world is at its thinnest, so occasionally, creatures of the underworld, like ghosts, roam the land, sighted by ordinary people in the real world and leading to terrifying rumors. Dewey's first choice was the Barrow Downs. Unfortunately, Dewey had plundered the Barrow Downs so thoroughly that the aura of death was now so weak that even the Barrow Wights had weakened and slumbered, unable to wreak havoc. So, Dewey ruled it out. Next, he considered Fornest, the North Hill, once the royal seat of Arthedain. It was there that the Witch King of Angmar led his evil army to capture it, bringing about the fall of the kingdom. A bloody battle ensued, leaving countless Dunedain warriors, human soldiers, and the Witch King's foul creatures slain, leaving the battlefield littered with corpses. The battle was so brutal that many of the dead were hastily buried near the defensive dikes or simply piled on their banks, earning it the nickname Dead Bank. Without hesitation, DUI immediately chose this location as his entry point into the underworld. Bidding farewell to Arwen, DUI paraded once again to the North Hill. He chose a spot near the defensive dike side of the fiercest fighting. This spot had been a battlefield grinder, every inch stained with the blood of Arthedain warriors and the legions of Angmar. Even after millennia, the marks left by death could not be erased, and a thick aura of death lingered. DUI began to draw a magic circle on the ground to connect with the underworld. Once completed, he placed a Morgul blade at its center and quietly waited for darkness to fall. As midnight approached, DUI activated the magic circle. The dense aura of death gathered around the circle, generating an invisible wave centered on the Morgul blade. The surroundings dimmed, as if shrouded in a hazy veil. The boundary between life and death was broken at that moment. The moon in the sky was stained a bloody red. The once silent surroundings were now filled with faint whispers and eerie laughter. DUI, observing the hazy, dreamlike mirage within the magic circle, felt as if a dimensional rift separated the inner and outer worlds. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. In an instant, he felt as if he had entered icy water. He shivered, his limbs frozen. Fighting the chill, he walked to the center of the circle and seized the Morgul blade. Upon contact with the Morgul blade, DUI's surroundings instantly transforming into a gray world. The surroundings remained unchanged, yet their colors seemed to fade, becoming gray and gloomy, as if shrouded in an eternal shadow, giving him a feeling of cold and death. This was the underworld, a realm between life and death. The Morgul blade was the key to entering the underworld. Upon entering the underworld, DUI carefully observed his condition and found that everything he had on him was intact. But when he tried to wave his wand, it felt like a stick, completely unresponsive. He couldn't even sense the magic within him. Despite Elrond's warning, Dewey still felt a deep sense of insecurity. His greatest resource, magic, was useless in the underworld. He felt like a mortal once again. Even more devastating was the fact that, while he had been surrounded by nothing in the real world, within the underworld, he was now surrounded by a dense swarm of spectral creatures, evil spirits. These spirits included orcs, trolls, wargs, and even humans. The halls of Mandus only summoned the souls of elves, humans, and dwarves. As for evil creatures like orcs, trolls, and wargs, their souls would linger in Middle-earth after death, either entering the underworld or wandering around, eventually fading. And these human spirits before him weren't soldiers of Arthedain who had fallen in battle, but rather evil humans who had followed the Witch King of Angmar. After their deaths, they feared judgment in the halls of Mandus, so they refused the summons and chose to remain in the underworld as wraiths. Within the underworld, these wraiths were more stable, radiating a dark aura. They were far more real and sinister than the ghosts he had encountered on the paths of the dead. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, and they glared at him with greed, as if they had seen delicious meat. It's a living being. I smell him alive. Then, from all sides, these gloomy, terrifying, and twisted creatures of the underworld swarmed around him. Their bodies, etched with a stench of death and decay, their bodies shaped like skeletons, fiercely attacked him. Chapter 211 Return to Dorgad. Facing hundreds of creatures from the underworld, DUI, despite being unable to use magic, remained calm and unfazed. Sure enough, as the ghosts charged forward, they crashed headfirst into the magic circle, as if they had hid an invisible barrier. Though DUI was only inches away, they could not advance a single step. The ghosts roared in frustration and hacked with their weapons, attempting to break through the protective magic circle. But no matter how hard they tried, the magic circle remained unmoved. DUI breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking Elrond for providing him with a magic circle. While the ghosts couldn't penetrate the magic circle, if they continued to destroy it, it wouldn't last much longer. Furthermore, his mission was to collect the dead matter, and he couldn't afford to waste even a second tangling with these underworld creatures. So DUI pulled out the starlight bottle containing the light of Eärendil and shook it. The dazzling, holy white light it emanated became the sole color of the underworld. The light of Eärendil, emanating from the radiance of the two trees, was a source of restraint and discomfort for the creatures of the underworld. The ghosts instinctively feared the light, howling and retreating, their rotting, hideous faces filled with resentment and greed. DUI ignored the ghosts, raising his starlight bottle and exiting the magic circle. He then surveyed the surroundings, searching for the substance of death. The surrounding wargs, orcs, and evil human ghosts followed DUI from a distance, never giving up their chance to attack. DUI's eyes quickly lit up, and he quickened his pace, heading for the nearby area. He saw a wisp of black mist drifting in the distance, seemingly alive, swirling and swirling. Though it was only a tiny wisp, barely noticeable without careful observation, it was filled with the aura of death, as if it held the essence of death itself. Even the surrounding ghosts seemed wary of the mist, daring not to approach. DUI did not touch it with his hands, but instead pulled out a black bottle he had prepared and carefully placed the substance inside. The bottle was made from the fragments of black stone wall DUI had previously cut from the Path of the Dead. According to Elrond, this obsidian possessed special properties. It not only cleared the minds of the spirits of the Path of the Dead but also possessed the ability to preserve invisible matter. Since death matter was inherently invisible, a container crafted from this obsidian was perfectly suited to contain it. DUI wasn't satisfied with just a single wisp of death matter. He knew that Peveril, the crafter of the Resurrection Stone, had spent years guarding Death's Gate before gathering enough death matter to craft the stone. Therefore, just one wisp wouldn't be enough. Death matter wasn't common in the underworld, and DUI searched around Forest for only a few wisps. The evil spirits followed him from a distance, their greedy, covetous eyes fixed on him. DUI wanted to go further to gather more death matter, but seeing the hourglass running low, he stopped and quickly returned to the magic circle. He was a living being and couldn't remain in the underworld for long, lest he be corrupted by it and transformed into a creature of the underworld. By then, there would be no chance to leave. The underworld and the real world, though two sides of the same coin, are like two parallel lines, mostly undisturbed. Ordinary beings cannot see the underworld, and its inhabitants cannot influence the real world, each exists independently. However, underworld creatures like the ringwraiths are able to appear in the real world thanks to the power of Sorin and the One Ring, granting them the ability to travel between the real world and the underworld. Or, like the mountain dwellers of the Path of the Dead in the White Mountains, they are bound there by curses and oaths. DUI quickly returned to the magic circle. Amidst the spirit's unwilling roars and malicious gazes, he inserted the Morgul blade into the circle before the hourglass ran out and then released it. As his hand released the Morgul blade, the surrounding environment instantly transformed, and the figures and roars of the evil spirits quickly vanished. The once gray and gloomy environment regained color and brightness. He was back in the real world. He was alone again. A dead silence reigned, not even the chirping of insects. Only the full moon in the sky remained bright and clear. DUI let out a breath. The atmosphere of the underworld was oppressive, dark, and chilly, like being in icy water. Even breathing became difficult. The icy temperature slowly seeped into his body as time passed, freezing his blood and bones. By the time the hourglass was almost empty, his heart felt frozen. Furthermore, his most reliant magic had lost its power in the underworld. Without the light of Arendelle, gifted by Lady Galadriel, facing so many underworld creatures, he would have had trouble collecting death matter, let alone returning safely. He glanced at the magic circle. The surrounding death energy had almost been depleted. Clearly, it could no longer sustain him in the underworld. A feeling of regret arose. "Guess I'll have to look elsewhere," DUI muttered, frowning. But looking at the obsidian bottle in his hand, a smile crept back into his face. This trip had been a safe one. He had finally collected some death matter. Death matter is invisible and intangible. To ordinary people in the real world, the bottle appears to contain nothing. But DUI could sense a small, cold, death-filled energy within. DUI glanced around again, wiped away the traces of the formation with a wave of his hand, and then paraded back to Windcloud Summit. Although he had left the underworld in time, DUI wasn't unaffected. He spent a few days sunbathing on the castle lawn, tanning his skin and finally dispelling the last lingering chill within him. He then planned to enter the underworld again. To enter the underworld, he had to find a place where many had died and filled with the aura of death. DUI's first choice was the Death Marshes. It was the site of the Battle of the Last Alliance, where countless elves, humans, and orcs perished. The aura of death was so thick that faces of the dead and will-o'-the-wisp appeared on the surface of the water, creating a place of death haunted by the undead. Therefore, the barrier between the underworld and the real world was at its weakest there, and creatures of the underworld could even be seen crossing the line between life and death to haunt it. The only problem was that the Death Marshes were too close to Mordor. If DUI went there, he would not only face the teeming ghosts of the underworld, but would also likely attract the attention of Sorin, making the situation even more dangerous. So, DUI regretfully abandoned the dead marshes. He then set his sights on Dol Guldur. Dol Guldur was once Sorin's stronghold in his necromancer form, rife with evil and death. It had once been a fortress built by the elves of the Woodland Kingdom, but Sorin seized it, forcing the elves of the Woodland Kingdom to migrate north. DUI first traveled through the Hearth to Lorien, then apparated to Dol Guldur. He frowned at the pervasive darkness. He had expected Dol Guldur to have faded since their last joint exile of Sorin, but after so long, he was surprised to find that the darkness still lingered. This was clearly unusual. DUI cast a disillusionment spell and teleported to the fortress, carefully observing his surroundings. Then they discovered that the fortress was swarming with orcs and gigantic aurochs, trolls who could tolerate sunlight, as well as giant spiders, wargs, and other foul creatures. These creatures hid within the fortress's buildings and even carved caves beneath it for their shelter and movement. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and several wargs sniffed, sensing an unfamiliar scent. They instantly looked toward DUI's hiding place and howled. The other orcs and aurochs drew their weapons and looked around. DUI, seeing this, no longer hiding, waved his hand to lift the disillusionment spell. Upon catching sight of DUI, the orcs grinned grimly, as if mocking his presumption. But then, as if struck by a sudden realization, a look of terror crossed their faces. They retreated in panic, their voices trembling as they shouted, "It's that man! The savior of the orcs, the Black Wizard!" At his words, the other orcs gasped, a sense of dread descending upon them. "Run! It's that Black Wizard! He's coming again!" The orcs had no courage to resist and fled in panic. The trolls, with their limited intelligence, were slow to react. They watched the orcs flee, then glanced at Dewey on the wall, scratching their heads, momentarily bewildered. Dewey gave the orcs no chance to escape. He was already a sworn enemy of Sorin, and now, facing these underlings, he naturally sought to weaken them. He removed the ring of power from his chest, placed it on his finger, and summoned the fiend fire with all his might. Powered by the ring, the fiend fire transformed into a raging flame, spreading in all directions. It took the form of balrogs, dragons, and basilisks, rapidly consuming everything in its path, including orcs, trolls, and giant spiders. The flames enveloped the entire fortress of Dol Guldur, reducing all the dark creatures within the fortress and the caverns beneath it to ash. The flames soared into the sky, visible even from the highest platform of the maelstrom trees in Lorien. The flames burned for a long time, until the last of the dark creatures was annihilated. DUI waved his hand to quench the raging fiend fire. The personified balrogs, dragons, and basilisks all extinguished themselves, without a trace of resistance or hostility. DUI gazed upon the ring of power in his hand, feeling satisfied. This was the first time he had used the ring of power to its full potential, and the power was truly extraordinary. Without the ring of power, he alone would have been unable to control such a massive fiend fire, even commanding the three personified balrogs, dragons, and basilisks to obey. Having dealt with the evil creatures of Dol Guldur, DUI gazed upon the sky and began to prepare the magic circle to enter the underworld. Chapter 212 The Netherworld Ring Spirit. Dol Guldur once spared countless lives, and because Sorin, in his guise as a necromancer, studied dark magic and foul sorcery there, the aura of death and evil far surpassed even that of Fornest, the northern hill. DUI chose an empty platform and drew a magic circle. Then, waiting for midnight, he activated the circle. As the surrounding death energy converged into the circle, the barrier between the real world and the underworld was broken, becoming a connection point, or a passage, between the two worlds. DUI stepped into the circle and took up the Morgul blade, representing the key. Upon touching the Morgul blade, DUI's surroundings transformed. The world faded into a gray and gloomy hue. Real objects around him became illusory and transparent, as if everything in the real world had become illusory in the underworld. Meanwhile, the spirits around him became more real and solid. DUI wasn't surprised to encounter underworld creatures, but the sight of the dense swarm of spirits around him still made him gasp. He saw that the orcs, aurochs, wargs, and other evil creatures he had just burned to ash with a fiendish fire had transformed into ghosts and appeared around him. Normally, not all undead would enter the underworld. What was going on? DUI was filled with confusion and alarm. Moreover, for some unknown reason, these ghosts had glazed eyes, like puppets. Could they have just died? Besides the ghosts of the evil creatures he had slain, There were also many pre-existing underworld creatures around him, many twisted spirits of humans, dwarves, orcs, trolls, and even elves. These ghosts seemed to have been distorted by foul sorcery, becoming utterly twisted and devoid of reason. I immediately guessed their nature. These ghosts must have been the undead that Soren had secretly captured during his time as the necromancer, experimenting and manipulating with his foul sorcery. He wondered why the souls of these humans, dwarves, and elves hadn't been summoned from the halls of Mandus, but instead remained in the underworld, becoming ghosts. These spirits, now utterly bereft of reason, leaped upon Dui, a living being, and rushed frantically, attempting to tear him apart and devour him. However, they were kept out by the magic circle, unable to reach him. Dui refused to engage with these spirits. Time was limited, and he needed to gather more death matter as quickly as possible. He drew his starlight vial, releasing the light of Earendel, driving back the surrounding spirits. Then, stepping out of the magic circle, he began searching for death matter. To Dui's surprise, the netherworld of Dal Guldur contained even more death matter than the northern hills of Fornest. Dui continued to gather death matter with his obsidian flask, using the light of Earendel to repel the eager spirits. But as Dui continued to gather death matter, the surroundings suddenly became distorted and darkened, a cold, suffocating, and despairing atmosphere permeating the air. The darkness, like thick, insoluble ink, pressed towards Dui, attempting to suppress the light of Earendel in his hand. Just then, a dark arrow suddenly shot towards Dui. Dewey quickly drew his sword and blocked the incoming arrow. "Morgar arrow," Dewey said, his face grim and solemn, as he gazed at the dark arrow on the ground. This magic arrow was different from the Morgul arrows once wielded by the orcs. It was far more dangerous and poisonous, a weapon of the Ringwraiths. And as far as he knew, the Ringwraith who excelled in archery was Cammer, the former leader of the Easterlings. As expected, the ghosts parted, and Cammer emerged, mounted on a ghostly horse. The Ringwraith now appeared more real and distinct than he had ever seen before. Its body was tall and gaunt, like a skeleton, draped in a black cloak, its rotting skin clinging tightly to its skull. Its hollow, sunken eyes gleamed with the red fire of hell. An aura of fear surrounded the Ringwraith, its breath carrying a poisonous black breath, and a voice whispering like an evil curse. It wielded a bow and arrow forged from an unknown bone, its red eyes gleaming with mockery. "Duir, the Black Wizard, your entry into the underworld today is absolutely the greatest mistake of your life," the Ringwraith, Hammer, sneered in a voice straight from hell. "The underworld is my domain. Your magic holds no threat here. Angmar failed to enslave you, so let me take you as my treasure. I'm sure my master will be pleased." Hammer's expression was one of complete victory over Dui, and his tone was filled with pride. Hammer was second only to the Witch King of Angmar among the 9 Ringwraiths in status, known as the Shadow of the East, Deputy Lord, and Black Easterling. Among the 9 Ringwraiths, Hammer's power was second only to that of the Witch King of Angmar. In the real world, Hammer would have been wary of Dui, but in the underworld, their own private domain, the Ringwraiths not only possessed the same power but also controlled the creatures of the underworld, making them the uncrowned kings. This was the reason for their self-confidence. Just as the Ringwraiths had predicted, the surrounding ghosts, once fearful of the light of Earendel, lost even their instinct for fear under their control and rushed frantically towards Dui. Even under the light, the ghosts slowly melted like thawing snow, weakening and dissipating, but they showed no fear and continued to advance towards Dui. The light of Earendel, which had once given Dui peace of mind, gradually shrank and dimmed under the ghosts' desperate assault. Dui's pupils shrank, and his face darkened. If these ghosts were allowed to continue, the light of Earendel would be exhausted. After all, the light of Earendel is a consumable, not an inexhaustible supply. The only thing that gave Dui some reassurance was that his flaming sword was also effective in the underworld. As he slashed, the surrounding ghosts dissipated and crumbled. But there were too many ghosts around, and he couldn't cut them all down. More importantly, the Ringwraith, Kelhamel, watched intently from the side. The Nazgul were cunning and equally wary of the light of Earendel. Therefore, they didn't initiate an attack. Instead, they remained stationary, planning a war of attrition, using the surrounding spirits as cannon fodder until the light of Earendel in Duil's hands was completely consumed. Duil would then be a prey to the Nazgul, ready to be tormented and even enslaved. Meanwhile, they launched a series of sneak attacks. A successful strike, like the Witch King of Angmar's Morgul blade, would be venomous, rapidly transforming the victim into a spirit, becoming a ghost under his control. Dewey swung his sword to block another Morgul arrow from Hammer. Thanks to his training with Elrohir and Elladan, the effects of the Ent drink, and the crown of wisdom he wore, Dewey's reflexes were incredibly fast, successfully blocking the arrows one after another. However, Dewey knew this was not a long-term strategy. As the sand in the alchemical hourglass dwindled, he began to retreat, fighting and retreating towards the magic circle. The ring wraith, Kelhamel, noticed Dewey's movements and immediately rushed towards the magic circle. He swung a mace from his horse and smashed it hard, attempting to block Dewey's path back. However, the magic circle was incredibly strong, and the mace's impact only caused a ripple, failing to break the structure. Dewey sneered, "Idiot. This magic circle was created in the real world. How can you possibly destroy something from the underworld?" Kelhamel was stunned by this, then suddenly realized and sarcastically thanked him. "Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot." As he spoke, he gradually became transparent and ethereal, then reappeared in the real world. As servants of the Ring of Power, the ring wraiths could freely travel between the real world and the underworld without the aid of external objects. Upon appearing in the real world, the ring wraith swung its mace, destroying Dewey's magic circle with a single blow. The magic circle shattered instantly, and the underworld's magic circle that had previously protected ghosts was completely ineffective. The ring wraith, Kelhamel, could see the underworld from the real world. He taunted Dewey, "Your magic circle has been broken. You will remain in the underworld forever, a ghost, my slave, idiot." Dewey, unfazed, his face filled with mockery and derision. He dropped the Morgul blade he had been holding, and the surroundings once again took on color. He returned to the real world. Only himself and the stunned ring wraith, Kelhamel, were around. "Who said I have to pass through a magic circle to leave the underworld?" Dewey sneered at the ring wraith. He swiftly cast the spell, Expecto Ward. The ring of power on his finger gleamed, and a massive, dazzling owl patronus flew out, its size comparable to that of the giant eagle Thoronder, illuminating the surroundings in a vast expanse of white. Giving the ring wraith no chance to escape back to the underworld, the owl patronus seized it and swallowed it whole. Looking at the struggling ring wraith within the transparent owl patronus, Dewey sneered. "Cammer, the ring wraith, your entry into the real world today is the greatest mistake of your life." Dewey returned the ring wraith's words, unspoken. At the same time, Dewey raised the starlight bottle and poured in magical power. The once dim light of Earendel became dazzlingly bright, releasing a holy radiance that seared the ring wraiths. The ring wraiths screamed in agony. Under the light of Earendel, their black cloaks dissipated like carbonized paper, and their withered, twisted bodies peeled away layer by layer as if burned. Seeing the ring wraiths growing weaker, Dewey drew a dagger and hurled it at them like a dart. The dagger was one of the 4 daggers he had obtained from the Barrow Downs, and it was far more effective against the ring wraiths than any other magic or weapon. The dagger struck the ring wraith's head squarely. The ring wraiths, struck hard, let out a piercing wail that echoed throughout Dol Guldur, their bodies rapidly twisting and collapsing like a deflated balloon. Then it exploded, sending up a massive shockwave. Ding-ding, the ring wraith vanished, leaving only a ring that rolled down and landed at Dewey's feet. Chapter 213, The Plot of Sauron and Saruman. Dewey carefully picked up the ring dropped by the ring wraith with his wand. It was made entirely of gold, adorned with a white gemstone. Was this one of the 9 rings of mankind? Dewey examined it curiously. He sensed a powerful allure from the ring, a temptation that sought to entice him to wear it, seeking greater power and a prolonged life. Dewey snorted coldly and placed it in a mithril box, completely isolating it from its power. While the 9 rings of mankind were powerful, granting the wearer near immortality, they were essentially honey wrapped in a deadly poison. Sauron had imbued the rings with his own corrupting power. Wearing one would be corrupted, transforming the wearer into a ghostly being, ultimately becoming a ring wraith, completely subject to Sauron's will. Dewey was in high spirits now that he had unexpectedly acquired one of the 9 rings of mankind. He imagined Sauron would be furious, having redistributed the 9 rings to strengthen their power. He hadn't expected one to be lost so soon. He wondered if Sauron would immediately reclaim the remaining rings. Dewey thought for a moment, then turned his attention back to the obsidian bottle he used to collect the death matter. This time, due to the sudden appearance of the ring wraiths, he had little time to gather death matter. Even so, The rich death matter in the underworld of Dol Guldur allowed him to gather more death matter in a short period of time than even the North Mound of Fornest. Looking at the half-filled bottle, Dewey glanced back at Dol Guldur, where the aura of death still lingered. He figured he didn't need to search for another location, he could continue collecting death matter here. So he returned directly to Lorien, planning to bask in the sun for a few days to shake off the chill before returning to Dol Guldur and entering the underworld. Meanwhile, atop the Tower of Braddower in Mordor, Sauron sensed the Ringwraith's death the moment Hammer died. The eye, perched atop the tower, erupted with even more evil flames, its eyes filled with rage. The other Ringwraiths below, witnessing Sauron's wrath, prostrated themselves on the ground in fear, begging for mercy. At that moment, within the dark abyss-like pupil of the demon eye, the figure of the Ringwraith, Camel, reappeared. All of his memories were revealed to Sauron, and Sauron instantly grew even more furious. Waste, the demon eye roared with a fierce, abyssal force. Not only did you fail to defend Dol Guldur, but you were deceived by the Black Wizard into the real world and killed. Even the ring of power I gave you has been lost, Camel, my servant. What's the point of telling you? Terrified by Sauron's overwhelming and terrifying aura, Camel pleaded, Master, please. I will take the ring back, but before he could utter a word, a wave of agony from the depths of his soul ripped through his body, causing Camel to scream in agony. His spirit twisted and deformed, as if he were being tormented by hell. The screams continued, and the other Ringwraiths prostrated themselves on the ground in terror, refusing to move, fearing their master's wrath would rage against them. By the time Sauron's wrath was almost fully vented, the Ringwraith's spirit, Hammer, was already weakened and on the verge of collapse. But with Sauron around, he could not truly die, and could only endure Sauron's wrath. Hammer, I will give you one more chance. You must retrieve the Ring of Power for me. Or I won't mind replacing you with another servant. Yes, Master, I will. Hammer, the Ringwraith, nodded repeatedly and promised. HMPH, I hope you won't disappoint me again. Just then, Saruman emerged from behind the Ringwraiths, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Sauron, you're counting on these worthless creatures to help you reclaim the 9 rings of mankind from that Black Wizard? You'd have a better chance if they helped me reclaim Isengard. Saruman, wielding a black staff and wearing a multicolored white robe, called himself the Wizard of Colors. He claimed that white is the beginning, white cloth can be dyed, white paper can be written on, and white light can be divided. He aimed to become the most powerful wizard to possess all colors. The staff he held was also a weapon reforged with the help of Sauron's forces. Ever since being rescued by Sauron's forces, Saruman had never given up on reclaiming Isengard. He hated Dire even more after learning he had become Lord of Isengard. If Dire hadn't lured him out, he wouldn't have been so distraught and homeless. Sauron was unsurprised by Saruman's appearance. In contrast to the Ringwraith's condescending attitude, Sauron showed a certain respect for Saruman. He said, I will help you retake Isengard, but the time is not yet. Spies from Rohan and Gondor have reported that the Black Wizard has subjugated the Dunlendings and successfully negotiated peace with Rohan. You no longer have any help there. Unless you recruit the armies of Mordor to aid you, you must first defeat Rohan and Gondor, otherwise Mordor's warriors will never reach Isengard. Hearing Saruman's words, a sinister look filled his face, his eyes filled with jealousy. Duir, he seemed to chew the name to pieces. Sauron, seeing this, flashed a triumphant smile. If there was one thing that pleased him, it was that Saruman had been forced to come to Mordor and become one of his men. Although they had previously colluded through the Palantir, their relationship was essentially a partnership, each harboring its own agenda, seeking to exploit the other. But now, with Saruman's lair captured, his traitorous identity exposed, and his staff and ring of power taken, Saruman, left with nowhere to go, completely lost his arrogance and was forced to join Sauron. Saruman, worthy of being Middle-earth's foremost engineer, arrived in Mordor and, with Sauron's support, embarked on a massive mechanical undertaking, inventing explosives and forging massive weapons, doubling the primitive Mordor's combat power. He even cultivated various dark creatures, crossbreeding orcs with humans and other races, creating the enormous Uruk orcs, who feared no sunlight. Sauron asked, how is the training of the Legion progressing? Saruman shook his head, dissatisfied. Even though the Uruks and Orogs, trolls, are not afraid of sunlight, they are only slightly stronger than cannon fodder. They may be adequate against humans, but against a being like the Black Wizard, they pose no threat at all. Especially with the magic fire he unleashes, it can easily burn a vast army trash, Soren agreed. He had once been invincible with the orc army. But now he was facing the utterly unreasonable Black Wizard, whose magic was unlike that of other wizards and unrestricted. During the Battle of Five Armies, Soren had watched the entire process remotely using the Palantir. From then on, duel became his primary focus, forcing him to foresee that he would be a serious threat. As he had foreseen, Duel's influence was steadily diminishing under his meddling. Duer and the elves wiped out the giant spiders of Mirkwood, and his spider queen was slain. All the orcs loyal to him in Moria were slain by Duer and the dwarves, and the orc forces in Erehdar were eliminated. Each and every one of these events indicated that Duer was out to defeat him. Like Saruman, Soren was eager to eliminate Duer. "What are your plans?" Soren asked. Saruman, with a look of forethought, sneered, "Since that wizard in black has dragons, why can't we have them too? I remember Morgoth once had a dragon host. Don't you want one, Soren?" Naturally, Soren wanted one, and he even secretly sent someone to contact the dragon Smaug, who was still in the Lonely Mountain. But the dragons were proud by nature. Apart from expressing their obedience to Morgoth, their creator, they completely disdained Soren's attempts to recruit them, even though he was once a colleague of Morgoth. "What are you going to do?" Saruman said proudly. "Besides the golden dragon Smaug, I know of another dragon, an old one who survived the ancient War of Wrath. He's even larger and more powerful than Smaug, but he's been dormant, hidden from the public eye. And unlike Smaug, he's a cold dragon. The chill he breathes is enough to freeze the soul. Even the mountains where he dwells are covered in perpetual snow from his slumbering cold." "You want to win over that dragon?" Soren questioned. From what he knew, dragons showed no interest in anything other than treasure and were extremely arrogant. Even Smaug, a young dragon barely 1,000 years old, showed no regard for Soren. And that's even more so for the old dragons who fought in the War of Wrath. So when Dewey learned he had tamed Smaug, even Soren couldn't hide his envy. After all, it was a privilege he didn't even have. Saruman shook his head, his darkened form becoming even more sinister and menacing. He sneered, "These ancient dragons won't be so easily subdued. All I want is their blood and bones. Using their flesh and blood, we can crossbreed them with fallen beasts and giant lizards to breed our own worms. Then, we'll have an army of worms." Upon hearing Saruman's words, Soren's massive demonic eye instantly erupted in flames. He exclaimed in delight, "Can you do it?" Saruman nodded confidently, "Of course, but dragons are powerful. I need our combined strength to deal with that slumbering cold dragon." Soren chuckled, his anger at having his ring taken from him vanishing. "As you say, and I have an even better idea. We can infect that dragon with an evil spirit and use it to our advantage." Chapter 214 Making a Gold Cup. Dewey was completely unaware of Soren and Saruman's plans. He entered the underworld several more times, gathering enough dead matter before finally stopping. The materials for the resurrection stone were complete, but crafting it required a resurrection ritual at midnight, at the end of the year and the beginning of the new year, when Sirius, Helluin, was in the sky. Therefore, crafting would have to take place after the Hufflepuff Cup. Dewey put this matter aside for the time being and discussed the matter of the Ring of the Nazgul with Galadriel, Elrond, and Celeborn. The 9 rings of mankind had long been imbued with evil by Soren. Although they were powerful treasures, Dewey dared not touch them. Galadriel and the others agreed with Dewey and decided to destroy them completely. The 9 rings of mankind were not as difficult to destroy as the One Ring, which required Mount Doom. 4 of the 7 rings of the dwarves were destroyed by ancient dragon fire. Therefore, Elrond proposed that Smaug destroy one of the 9 rings of mankind, and the others agreed. Upon seeing this, Dewey summoned Smaug and ordered him to melt the ring with dragon fire. Smaug's flames did indeed affect the ring, burning it red hot. However, since Smaug was not the most powerful fire dragon, his dragon fire would need to burn continuously for several days to completely melt the ring. Seeing this, Dewey offered to lend a hand. He obtained a bowl of venom from the basilisk Herpo and doused the ring in it. The venom instantly boiled, sizzling and corroding the ring like sulfuric acid. Although the effect was slow, it did have an effect on the ring, putting its surface and dulling its luster. The ring's rate of destruction was halved. Still not satisfied, Dewey added a fiendish fire to the ring while Smaug burned it with dragon fire. Under the continuous burning and corroding, the ring's rate of destruction increased rapidly. The 9 rings of mankind can be said to be the true essence of the ring wraiths, and even similar to Horcruxes, They serve as repositories of their souls. The ring wraith, Camel, sensed the destruction of the ring immediately. Camel screamed in agony and terror. As the ring, pitted and dented by the basilisk's venom, his spirit became tattered and tattered, as if corroded by sulfuric acid, becoming even more hideous and terrifying. As the ring burned with dragon fire and the fiend fire, Camel's spirit also began to blaze, weakening ever more. This commotion caused the other ring wraiths to panic. Soren, their master, also sensed Camel's condition and was filled with rage. It's the Black Wizard who's destroying the Ring of Power. He had hoped that if I obtained Camel's ring, and if he took it for himself, as he had once tempted the Human King, or even wore it, he would be corrupted and transformed into another ring wraith. But the current situation had dashed his hopes. Far from being tempted by the Ring of Power, I was actually attempting to destroy it. As for the ring wraith, Kahamir, engulfed in flames, weakening and fading, Soren was now helpless. The ring was the ring wraith's true form. Once destroyed, the ring wraiths within it would cease to exist. Soren could not resurrect it. Unwilling to see the ring destroyed, Soren remotely invoked the alluring power of the Ring of Power, attempting to stop Duil from destroying it. But Duil had already prepared himself, carrying the light of Eärendil with him and summoning his guardian spirit. No matter how the ring's alluring power was unleashed, it failed to affect Duil, who continued to control fiend fire and smog to burn the ring. As for why Soren didn't send the ring wraiths to seize it, judging by Elrond, Galadriel, and the others surrounding Duil, their presence would simply be a way to kill them and destroy more rings. Therefore, Soren could only watch helplessly as Kahamir, the ring wraith, gradually dissipated amidst its wailing. After a day, the ring was completely melted by the triple assault of dragonfire, basilisk venom, and fiendfire, shattering its inlaid white gem. A thick, black mist, emitting an evil aura, emerged from the gem, taking the form of the hideous face of Camel. With a shriek of agony, it instantly exploded and dissipated. Simultaneously, atop the tower of Braddower and Mortar, Camel's soul was instantly shattered, vanishing from the world. Not even his master, Soren, could resurrect him. Thus, one of the 9 ring wraiths was lost. The remaining 8, watching their companions vanish into thin air, were horrified and awed, staring at the silent Soren in fear, daring not to utter a single sound. Then, like the silence before a flood, Soren's massive eye erupted in a raging rage, its mighty aura soaring into the heavens, causing the skies of Mordor to change color. Mount Doom continued to spew lava and billowing black smoke, as if the world were about to end. All the creatures of darkness were in a state of panic, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Dark Lord to appease his wrath. Having successfully destroyed one of the 9 rings of mankind, Dui breathed a sigh of relief. Having slain a ring of power and cut off one of Soren's Nazgûlades, he imagined Soren must be furious. But the thought of his enemy being furious was a source of joy. Having dealt with one potential threat, Dui finally began to turn his attention to other matters. Time flew by, and autumn and winter arrived once again in Eärendil. As the oak trees ripened, the mistletoe that infested them finally blossomed. On the 6th day after the full moon, Dui paraded to the foot of a 1,000-year-old oak tree in a valley in the windy hills. He gazed at the mistletoe, now covered in pale yellow blossoms, and with a golden sickle, he cut the stalks, catching them with a white cloth to prevent them from touching the ground. He then plucked 7 plump acorns from the oak's shady side. Then, with a wave of his wand, he directed it towards the tree trunk, causing it to automatically split open, and from within he extracted the long-barreled gold essence. One side of the fist-sized piece of gold was engraved with Celtic symbols representing life, healing, and protection, while the other was painted with runes symbolizing fertility. At this moment, the gold essence not only exuded the rich, nurturing aroma of the earth, but also brimmed with a rich vitality, as if it were not just a piece of cold gold, but a living metal. With this gold essence, along with the acorns and mistletoe he had collected, Dui returned to Windcloud Peak. He exposed the gold essence to the sun for 9 days and then bathed it in the moonlight for another 9. He then placed the gold essence in a furnace and forged it for 13 days, infusing it with magical energy each day as he forged it until it was imbued with magical power. Next, he forged and shaped the gold essence, carving it into an exquisite 2-handled golden cup. Dui inscribed runes on the cup and continuously cast spells upon it, finally completing the cup after over a month of work. The cup was small and exquisite, of pure gold, its surface glossy and heavy. Mystical runes and intricate patterns were carved into the cup, with a central figure depicting a badger. The entire cup exuded a sense of the weight of earth and life. Of course, at this point, the Hufflepuff cup wasn't complete. Next, they had to wait for Saturn's opposition to perform the final magical ritual. Saturn in Middle-earth is called lumbar, and it reaches opposition approximately every 378 days. During this period, Saturn becomes incredibly bright, even eclipsing Earendil's star. This day was approaching very soon. But before that, Dui needed to prepare a potion. He gathered the acorns and mistletoe he had collected earlier and visited the brown wizard Aragist in Mirkwood to replace some of the potion's ingredients with Middle-earth ingredients. It took another full month, from full moon to full moon, to craft a mysterious potion using acorns and mistletoe. Saturn's opposition also arrived. As Saturn, lumbar, rose above the eastern horizon at sunset, this pale yellow star shone with dazzling brilliance, becoming the undisputed brightest star of the night. Even Venus, Earendil's star, pales in brilliance. On the vast lawn of Witherdop, a massive stone circle stood. Its orderly arrangement vaguely matched the positions of the stars, and each stone was inscribed with mysterious, ancient runes, forming a primordial, natural formation. This was a long-lost druid magic circle, and Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of Hogwarts Hufflepuff House, was a traditional druid. As lumbar, Saturn, gradually rose higher in the sky, Dewey placed a golden cup on the stone platform at the center of Stonehenge. The cup was filled with a mysterious potion made from mistletoe and acorns. Then, like a traditional druid priest, Dewey chanted an ancient incantation. His voice echoed through Stonehenge, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The formation gradually awakened, emitting waves of magical energy that grew increasingly powerful, establishing a connection with Saturn in the sky. When Saturn reached its highest point in the sky, Stonehenge roared, and then lumbar, Saturn, in the sky released a dazzling, pale yellow light. Like a pillar, it projected down from the starry sky and fell directly into Stonehenge. All the powers on the continent turned toward the starlight, their expressions varied. Far to the east, Mordor was particularly affected. The massive demonic eye atop the Tower of Barad-dûr stared fixedly to the west, as if plotting some sinister plan. Meanwhile, at Witherdop, immense astral forces converged within Stonehenge, pouring into the liquid in the golden cup. The potion within the cup became increasingly extraordinary. The clear, watery liquid gradually turned golden, radiating a golden glow, imbued with vibrant energy and exuding a rich, refreshing fragrance. Dewey smelled the refreshing fragrance, like the sweet aroma of earth after rain mixed with the sap of flowers and plants. His body, aching from standing for so long, quickly recovered, brimming with energy, as if he'd consumed some powerful tonic. Just smelling it had such an effect, Dewey couldn't help but wonder what the liquid in the cup would do if he drank it. However, the formation clearly didn't allow him this opportunity. The golden liquid in the cup dwindled at a visible rate, eventually dissolving entirely into the cup. The magical ritual finally concluded only after lumbar, Saturn, set below the western horizon. The astrological force receded, and Stonehenge returned to its peaceful state. Only a gleaming golden cup, with two handles, stood quietly on the stone platform within the formation. Dewey walked over and picked up the cup. Clear spring water poured into the cup. Dewey tapped the rim with his wand. Become wine, the clear water in the cup changed color, becoming red wine, emitting a winey aroma. Dewey took a sip and felt a gentle, nourishing energy surge through his limbs, bringing him a profound sense of well-being. This energy not only quickly replenished Dewey's depleted magic power, but also healed and repaired the various magical ailments within his body. Dewey felt a sense of relief, as if his body had become much lighter. Chapter 215 Blue Robe Wizard. Dewey looked at the golden cup in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. Unlike the sword of Gryffindor and the diadem of Ravenclaw, the Hufflepuff cup could neither be used as a weapon nor increase wisdom. Instead, it was a holy grail that healed wounds, nourished the body, and replenished magical power. It could even cure basilisk venom. Besides phoenix tears, it was the only antidote to basilisk venom. It even possessed a certain immortality property. Regular use of the cup not only ensured health and freedom from disease, but also extended lifespan, surpassing that of ordinary wizards. This was why Helga Hufflepuff became the longest-lived of the four founding houses. Beyond these uses, the cup also served as a life aid. It could not only summon and multiply various delicacies, but also produce a constant supply of fine wine, milk, tea, and other beverages to meet daily needs. Having successfully crafted the cup, Dewey left Stonehenge with it, intending to carry it with him for future banquets and long journeys. As for Stonehenge, Dewey didn't tear it down, leaving it where it was, a feature of the castle. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Dewey then teleported to Rivendell through the fireplace. Dewey, was the golden cup successfully crafted? Arwen asked gently and concernedly. She had also witnessed Lumbar's projection onto Witherdop last night, and while she had confidence in Dewey, she still needed to know the result before she could rest assured. Dewey smiled and nodded. It's a success. Arwen's last remaining worries vanished, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. Congratulations, she said happily for Dewey. After he returned to Witherdop for permanent residence, Arwen was left in Rivendell by his brothers-in-law, Elrohir and Elladan, who had been instructed by Elrond. After all, while Dewey and Arwen were in love, they couldn't live together long without a wedding. More importantly, Arwen now had a new pet, the Pegasus given to her by Dewey. Arwen raised the foal in Rivendell and cared for it with great care. The other elves of Rivendell were also delighted with a pure white Pegasus, which perfectly suited the elven aesthetic. Elrohir and Elladan were envious, and even Elrond often visited the foal. Dewey was also very discerning. Seeing his future father-in-law and brother-in-law's fondness for the foal, he immediately offered to breed 3 more Pegasus for them. For a moment, the 3 men warmed up to Dewey. The Pegasus they had been waiting for was already being bred in Isengard, awaiting its birth. Just as he was talking about Pegasus, a horse's neighing was heard over Rivendell. Dewey looked up and saw a pure white Pegasus, its pearly white gleaming in the sunlight, a truly beautiful and majestic sight. The Pegasus inherited not only the speed, strength, intelligence, and endurance of the Marasma, but also the soaring ability and eagle-like vision of the giant eagles. From high above, it quickly spotted Dewey and Arwen. With a delighted neigh, it swooped down, flapping its huge white wings, landing on the platform. It nuzzled Arwen affectionately, then nuzzled Dewey's cheek. Dewey gently stroked the Pegasus, expressing his affection. The Pegasus, named Eleanorus, Star Horse, by Arwen, may not yet be an adult, but thanks to its giant eagle genes, it is far taller than other steeds. Its wings are fully grown, allowing it to soar. The Pegasus has become a star and a favorite of Rivendell, beloved by the elves. Some are even secretly plotting its arrival, hoping to find a mate for it and perhaps even produce a Pegasus. Who could say that the elves don't have their own little ambitions? After calming the Pegasus for a moment, Dewey and Arwen went to meet Elrond. Elrond was as gentle as ever, his eyes full of profound wisdom. Is everything going well? Dewey, understanding what Elrond meant, nodded with a smile. I have fulfilled your mission. He then produced the golden cup and handed it over. Elrond took the cup and examined it carefully, a look of astonishment forming in his eyes. He had heard Dewey mention forging a magical device before, but it wasn't until the starlight shone on the western Witherdop last night that he guessed he was working on that magical device. He had also seen Dewey's crown of wisdom before, even wearing it once, and had a high opinion of that treasure. But this golden cup, however, was even more appealing to him. The cup's magical properties and abilities, such as healing and nourishing, greatly impressed Elrond, a physician. He returned the golden cup to Dewey and said with a smile, with this golden cup, all my medical skills seem to be useless. I'm afraid there is no poison in this world that can harm you. Dewey shook his head and disagreed. Lord Elrond, you are praising too much? This is just a tool. It may have some therapeutic uses, but it is not omnipotent, let alone compared with your skills as the most outstanding doctor in Middle-earth. He was not flattering. Regardless of Elrond's superb medical skills, the ring of air he wore on his hand was a healing artifact. How could his golden cup compare with the ring of air? Elrond did not refute Dewey's words. He looked at his daughter who was standing with Dewey, smiled kindly and said, with this golden cup, your safety will be greatly improved. This way, when you go to the Far East, Elwyn and I will be more at ease. Then he turned and asked, when are you going to the east to find the remaining Philosopher's Stone materials? Dewey shook his head. There is no rush for the time being. After all, the Far East is Sauron's territory, and the location of Hildorian is unknown. I want to make sufficient preparations before going. So I will wait until the Resurrection Stone is made. Maybe I can use the Resurrection Stone to summon someone who knows the location. Elrond nodded with an expression of appreciation. You thought it through well, but you can't put all your hopes on the Resurrection Stone. If you want to find Hildorian and collect the Salt of the Flesh, I suggest you find the two blue-robed wizards in the far east. Like Mithrandir, they had crossed the sea from the west, arriving even earlier than Mithrandir. They had been quietly leading the free folk in the far east against Sorin's rule. They had long been active in that land and might know news of Hildorian. Blue wizards, Dewey asked, surprised. Do you know them, Lord Elrond? Of the 5 wizards who arrived in Middle-earth, the 2 blue wizards were the most mysterious. Middle-earth history rarely details them. After crossing the sea from the west to Middle-earth, they journeyed directly to the far east, where they remained active. Therefore, Dewey knew only their names, not their names. As far as he knew, the blue wizards were 2 Magyar serving under Orima, the Valar god of the hunt. However, for some unknown reason, they were unable to board the ship returning to Valinor after the War of the Ring. Elrond shook his head. I met them only once. They came from the west of the sea to the Grey Havens and followed the east-west road to Rivendell. I entertained them then. They didn't stay long in Rivendell. After crossing the Misty Mountains, they headed east. I haven't seen them since. I only heard vague rumors that they were in the east, secretly fomenting rebellion against Sorin, hindering his actions in the east, and limiting the power of the dark forces. What are their names? What are they called? Elrond approached the pool and waved his hand. The calm waters rippled, revealing a vision. It showed 2 elderly men in dark blue robes. One had a short brown beard, the other a slightly longer beard, shorter than Saruman and Gandalf's. Elrond pointed to the old man with the brown beard. This is Merida. He pointed to another old man with a gray beard and blue robe. This is Ramistanu. They are close friends and inseparable. Because they both wear blue robes, they are called blue robe wizards. If you want to find Hildorian, you can find them and ask them for help when you go to the east. Of course, I am not familiar with these 2 blue robe wizards. Perhaps you can ask Daragast or Mithrandir. They are also wizards and may have each other's contact information. Then, as if he thought of something, he frowned and said, speaking of which, the one who is most familiar with the 2 blue robe wizards should be Saruman. He once traveled to the east with the 2 blue robe wizards, and only returned to the west alone later. In terms of understanding the east and the blue robe wizards, he should be the one who knows the most, but now that Saruman has rebelled, he can't ask him about the east. After learning some information about the blue wizard from Elrond, Dewey didn't stay long. After parting with Arwen, he didn't return to Witherdop, but headed for Isengard. Isengard couldn't be lost. To guard against Saruman and Mordor, Dewey had previously devoted almost half his time and energy to Isengard. But he gradually felt relieved as his 3-headed wolf, Griffin, and Hippogriff grew larger and larger, and his pressure gradually eased. Otherwise, staring at this place would have been overwhelming. Dewey emerged from the fireplace on the first floor of Orthanc Tower and was met head-on by a massive, mountain-like 3-headed wolf, Cerberus. Dewey had used the invisible extension spell to expand the first floor to the size of a football field, more than enough for the 3 wolves to roam. Meanwhile, Cerberus, the 3-headed wolf, lay on the ground, bored, its left and right head snoring soundly, while the center one remained awake, keeping watch. When Dewey emerged from the fireplace, the waking head instantly glanced over with alarm, a fierce expression on its face. But when it recognized Dewey, the fierceness vanished, and it happily wagged its tail, stuck out its tongue, and purred with delight, as if to be coquettish. Okay, I get it, Cerberus. I'm here to see you, aren't I? Dewey smiled gently and petted it, trying to stay on its feet to avoid being knocked to the ground by the massive heads. Chapter 216, Yalan. Thanks to his gift of legilimency, he could communicate seamlessly with the 3 wolves. You've guarded this place well, Xiaozhong. Here's your reward. Dewey produced a golden cup, conjuring a large pile of meat and a large bowl of milk for the wolf. At that moment, the other 2 dormant heads, scented by Dewey and the aroma of the food, awoke and immediately vied with each other to flirt with Dewey. The one in the middle was no less enthusiastic, joining in the vying for his attention. Squeezed between the 3 massive heads, Dewey felt almost breathless under the weight of their affection. He felt a momentary unease, unable to laugh or cry, and quickly conjured more food to attract their attention. After comforting the 3 wolves, Dewey went to visit the other creatures. The griffin perched atop the tower, while not as large as the 3 wolves, had inherited the genes of a giant eagle, and even at its young age, it was larger than an adult lion. Compared to the clingy 3-headed wolf, The griffin was more aloof, like a cool big cat. Although it greatly enjoyed Dewey's touch and was very close to him, it was always reserved and would not actively act coquettishly. The griffin was extremely intelligent and loyal, meticulously carrying out Dewey's orders, patrolling Isengard and its surroundings daily to monitor the situation. Even during Dewey's absence, it captured several orcs from the misty mountains behind Isengard, tearing them apart with its sharp claws and beak. Dewey, surprised by this information from the griffin's memories, gently stroked its beak and patted its neck. "Well done, Aslan, you are my pride," Dewey praised. The griffin, overjoyed at Dewey's praise, flapped his wings and let out a cry that resembled both a lion and an eagle. From then on, he carried out his duties even more diligently, never allowing anyone to trespass on his master's territory. As for the hippogriff, because it lacked the intelligence of the griffin and the three-headed wolf, Dewey released it into the woods of Isengard, where it lived alongside the mare that gave birth to it. The hippogriff was now nearly as tall as the mare, but due to its youth, it still stayed close to her. However, it was now capable of independently hunting small animals such as rabbits and mice, occasionally consuming grass stems and wild fruits. Despite its wings and impressive flight, the hippogriff preferred to live on the ground. Dewey also built a stable within the round wall, housing several Myris horses captured from the steppes. These stables were now breeding hybrids of giant eagles and horses. The only uncertainty was whether the resulting offspring would be hippogriffs or Pegasus. After all, this was a magical hybridization that could not be controlled. The resulting species depended entirely on luck. The Pegasus that Dewey had promised Elrond, Elrathir, and Elladan would also emerge from these embryos. In addition to these, Dewey also established an underground breeding facility. Inside, Dewey created embryos from hybrids of dragons, monitor lizards, and pythons, all implanted in mothers. They are all currently stable, with no issues reported. Dewey's ultimate goal is to create a subspecies of dragon. Like the dragons in Harry Potter's world, while mute and lacking intelligence, several parts of their bodies are extremely valuable. Dragon nerves can be crafted into powerful wands, dragon hides can be used to create protective materials such as gloves and coats. Dragon blood has numerous magical uses, and dragon scales can be used to craft magical items such as shields and barriers. Dragon hearts and livers can be used to create precious potions. Even dragon dung is a highly valuable fertilizer for magical plants. Truly, every dragon is a treasure. Many of Dewey's magical experiments require dragon parts, but he couldn't possibly touch Smaug. The previous blood draw had already traumatized Smaug, let alone anything else. Therefore, Dewey planned to breed a worm to replace Smaug, freeing the dragon from constant fear, fearing the day his tendons and bones would be ripped out. Dewey's actions coincided with the plans of Sauron and Saruman. As Dewey waited, a gorilla's first laid eggs. The gorillas, captured by the giant eagle Thorondor for Dewey from the Misty Mountains, were over 7 meters long and a formidable beast of the Misty Mountains, feared even by the orcs. While the gorillas could lay multiple eggs at once, this time they laid only a single egg, a size larger than an ostrich. The egg was hard, like an oval stone egg, covered in patterns. Knocking it made a sound like knocking on a stone shell. Dewey stared at the enormous egg, unsure how to hatch it. So, he sought out Smaug to inquire about hatching dragon eggs. Smaug was also somewhat curious about the dragon egg. He knew Dewey had used his blood to crossbreed with other creatures, and he sensed a blood connection in the egg. However, if he expected Smaug to develop a fatherly love for the dragon egg, he was mistaken. Dragonkind lacked familial affection. Dragons even slaughtered each other for treasure, even fathers and sons, mothers and sons. This was why dragon numbers plummeted during the Third Age, leaving only Smaug as a prominent dragon. Furthermore, the dragon egg before him was simply a cross between his blood and other creatures, hardly a purebred dragon. Therefore, Smaug's curiosity was limited, and he soon lost interest. However, he did advise Dewey that fire dragon eggs needed to be incubated at high temperatures. He had originally hatched them in a subterranean fire. With this definitive answer, Dewey placed the dragon egg in an iron pot and placed it over the fire, even covering the pot to ensure even heating, allowing it to dry cook and simmer. While the dragon eggs were incubating in this intense heat, before they hatched, the remaining pythons laid eggs that were hybrid dragon and python. To Dewey's surprise, this time the pythons laid 3 dragon eggs. These hybrid python and dragon eggs were smaller than the first dragon eggs, about the size of ostrich eggs, and covered with patterns resembling snake scales. Meanwhile, the pregnant mares in the stables began giving birth. 8 mares each gave birth to 3 hippogriffs and 5 pegasus. Now, both hippogriffs and pegasus had established populations. DUI arranged for the hippogriffs to live with one of the previous mares, raising them in the forests of Isengard and even entrusting them to the care of the treemen of the neighboring Fangorn forest. The 5 pegasus, 1 black, 1 gray, 2 red, and 1 moon white, were all exceptionally majestic and beautiful. Seeing such a large number, Dewey sighed. It was just right. He intended to give the black pegasus to Elrond, the 2 red pegasus to Elrohir and Elladan, and the gray and moon-white pegasus to Celeborn and Galadriel of Lorien. Upon hearing of the Pegasus' birth, the usually calm and gentle Elrond teleported directly from Rivendell. Elrohir and Elladan, eager to see the new Pegasus, were nearby, along with Arwen, who beamed and watched the spectacle. Dewey, after his surprise, could not help but burst into laughter. It was the first time he had seen Elrond so animated, a stark departure from the calm and wise Lord of Rivendell. But it was clear how much the elves loved Pegasus, allowing them to let go of their reserve. Dewey led the others to the stables. Dewey didn't need to say anything. Elrond's gaze was drawn to the majestic black Pegasus, while Elrohir and Elladan similarly set their sights on the 2 red Pegasus. Dewey's lips curled up, knowing he had made the right allocation. Arwen, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at the Pegasus, said happily, "Now Elenoris won't have to be alone. He can soar through the skies with his companions." Then she looked at the remaining 2 Pegasus, the gray and moon white, and asked, "Dewey, have you decided what to do with these 2 Pegasus?" Dewey smiled and nodded. "I intend to give them to Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel. I wonder if they will appreciate this gift." Celeborn and Galadriel were certainly delighted with the gift. Celeborn took a liking to the great Pegasus, which shone like silver in the sunlight, and even built an exquisite stable for his beloved horse to rest in. Galadriel even kept her own moon-colored Pegasus in her own private garden, where it drank the sweet, magical water of the fountain stream and ate rich licorice nourished by the stream. Dewey hadn't expected the Pegasus he'd accidentally bred to be so beloved by the elves. After a moment of surprise, he was overwhelmed with joy. Furthermore, Dewey's status among the elves had risen significantly because of Pegasus. The elves greatly admired this creature, naming it Pegasus, and Dewey earned the honorary title of Lord of Pegasus. However, Dewey's attention quickly shifted from the Pegasus to the dragon egg. After a month of incubation under the intense heat of the flames, the first dragon egg finally showed signs of hatching. Watching the scorching dragon egg tremble in the red-hot iron pot, Dewey immediately removed the pot from the heat, placed the scalding egg on the table, and waited. Soon, the egg's trembling grew stronger, as if something within was struggling to break free. Finally, as the cracks in the eggshell widened, they shattered, revealing a slimy, egg-soaked baby dragon on the table. The young dragon, covered in black scales, resembled a lizard, with yellow eyes and bronze horns, and a long tail adorned with spikes of a similar color. Dewey examined the dragon eggshell and the remaining egg liquid, then collected them with a wave of his hand to use as potion ingredients. He then looked at the young dragon with curiosity and approached to observe it. The dragon, watching Dewey approach, gave a cautious, childish cry of warning. Dewey raised an eyebrow. So young, yet so aggressive? He tentatively reached out and moved closer. The dragon suddenly blew a stream of sparks, attempting to strike Dewey. However, before the sparks reached Dewey, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Dewey then examined the young dragon carefully. The conclusion was that this hybrid dragon had inherited the dragon's fire-breathing ability, but the flames were not as powerful as the dragon's. Furthermore, the dragon's intelligence was not high, only slightly more intelligent than that of ordinary beasts. It had also inevitably inherited the dragon's obsession with treasure, though somewhat weakened, but still possessed a fascination with shiny things. Thus, Middle-earth's first sub-dragon was officially born. A week after the birth of the first dragonet, 3 eggs, a hybrid of python and dragon, finally hatched. The hatchlings that emerged this time were different from the previous ones. They were 3 dark green dragons. They were long and sturdy, with 2 long, gleaming golden horns and dense, fine scales. Their appearance was more like that of a snake, but with 4 legs and wings on their backs. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. we warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Resurrection Stone. DUI was delighted to see the newly born Wyrms. Although these Wyrms didn't inherit the wisdom of the Grey Dragons, and their magical power and physical prowess were far inferior to those of the dragons, they were still dragons and should not be underestimated. More importantly, every part of a Wyrm possessed immense value. DUI planned to establish a fire dragon breeding farm in the Misty Mountains behind Isengard, raising all the Wyrms in different areas of the mountains. To this end, he personally journeyed to the Misty Mountains, using magic to clear a large area and eliminate the few orcs that were scattered. He then continuously cast various spells around the dragon farm. He even used the power of the Ring of Power to conceal the dragon farm, which covered hundreds of kilometers. This effort took DUI a full fortnight, nearly draining him of his magic power. He only recovered with the help of the Golden Cup. The effect was obvious. The area surrounding the dragon farm vanished from the map of the Misty Mountains. From the outside, the vast blank space was completely invisible to the naked eye. Anyone outside approaching the dragon farm would be affected by the confusion charm and avoid it. The fire dragons within wouldn't leave the farm, remaining confined to their surroundings. Having invested so much effort in establishing a dragon farm, DUI naturally couldn't just raise a few dragons. So, DUI continued to breed dragons with various monitor lizards, pythons, and even crocodiles, attempting to breed more sub-dragons. More and more sub-dragons appeared in the farm, monitor-like fire dragons capable of breathing fire, green dragons skilled in poisonous gas attacks, slender python-like gray dragons, and crocodile-like black dragons. Of course, that was for the future. After completing the crossbreeding, DUI temporarily put aside his current affairs and began preparing for another important task. With the end of the year approaching, DUI began crafting the Resurrection Stone. With the turn of the old year, the Third Era 2944 was drawing to a close and the year 2945 was approaching. DUI had lived in Middle-earth for nearly 4 years, and his expedition to the Lonely Mountain had been 3 years long. At midnight, just before the turn of the year, DUI stood atop the Orthanc Tower, beneath him a magical circle and ancient runes inscribed in Mithril. DUI planned to use the Orthanc Tower's amplification power to craft the Resurrection Stone. Surrounding him, DUI not only prepared the Resurrection Stone's ingredients, death matter, but also two-dimensional bags. At the center of the magic circle stood a furnace, the very furnace DUI had once used to forge Mithril. As time passed, just before the turn of the year, DUI activated the magic circle. Under the amplification of the Orthanc Tower, the magic circle's power was multiplied countless times. It seemed as if all the magical energies of heaven and earth converged, forming a vortex of energy that continuously fed into the furnace. Even the moon and starlight in the sky seemed to be drawn in, flowing into the furnace. Magical flames ignited within the furnace, emitting a scorching heat. Seeing this, DUI threw the dragon's blood powder into the furnace. The flames instantly turned blood red, becoming even hotter. A fiery dragon materialized from the flames, swaying and dancing within the furnace, devouring and breathing flames. DUI chanted an incantation, waving his wand, and opened the obsidian bottle containing the death substance, pouring it into the furnace. The death substance was cold, and its arrival instantly caused the temperature within the furnace to drop. The death substance, like a black mist, drifted through the furnace, constantly being burned by the dragon's blood flames. The small fire dragon within the flames nimbly devoured the death substance, forming a tiny, solid black particle within its body. The life of the sinner, sacrificed, can bring the dead back to life. DUI chanted the incantation, then manipulated the space bag next to him to open, pouring out 7 petrified orcs. Under the orcs' horrified gazes, DUI, as cold as the Grim Reaper, threw the 7 orcs into the furnace, burning to ash amid their screams. By the time all 7 orcs were reduced to ash, it had just arrived, midnight, officially marking the beginning of the new year. After sacrificing 7 lives, a mysterious power seemed to awaken, and the underworld, previously parallel to the real world, emerged from the apocalypse of Orthanc. This time, DUI didn't need to prepare a magic circle, he could see the underworld. It loomed around him like a mirage, intersecting with the real world. The yin energy of the underworld was drawn in, flowing continuously into the furnace. Within the flame-like dragon's belly, A black particle, smaller than a grain of rice, visibly grew larger, resembling a crystal-clear obsidian. The sinful souls lingering in the world, exchanged for this, can bring the dead back to life. Dui picked up another special bag and poured out 13 orc ghosts. These ghosts were all creatures of the underworld he had captured while entering the underworld to collect dead matter. He similarly placed the 13 ghosts into the furnace. As the orc ghosts entered the furnace, they were swallowed whole by the fire dragon and merged into the obsidian within its stomach. As the ghosts merged, the obsidian seemed to transform into a black hole, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and absorbing it all. For the next hour, Dui removed 7 orcs and 13 ghosts from his dimensional bag and alternately placed them into the furnace, regularly adding dragon blood powder to keep the flames burning. The creation of the Resurrection Stone is a forbidden and extremely evil dark magic ritual. The second Peveril, who created the Resurrection Stone, was driven mad by the desire to resurrect his beloved, sacrificing the lives of an entire Muggle village and collecting ghosts. However, the result was only a tormented and indifferent soul projection, not a true resurrection. This led to the second Peveril's complete despair and suicide to reunite with his beloved. Dewey naturally wouldn't resort to human sacrifice like Peveril, so he chose dark creatures like orcs. To find enough orcs, Dewey searched the nearby Misty Mountains until he finally captured a sufficient number. The formation continued to operate, providing a steady stream of magical energy, and the furnace burned continuously. At dawn on the third day, as the first rays of the rising sun shone upon the tower, the flames of the furnace naturally died, and the formation finally ceased. Dewey opened the furnace and pulled out the obsidian-like gem. The black gem was crystal clear, barely the size of a little finger. In its center, a jagged black crack etched itself, like the pupil of a cat's eye. Deep darkness lay within. Like a tiny crack in a doorway, connecting to an unknown world. Looking at the Resurrection Stone in his hand, Dewey's face lit up with anticipation. He experimentally spun it 3 times. The next moment, a slender, revenant elf, with a commanding presence and a refined demeanor, appeared before Dewey. The revenant elf, seemingly more real than a ghost, yet more ethereal than a real person, wore an elven crown and dark Noldor hair. He possessed a striking appearance and demeanor, his gray blue eyes shone with profound wisdom. He seemed surprised by his presence, then turned to Dewey and asked, "You summoned me? Who are you?" Dewey looked at the elf before him, performed the traditional Noldor ritual, and spoke in Quenya. "Master Celebrimbor, I apologize for disturbing your slumber. I am Dewey the Black Wizard, and I summoned you with the Resurrection Stone." This man before him was none other than Celebrimbor, the master elven craftsman who had forged the 3 rings of the elf and other rings of power. Resurrection Stone. Celebrimbor glanced at the gem in Dewey's hand, surprised. "Did you forge this?" Dewey nodded, a little embarrassed. "It's called the Resurrection Stone, but it only summons a soul projection, not a true resurrection. It's a bit useless. I'm sorry to bother you." As the grandson of Fëanor and the master craftsman who forged the 3 rings of the elves, Celebrimbor possessed exceptional discernment and skill, and naturally recognized the Resurrection Stone's extraordinary qualities. His hand instinctively reached out to touch the stone, but the phantom hand passed right through Dewey's hand and the stone. Seeing this, Celebrimbor realized he was dead. He paused, his thoughts fleeting, then quickly recovered. He looked at the stone and shook his head in disapproval of Dewey's humble words. "Dewey, huh? You're far too modest. To be able to summon the dead, even just a wisp of their soul, is an extraordinary achievement. This touches upon the very realm of the soul law. Aside from the Lord of Mandus, I can't think of anyone else possessing such power." Celebrimbor then smiled meaningfully, looking at Dewey and saying, "While it cannot resurrect the dead, it can summon those long gone, like me, to gain access to secrets and lost skills long buried in history. I believe this is its greatest value. So, Wizard Dewey, what is your request in summoning me?" Dewey was about to speak when he suddenly felt the entire world freeze. The wind didn't move, the cloud stopped, and even Celebrimbor before him maintained a frozen expression. Startled by this sudden change, Dewey found himself unable to move, not even his mind, as if his body had ceased to exist. And at that moment, an invisible, divine, and majestic will descended upon him. Dewey felt his soul tremble, as if he had encountered the master of his soul, and for a moment, he was unable to control himself. That magnificent will focused its gaze on the Resurrection Stone, and then on Dewey. Chapter 218 Departure to the Far East. Dewey felt as if the will fell upon him, revealing all his secrets. He felt like a man stripped naked, exposed before his eyes. But he couldn't even consider any of this now. Instead, he was overcome by a profound panic, like the unknowable, overwhelming feeling of powerlessness felt by a lower dimensional being upon a higher dimensional being. But the will seemed devoid of malice, it merely gazed at him with pure curiosity. Good, a majestic voice echoed within Dewey's soul, a hint of admiration. Come to my Hall of Mantis someday, wizard from another world. Before the words were finished, the will receded. Stagnated time began to flow again, the still wind stirred, and the silent world returned to sound. Dewey was filled with shock, his heart trembling. That will was the master of the Hall of Mantis, the ruler of the undead? He had never expected that his creation of the Resurrection Stone would attract the attention of the Valar. And in a single word, it revealed his greatest secret. Wizard Dwar, Celebrimber's voice brought Dewey back to his senses. He looked at him curiously. Are you alright? Dewey tried to calm himself and shook his head. I'm fine. I was just distracted, but soon his excitement was uncontrollable, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He had discovered that his soul had become much stronger, a result that had only been achieved through 10 years of painstaking meditation. As his soul grew stronger, his mental power also skyrocketed, and even his pool of mana increased. Simply being gazed upon by Mantis had such a profound effect? Was this the power of the Valar? Dewey was deeply shocked. Finding back his inner ecstasy, Dewey told Celebrimber his purpose. Master Celebrimber, your craftsmanship is superb, capable of forging rings as powerful as the 3 rings of the elves. I wish to learn from you and forge a ring of my own. Celebrimber had long guessed Dewey's intention, but he expressed disapproval. The craftsmanship of the rings of power came from Soren. He arrived in Eregion in the form of Anarder and Decivni and the other elven artisans, using our hands to forge the 9 rings of men and the 7 rings of dwarves. Had I not hesitated and forged the 3 rings of power on my own, I fear they would have been tainted by Soren's evil power, like the others, and ultimately become his servants. Even so, I could not be sure that the 3 rings I forged would be used by Soren. So I separated and hid them, giving them to others for safekeeping, and vowed never to use them as long as Soren held the 1 ring. Even so, will you still learn to forge the rings of power? Dewey nodded affirmatively and pulled out the ring from the necklace hanging around his neck. Another ring of power. Celebrimber looked at the ring with surprise, but after a closer examination, he couldn't help but frown. The forger's skill is clearly not high, and he was obsessed with increasing power, resulting in a disappointing result. Whose work is this? It's Saruman the White, a wizard who colluded with Soren and betrayed his faction. Day briefly recounted Saruman's story. Celebrimber sighed, unaware that so many significant events had occurred so long after his death. Upon learning that the 1 ring was no longer in Soren's possession, and that Day was close to Galadriel and Elrond, Celebrimber no longer refused and agreed to teach him the art of ring forging. Celebrimber's agreement delighted Day. He had long coveted the 3 rings of the Elven Lord, but since they were in the hands of those close to him, he couldn't covet them. Now that he had the guidance of Celebrimber, he knew he would forge a ring as worthy as the 3 rings. In fact, Day also longed to summon another, Fëanor, the forger of the Silmarils and Celebrimber's grandfather. If this gifted elven craftsman could work together, perhaps a ring far more powerful than the 3 rings could be crafted. However, the Resurrection Stone's summoning of souls isn't unlimited, it can summon anyone it wishes. A close emotional connection with the summoner is required for the spirit to be summoned by the stone. Dewey naturally had no emotional connection to Celebrimber, but he devised a different approach. He asked Galadriel for a copy of Celebrimber's memories and implanted them in his own memory. Galadriel and Celebrimber were close friends. After Soren's true identity was revealed, Celebrimber, at Galadriel's suggestion, dispersed and hid the 3 rings, handing the Ring of Water, Nanaya, to Galadriel for safekeeping. This demonstrates the depth of their friendship. Dewey, therefore, transferred Galadriel's memories of Celebrimber's friendship to himself, thus forming an emotional connection with him. While this connection was false, it was nonetheless effective. The inspiration for this method came from Professor Lockhart, Harry Potter's second-year student. Lockhart was a complete novice, lacking most magical skills, but due to his exceptional talent in memory magic, he was able to manipulate the memories of many powerful wizards, transforming their adventurous memories into his own, thereby projecting himself as an elite wizard. With the help of the Crown of Wisdom, Dewey was no less skilled than Lockhart. After a period of practice and study, he mastered the memory charm to a profound degree. With his current level of memory magic, he could even transform mortal enemies into loving companions. Therefore, implanting a few memories was not a problem. Of course, Dewey also understood the importance of memory and the brain. Casually inserting someone else's memories into one's own could easily lead to schizophrenia. Therefore, Dewey exercised extreme caution, confining the memories to the crown of wisdom. Wearing it granted the memories, and removing them would erase them. Like a removable USB drive, Dewey didn't worry about any effects on the brain itself. In the days that followed, Dewey constantly summoned Celebrimbor to learn the art of ring forging from him. With a foundation in goblin smithing and alchemy, as well as some older smithing techniques he had previously learned, and the crown of wisdom's blessing, Dewey's ring smithing skills improved rapidly. His mentor, Celebrimbor, was astonished and lamented that if Dewey had lived in his time, he would have taken him in as an apprentice, thereby training him to become a more accomplished master craftsman. After 6 months of study, Dewey began to perfect the ring of power in his hand. Naturally, at his current level, he was far from capable of crafting a ring of power on his own. But he couldn't remain in his current state and slowly delve into it. He had spent enough time in his laboratory and needed to travel to the Far East as soon as possible to find the salt of the flesh and craft the Philosopher's Stone. After all, he was no longer young. If he didn't want to become an old man, he needed to achieve immortality as soon as possible. The Philosopher's Stone was one avenue, as was the rebirth of a phoenix through the Balrog's eternal flames. However, it would take nearly a year for the Balrog's undying flames to completely purge the evil power. He couldn't afford to wait in vain. Under Celebrimbor's guidance, Dewey reshaped the Ring of Power forged by Saruman, redesigning it based on its original power. Dewey's ultimate goal was to align it with the 3 rings of the Elven Lords, forging a ring of earth, just as the 3 rings corresponded to the elements of water, fire, and air. The ring of earth would correspond to earth and be able to control it. However, Dewey's current abilities didn't allow him to create such a ring. However, this didn't stop him from crafting the Ring of Power in this direction. With Celebrimbor's guidance, Dewey successfully addressed the shortcomings of Saruman's Ring of Power. While its power remained unchanged, it no longer burdened the wearer physically, allowing Dewey to wear it constantly on his wrist, rather than on a necklace. Furthermore, the Ring of Power could store magical energy, creating a powerful magical barrier in times of danger. The strength of this barrier depended on the amount of magic stored in the Ring of Power. If he had enough magic power, even if he faced Sauron head-on, he would have time to breathe before his magic power was exhausted. With this life-saving skill, Dewey felt more confident as he journeyed to the Far East. So, before setting out, Dewey poured all his magic power into the Ring of Power daily, quickly replenishing it with a golden cup before continuing to pour more. This continued for over a month, ensuring the Ring of Power held sufficient magic power for his safety. Only then did Dewey bid farewell to Arwen and prepare to journey east. Dewey did not intend to bring any conspicuous pets like Smaug and Thrandur with him on this journey. The east was Sauron's sphere of influence, and Dewey needed to remain as stealthy as possible to avoid attracting his attention. He feared being surrounded by Sauron and his forces before he could find Hildoreen, the birthplace of humanity, and collect the Salt of Flesh. Before setting out, Dewey contacted Gandalf, hoping to gain information about the Blue Wizard. But Gandalf explained that when he arrived in Middle-earth, the 2 Blue Wizards had already been established in the Far East for years, while he was in the West, so there had been no encounter between the 2. Gandalf suggested that Dewey should consult Daragus the Brown, who had arrived in Middle-earth before Gandalf and might know more about the Blue Wizards. Dewey then went to Daragast's hut to seek his advice. Although Daragast preferred to stay in the forest, he was close friends with many animals and could learn much about the outside world from them. A few years ago, a group of geese flew from the Far East and stayed with me for a while. They say that near the Sea of Roun, men in blue robes are leading the locals in an uprising. You could look there and perhaps you could find them. Daragast racked his brains for a long time, and only when Dewey placed the crown of wisdom on his head did he suddenly realize something and said, "Thank you for the information." Dewey had finally gained some useful information. The Far East was vast, and without a precise location, Dewey had no idea how to find the 2 blue-robed wizards. Now that the area had been narrowed down to the area near the inner Sea of Run, it was finally not as difficult as searching for a needle in a haystack. Dewey then bid farewell to Daragast and officially set out on his journey eastward. However, before heading east, DUI planned to stop by the royal city of Rohan to check in. Chapter 219, Disguise Magus. Edoras, the royal city of Rohan, lies in the Shrindil, the widest valley at the northern foot of the White Mountains. It is built on a solitary verdant hill near the valley's mouth, with a snow river flowing eastward. The hill is surrounded by ditches, parapets, and barbed fences, and is entered through a black gate. At its summit lies Metasold, the golden palace of the king of Rohan. With a soft crack, Dewey appeared in a deserted corner outside Edoras. He had traveled from Isengard and, after several apparitions, finally arrived at the royal city of Rohan. Apparition requires prior experience or a specific image to accurately transport to a destination. Dewey gathered descriptions of Edoras from Elrond, Gandalf, and others, forming a concrete mental image of the city, allowing him to accurately reach this unknown city. Rohan's lands are covered in pastures and grasslands, with vast expanses of land. Its primary livelihood is horse breeding and livestock farming. It boasts the finest horse breeds in Middle-earth and is renowned for its powerful cavalry. Mares like the ones Dewey used to breed Hippogriffs and Pegasus, and Shadowfax, the horse tamed by Gandalf, are all of the finest Myris breed found on the Rohan plains, descended from the Mount of Orima, the god of the hunt. They are also the exclusive mounts of the Rohan royal family. Dewey surveyed the city, whose symbolism revolved around the horse and whose symbols were everywhere, and approached the city gates with a sense of sightseeing. The gate guards observed the people passing by, alert for any suspicious individuals. Dewey's appearance drew everyone's attention. Compared to the others, his height stood out considerably. He wore elegant, understated, and gorgeous black robes, and his demeanor exuded the elegance and nobility of an elven figure, yet possessed a certain authority of a superior. Dewey wasn't aware of this appearance, but even with his restrained presence, he still stood out to those around him. The captain of the guards, seeing Dewey as a stranger, didn't dare to offend. He approached with respect and caution. "Sir, where are you from?" Outsiders entering the city must register. Dewey had come simply to sign in, and didn't want to embarrass the captain or cause any trouble. Furthermore, based on his years of sign-in experience, he knew the most likely location for a successful sign-in would be at the heart of the royal city, the Golden Palace of Metasold. So, he didn't conceal his identity. "I'm Dewey, from the Western Isengard Orthanc Tower. I'm traveling here to pay a visit to King Singer." Hearing Dewey's words, the captain was startled, his eyes widening, and he became even more cautious. As a Rohan, he naturally knew of Isengard. He had heard that the Lord had been replaced there, that the barbaric Dunlendings had been subdued, and that their king had even traveled to the western borders to sign a peace treaty with them. Consequently, Dewey's name spread rapidly throughout Rohan, especially the rumor that he possessed a mighty dragon, which became even more legendary. The captain, fearing no delay, quickly said, "Please wait a moment, my lord. I will report." He then hurried to his superiors to report. Inside the Golden Palace of Metasold, King Thingol was conversing with his advisor Mario. Mario, a former Rohan general stationed on the western borders against the Dunlendings, had earned King Thingol's trust and was now Thingol's chief advisor. Just then, a servant outside the door announced Dewey's visit. King Thingol's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned Dewey. However, Mario, standing nearby, frowned. Perhaps due to his past experience stationed on the western frontier and numerous clashes with the Dunlendings, Mario harbored a deep distrust of them, even a deep dislike. When King Thingol personally journeyed to the border to sign a peace treaty with the Dunlendings, Mario had strongly opposed it, believing the Dunlendings to be cunning and barbaric, untrustworthy, and desiring complete destruction. However, Thingol dismissed his advice. Mario harbored a persistent hostility toward the Dunlendings, and so too did Dewey, who had taken them in. As Dewey entered the palace, Thingol stepped down from his throne and offered a welcoming gesture. "Wizard Dewey, it has been over a year since we last met. I am honored to have you here in Edoras." Thingol, without the arrogance of his status as king, treated Dewey with respect and equality. Ever since Dewey became Isengard's new master, Singer had sent people to gather information about Dewey and his deeds. He was even more astonished and immediately decided to cultivate a friendly relationship with his new neighbor. Dewey politely nodded in greeting, smiling, "It's been a long time since we last met. Your Majesty Singer is as glorious as ever." After exchanging pleasantries, Singer introduced the ministers to Dewey. "This is my chief advisor, Mario. I've long heard of you, Wizard Dewey." Mario offered a smirk. It's a coincidence. I was once stationed at the fords of the Isen, very close to Isengard, but I've never visited. Now I think about it, it's a real regret." Then, changing the subject, he asked with a curious, feigned enthusiasm, "But why are you so interested in coming to Edoras, Wizard Doyle? What's your business? If you need anything, we'll be happy to help." King Sanger nodded and said cheerfully, "Mario is right. Wizard Doyle, if you need any help, please let us know." Doyle's gaze rested on the king's chief advisor for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a sense of insincerity and hostility in this man. Since awakening his gift of legitimacy, he had become accustomed to restraining his mental energy, lest the clamor of the surrounding voices disrupt his will, causing him to become overwhelmed by its dissipation. Now that his chief advisor was hostile, Dui was about to use legitimacy to investigate when King Sanger beside him interrupted. Seeing this, Dui didn't rush to pursue the matter. He turned his gaze away, shook his head at King Sanger, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Your Majesty, but I have no important business here. I have simply heard of the beauty of the Rohan Plains and longed for it. I have come here to visit, Your Majesty." At your invitation, Dui naturally wouldn't reveal his true purpose, so he made an excuse. King Sanger didn't care whether Dui's words were true or not. He then had a banquet prepared and invited Dui to attend. Dui gladly accepted. At the same time, the system responded, "Hogwarts sign-in system, locating Rohan, Edoras City. Do you want to sign in?" Signed in. Signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the Metamorphmagus talent. Dui was surprised to have gained this gift this time. Metamorphmagus, unlike Animagus, can transform into animals and is a high-level human transfiguration technique. Metamorphmagus, however, is an innate magical gift, not something learned. A Metamorphmagus possesses the ability to alter their appearance at will, without the need for magical potions or items like Polyjuice Potion. More importantly, their transformation has no time limit and cannot be undone by magic. Nymphadora Tonks, from the Harry Potter universe, is a Metamorphmagus, often altering her appearance to liven things up, for example, changing her nose to pig's, and her hair color changes with her mood. This rare magical gift is ideal for disguise and offers an advantage over Animagus, who can only transform into a single animal. Dui could sense a new level of plasticity in his physical appearance, capable of changing with his mood and will. If the current environment weren't unsuitable, Dui would have been eager to test this Metamorphmagus' abilities. So, with great anticipation, Dui attended the banquet hosted by King Thingol. Because the Rohan are mostly nomadic, their banquets are often unrestrained and uninhibited, with meat and wine being the main themes. At the banquet, Chief Advisor Mario was enthusiastic, toasting Dui repeatedly and casually probing him for information. Dui saw Mario's intent to get him drunk, but he didn't refuse. His physique was comparable to that of an elf, and ordinary alcohol had no significant effect on him. He drank glass after glass, his face unfazed, his eyes clear. Instead, Mario's face grew redder with each toast, and by the end of his toast, he was barely standing. Mario stared at Dui's clear eyes, a hint of disbelief. You're not drunk." Dui calmly shook his head and delivered a classic line, "Of course not. My fingers are numb now. I must be drunk." Mario's face flushed even redder at this, and it was unclear whether it was anger or intoxication. He couldn't hold on any longer, and with a look of resignation, he collapsed to the ground, completely passed out. The others at the banquet erupted in laughter, followed by cheers and admiration for Dui. King Sanger roared with laughter and gave Dui a thumbs up in admiration. "Mario is the most tolerant of all of us. I've never met a match before, but I never expected to be defeated by you, Wizard Doyle. It's truly remarkable." Dui shook his head modestly. Lord Mario is being modest. If I had drunk any more, I'd have passed out. Seeing his face still unblushing, the others expressed disbelief. Dui's gaze fell on the drunken Mario. Mario, now unconscious, was completely defenseless under Dui's lidensis, allowing him to read his memories. After reading his memories, Dui's gaze turned cold, a hint of sarcasm on his face. But Dui did nothing else, allowing the drunken Mario to be helped away by his attendants. He waited until the banquet was over so he could retire to his guest room. Then, he waved his hand and conjured a large mirror. He stood before it, quietly observing his reflection. His originally black hair rapidly grew longer and turned golden. His black eyes turned a deep blue, his face and skin changed, and his ears became pointed. Finally, what appeared in the mirror was a male elf. Chapter 220 The East. Dui couldn't help but feel a surge of wonder at his new appearance. His gift of metamorphmagus made his appearance feel like plasticine, moldable and sculptable to his will. If you were to travel to Rivendell in Lorraine in his current form, most elves would likely be unable to discern his true identity. Of course, even though he now possessed the ability of metamorphmagus, this gift still required constant practice to achieve deeper mastery. Currently, he could only alter his appearance, such as his hair and skin, his voice remained unchanged, and his height remained the same. The more advanced his metamorphmagus became, the more he could alter not only his appearance but also his height, gender, and age. Metamorphmagus could be described as a magical version of Mystique's gift. He could transform into an old man, a child, or even a woman, and even magic couldn't force him back to his original form. It was truly the ultimate gift of disguise. Now with this ability, Dui felt his journey eastward would be much smoother. Dui then continued to experiment with transforming into other people, continuing until late at night. The next morning, Dui formally bid farewell to King Thingol. Singer's attempts to persuade him to stay were in vain, so he had to say goodbye. But before leaving, Dui said something to King Singer, and then left the palace with a slight smile on his face. King Singer, with an ugly face, was left sitting quietly on the throne, and asked his attendants to summon Mario, the chief advisor. Mario, who got drunk last night after being urged to drink, was summoned to the palace by the king in a daze before he woke up from his hangover. Your Majesty, you are looking for me, Mario asked respectfully with doubt. King Singer's eyes were cold and scrutinizing, which made Mario uneasy, but he did not dare to speak. After a long silence, King Singer finally spoke. Mario, I believe I have been good to you. Why did you betray me, betray Rohan, and collude with Saruman to stir up hatred between the Rohan and the Dunlendings? Mario's face suddenly changed when he heard King Thinger's words, and he quickly argued, Your Majesty, it's unfair. I am loyal to you and Rohan, and I have never had any second thoughts. How could I collude with Saruman? There must be a villain whispering in your ear to instigate the relationship between us. You must not believe it. King Thinger was unmoved, and said directly, This is what the wizard Duer said. Do you think he's lying? Mario was shocked, his face kept changing, and he gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, don't believe what the wizard said. Those Dunlendings have surrendered to him. I killed a lot of Dunlendings who harassed the border. He must have wanted to retaliate against me, so he framed me to you. Really? King Thinger looked at him straight with a sharp gaze in oppression. But besides accusing the wizard of you of creating hatred between Rohan and the Dunlendings, he also allegedly planned to poison me, under Saruman's orders, to help him control Rohan. Mario's pupils shrank, and he quickly shook his head. Your Majesty, you must believe in my loyalty. That wizard is slandering me. I've never had any contact with Saruman, so how could I have conspired with him? That wizard has ill intentions. He must want you to suppress your loyal subjects, weaken Rohan, and seize its territory. Don't be fooled. King Thinger ignored his quibbles, waving his hand in a cold and dignified manner. I'll soon know whether you're loyal. Someone searched your residence when you arrived, and I'm sure we'll have results soon. The soldiers returned with some letters and a small bottle of green liquid. Your Majesty, these are the letters we found hidden in the wall of Advisor Mario's study, along with this bottle of what looks like poison. Mario's face paled as he gazed upon the items, and he collapsed to the ground in fear and despair. He alone knew of these letters and the poison, and they were hidden so secretly. How could they have been discovered so easily? King Thingol took the letters and read them with a cold expression. The coldness emanating from him grew more and more intense. The entire palace hall fell into dead silence, broken only by the rustling of papers. Looking over the letters between Saruman and Mario, Thingol snorted coldly, threw the letters in front of Mario, and glared at him coldly. Do you have anything else to say? Mario knew his end was imminent, and trembling with fear, begged for his life. But Thingol remained unmoved and ordered his soldiers to bring the bottle of green poison to him. Drink it. Duel had not witnessed the situation in Rohan, but he had already guessed the outcome. Duel had not initially anticipated that Saruman had been planning this, not only secretly inciting hatred among the Dunlending people against the Rohan, but also planting his own people in Rohan. Mario was Saruman's highest-ranking subordinate in Rohan. Even while stationed on the western border, He collaborated with Saruman, constantly fomenting conflict between the Rohan and the Dunlendings. Even after Saruman's rebellion was exposed and he was forced to flee to Mordor, Mario continued to work secretly for Saruman, attempting to seize control of Rohan by controlling King Thingol of Rohan and ultimately retake Isengard. However, Saruman had not anticipated Dewey's arrival in Rohan, and Mario had not anticipated Dewey's gift of legilimency, allowing him to detect Saruman's hostility and access his memories, uncovering the secret. Thus, Saruman and Mario's scheme was thwarted. Dewey could already imagine Saruman's hysterical rage. However, thwarting Saruman's plan was a simple matter, so Dewey didn't take it too seriously. Upon leaving Edoras, the capital of Rohan, Dewey transformed himself into an ordinary Easterling, complete with ordinary robes. Aside from his hide and voice, even those who knew him best wouldn't recognize him immediately. Rohan's eastern border is the Anduin River, beyond which rises the Mountains of Shadow. East of the Mountains of Shadow lies the region of Mordor. Mordor is Sauron's lair, home to a vast den of dark creatures, some of which are unheard of, yet incredibly powerful and terrifying. Furthermore, the Eye of Sauron constantly monitors Mordor, keeping any disturbance within its grasp. Even powerful beings like Gandalf and Galadriel dare not venture there. Dewey, naturally, would not fall prey to a trap. So, after crossing the Anduin and leaving Rohan, he headed north, bypassing Mordor and heading east. North of Mordor lies a vast, sparsely populated wilderness known as Ravanion. The region was vast, and Dewey, using short-distance apparition and a flying broomstick, took over a month to reach the Rune region, home to the Easterlings. Once there, Dewey became more cautious. While not directly under Sauron's rule, it was still within his sphere of influence. During Sauron's heyday, he ruled the entire Eastern lands, and his unholy power corrupted many Easterlings. Even after Sauron's defeat in the War of the Last Alliance, many Easterling tribes swore fealty to him and were enslaved. His status here was so profound that in some tribes he was even worshipped as a god. Dewey transformed himself into a rugged Easterling, cast a spell of invisibility, and blended in with the Easterlings, moving from tribe to tribe. Looking at the dark-haired, yellow-skinned Easterlings around him, Dewey felt no sense of familiarity. These East Asians had a sallow or olive complexion, high cheekbones, and a rugged, barbaric demeanor. They were primarily nomadic, a stark contrast to the Orientals of his previous life. Dewey, like a shadow, shuttled between tribes, secretly seeking information about the blue-robed wizard and Hildorian. To Dewey's disappointment, the East Asians were unaware of Hildorian, the birthplace of humanity. In fact, under Sauron's influence, they considered Sauron their creator. Even the ordinary East Asians knew nothing about the blue-robed wizard. It wasn't until Dewey sought out a high-ranking East Asian tribal leader and conducted a soul-reading session that he finally learned some information about the blue-robed wizard. It was rumored that in Dorwinion, near the inner sea of Run, there were reports of blue-robed wizards, organizing the local people to resist Sauron and his forces. With this confirmed information, Dewey left no stone unturned and headed for Dorwinion. Along the way, the system remained silent, perhaps because some tribes had failed to meet the sign-in requirements. But come to think of it, if Dewey could sign in at every location, he would have already reaped all the rewards from the system. Why would he need to wait until the east to sign in? The Ron Sea is Middle-earth's largest inland body of water. It is formed by the running river from Lake Town and the Redwater River from the Iron Hills, which eventually flow into this inland sea. Dorwinion, located northwest of the Ron Sea's mouth, is a renowned wine region, renowned for its high-quality, strong wines, so potent that even elves can be intoxicated by them. Thranduil, the elf king of the Woodland Kingdom, is particularly fond of Dorwinion wine. This wine is usually transported along the running river to Lake Town, then divided into barrels and transported to the Woodland Kingdom by rafts or barges. The mayor of Lake Town once amassed a fortune by controlling this wine transport route. Dorwinion is a vast plain with a warm climate, perfect for grape cultivation. Dewey rode his broom across Dorwinion and saw vast stretches of vineyards below, occasionally spotted by people tending them. Such a peaceful scene surprised Dewey. He hadn't expected that in this Far East, a region dominated by the Eastmans and Sauron, there could be such peace and prosperity. Chapter 221 Occlumency. However, Dewey was even more surprised when he discovered that, in addition to humans, elves also lived in Dorwinion. In the west, whether in Rivendell, Lorien, or the Woodland Kingdom, The elves maintained a secluded lifestyle. While they interacted with the outside world, especially humans, they kept their distance and refrained from interfering with each other. But in the far east of Dorwinion, humans and elves lived together in a mixed community. Dui flew over vineyards filled with both humans and elves. While both groups lived together, they also had their own distinct habitats. Dui arrived at the largest elven settlement. Here, the vineyard stretched as far as the eye could see. Each vine was incredibly ancient, its roots as thick as a coiled dragon. A single vine could cover thousands of square meters, towering over 10 meters tall. The vines, thick and winding, used their massive trunks as supports. Furthermore, nestled among the vines, were delicate little houses woven from vines, resembling bird nests. They were suspended from the vines, connected to the ground by vine ladders for access. These birds' nest-like dwellings are a unique architectural form of the Dorwinion elves. Of course, not all elves live in these birds' nest structures. Instead, they construct exquisite, natural dwellings on the ground or in tree root burrows. Dui's attention was drawn to a massive grapevine. It stood atop a small hill. It was an indescribable age, its trunk thick enough to require several men to wrap their arms around it, its bark rough and cracked like the scales of a dragon. The tree dominated the entire hill, covering over 10,000 square meters, like a giant umbrella stretched across it. At its foot, a verdant meadow stretched across the hillside, where an elven manor loomed. As Dui approached, the manor's owner, alerted by his gaze, glanced sharply upwards. "Who's there?" The surrounding elven guards quickly drew their weapons, aiming them in Dui's direction. Seeing he had been spotted, Dui no longer hid. With a wave of his hand, he released the disillusionment spell, lowered the broom, and slowly descended. Seeing Dewey emerge from the sky and slowly descend, the elven manor owner's expression grew even more alert. "Who are you?" Dewey landed, performed an elven ceremony, and spoke in Sindarin. "Friends of Dorwinion, please be at ease. I am the wizard Dewey, brought from the west with friendship." "Wizard? You're from the west?" Hearing Dewey's fluent elvish and etiquette, the elven manor owner's brows relaxed slightly, but he remained wary. "Yes, I come from Iridir, west of the Misty Mountains," Dewey nodded. "And I am friends with the elves of Rivendell, Lorien, and the Woodland Kingdom." The elven manor owner was even more surprised by Dewey's words. Even though he was in the east, he had naturally heard of these three elven settlements. The Woodland Kingdom, in particular, had wine trade ties with Dorwinion. The elven manor owner sensed that Dewey was not lying, and his guard immediately dropped. After all, to have the friendship of elves from these three lands proved that Dewey was no evildoer. So he immediately invited Dewey into the manor. Dewey readily agreed. In the manor's open-air banquet hall, elven servants filled both Dewey and the manor's owner with wine. The table was filled with a variety of exquisite grape-based delicacies and various fruits. Dorwinion's hot climate not only favored grapes, but also abundant tropical fruits. Dewey took a sip. It was indeed a strong grape wine capable of intoxicating an elf. A single glass would have likely knocked an ordinary person unconscious. The manor's owner was Calamire, a Sindarin elf and one of the elven manor owners of Dorwinion. According to Calamire, Dorwinion had no elven king or lords. It was a region where elves and humans lived together. The elves primarily included the Sindar, the Nandor, and the Avery. The humans included descendants of the Edainsbeer and the House of Hatter. They each had their own language, laws, and settlements, and lived independently. However, in times of war, especially invasions by the Easterlings, they would unite and jointly confront external enemies. Elves and humans also enjoyed close economic cooperation. Elves produced wine, while humans transported it along the rushing river to Lake Town, where it was then shipped to the Woodland Kingdom, Dale, and the Kingdom under the mountain. This partnership made Dorwinion a safe, co-governed, and enlightened region, the only part of the far east of Middle-earth untouched by darkness. At the banquet, Calamire was curious about Dewey's purpose in traveling to the far east. "Wizard Dewey, Dorwinion is 1,000 miles to the west. What brings you all this way here?" "I wonder." Dewey, knowing that Calamire and other elves had lived there for generations, did not hide the truth and asked, "Master Calamire, you have lived in the east for a long time. Do you know Hildorian?" "Hildorian? Are you looking for the place where humans have awakened?" Calamire asked in surprise. Dewey nodded, expectantly asking, "Do you know its location?" Calamire looked apologetic and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I don't know much about this either. I only heard that Hildorian lies east of the inner sea of Rune, further east than Quivernan, where we elves are awakened. It borders the eastern sea, a place even we elves have never set foot on. Dui prepared himself for the lack of an answer, but he wasn't too disappointed. However, since he couldn't get any information about Hildorian from the elves, he could only seek other avenues. So he asked again, Master Callan Miller, do you know the blue-robed wizards Merida and Ramastano? Merida and Ramastano. Of course I know them, Callan Miller nodded, full of admiration and praise. Dowan can have the peace and tranquility it has today, thanks to their contributions. At that time, the Dongai and the charioteers were powerful, the eastern land fell into darkness, and Dowanian was also in danger. It was the two blue-robed wizards who traveled around, inspiring and organizing humans and elves to unite, and repelled the enemy's invasion countless times, so that this land of youth was not polluted by darkness. Dui's eyes lit up when he heard the news about the blue-robed wizard. Then do you know where they are now? I'd like to visit them. Cullen Meyer shook his head. I'm not sure of their location either. They're elusive and secretive, constantly appearing in various places, even penetrating deep into the heart of the Eastman people, to guide and help those who haven't fallen into darkness, to resist the Dark Lord's rule and create chaos. This is how the dark forces are distracted from Dorwinion, indirectly protecting our peace. But if you want to find them, you can go to the Eastman city south of the Rune Sea. There's been constant unrest and uprisings there in recent years. It's very likely that the Blue Wizards are inciting the rebellion. Hearing this news, Dui finally had some results. Hogwarts check-in system, locating Dorwinion. Do you want to sign in? The system suddenly prompted. Dui was delighted by this and immediately said to himself, sign in successful. Congratulations on obtaining occlumency. Occlumency is a magical method that resists external mental infiltration. It forms a mental barrier within the brain, not only preventing legilimency from prying into memories but, if mastered to a high enough level, even resisting the effects of the Imperious Curse. However, Dui saw greater applications and possibilities for occlumency. Essentially, occlumency forms a solid mental shield around the brain, resisting the invasion and influence of mental magic. Soren's most powerful ability is mental corruption, corrupting the mind and turning people into his thrall, much like the Ringwraiths. If he successfully mastered occlumency, perhaps he wouldn't have to fear Soren so much. Even if he could achieve ultimate mastery, perhaps he could lift the One Ring as easily as Bilbo. Having acquired occlumency, Dui didn't rush to find the Blue Wizards. At the request of the Elven Manor owner, Cullen Meyer, Dui decided to stay for a while to master occlumency before setting off again. The first step in practicing occlumency is to clear the mind of thoughts and emotions, leaving it blank and calm. This requires strong self-control, the ability to eliminate distracting thoughts and emotions. However, this wasn't difficult for Dui. He had a foundation in meditation, which requires clearing away distracting thoughts and entering a state of no thoughts. Furthermore, he possessed the blessing of the Crown of Wisdom, which allowed his mind to function rapidly while maintaining rationality. Within a few days, he had successfully mastered occlumency. Dui's progress accelerated rapidly. He experimented with constructing a mental barrier, a shield-like barrier within his mind, isolating his thoughts and emotions from the outside world, much like building a wall to prevent the entry of telepathy. Dui was pleasantly surprised to discover that with his mastery of occlumency, his telepathic abilities became completely controllable. It was as if he had created a switch in his brain, allowing him to freely choose whether to listen to others' thoughts, rather than simply accepting the cacophony of everyone around him. Thanks to his constant meditation, Dui's mental power was now far stronger than before. He quickly used his mental power to construct a solid mental shield within his mind, resisting ordinary mind-reading techniques. However, Dui recalled Professor Snape's occlumency, which not only withstood Voldemort's legilimency but also created false memories, successfully deceiving Voldemort into believing Snape was loyal. Given this, Dui wondered if he could also use his mental power to construct a massive fortress within his mind, similar to Hogwarts Castle. This way, he could hide his soul and memories in the deepest depths, preventing outsiders from prying eyes, and even preventing the mental erosion and corruption of the mind by the likes of Soren. Chapter 222 Sacrifice. Constructing a mental barrier is an exhausting endeavor. Dui practiced occlumency daily, using his mental energy to gradually build up his defenses until his strength was exhausted. He would then stop and tour the vineyards with the estate owner, Grimoire. Perhaps due to their long intermingling with humans, the elves of Dorwinion adopt a more human-like lifestyle. Among the elves here, the Sindar are the most accomplished winemakers, the Nandar are the best grape growers, producing the highest yielding and highest quality vines. The Avri are elven wine merchants, interacting more frequently with humans than any other tribe, often collaborating with them to sell wine. Elven cultivated vines are incredibly long-lived, with vines hundreds or even thousands of years old commonplace, each covering thousands of square meters of land and laden with fruit. These vines, meticulously tended by the Nandar elves, are not only incredibly sweet and fragrant, but also rapidly replenish one's stamina and possess extraordinary magical properties. Consequently, the wine brewed from these grapes can intoxicate even the strongest elves. The grapevine on the Glenmill estate was even more precious, said to be over 10,000 years old and the mother plant of all nearby vines. It was cherished by Glenmill as a treasure. Every year, when the grapes ripened, they were harvested and personally brewed by Glenmill. The resulting wine was not readily sold, but instead stored in a vast cellar, where it remained for centuries, even millennia, to be given as gifts or entertained with distinguished guests. Dui was fortunate enough to taste a bottle of this supposedly 1,000-year-old wine. The wine was rich, sweet, and fruity, and its nourishing properties compelled Dui to drink several more glasses. As expected, Dui passed out, sleeping for a full day and night before finally waking. Upon waking, Dui felt refreshed, without the usual hangover headache, and even a noticeable increase in his mental strength. This effect amazed Dui. If his mental strength continued to grow at this rate, he felt he could even become an alcoholic. After nearly a month in Dorwinion, Dui finally constructed a mental fortress, the Tower of Amonsulter, within his mind. While it still fell far short of the grander Hogwarts Castle, it was still merely a prototype, its internal structures and functional areas still unfinished. However, this speed was only possible thanks to the blessing of the Crown of Wisdom and the nourishment of the Golden Cup. Otherwise, even with Dui's own efficiency, constructing a mere prototype of a mental fortress would have taken at least a year or two. Building a larger fortress would take even longer. After constructing Amonsulter with his mental power, Dui felt a sense of security, a solid fortress protecting his mind. With his current occlumency skills, even without active resistance, ordinary mental magic could not penetrate his mental barrier. Any attempt to use legilimency on Dui would simply feel like slamming into a wall, leaving him dizzy and dazed. Even against Saruman's voice magic and Sauron's mental erosion, Dui was no longer as defenseless as before, and could at least hold out for a few minutes. Moreover, after constructing his mental fortress, Dui found his mind had become clearer, calmer, and more focused, with fewer distracting thoughts and unwanted emotions. This unexpected delight filled Dui with satisfaction. Having initially constructed his mental fortress, Dui decided not to spend more time on further refinement. Constructing a mental fortress resembling Hogwarts Castle within his mind was a monumental undertaking, requiring long-term practice and accumulation, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Dui couldn't devote all his time to this task, so he would only gradually perfect it. Dui formally bid farewell to Cullen Miller and prepared to travel to Eastyear City to seek out the blue-robed wizard. As a token of gratitude, he gave Cullen Miller a space bag enchanted with a traceless extension spell. Cullen Miller was surprised and delighted by the gift, and immediately gifted Dui with over a dozen bottles of his treasured wine, all made from grapes from his oldest vines. Dewey naturally relished this spiritually nourishing brew and gladly accepted Glenmire's gift in return. He then mounted his broom and departed Dorwinion, flying over the Round Sea and heading east. The vast region east of the Round Sea was the heartland of the Easterlings, home to numerous tribes and kingdoms. These were primitive and backward, constantly at war with one another. Among them were followers of Sauron, former worshippers of Morgoth, and Easterling tribes incited to rebellion by the Blue Wizards. Warfare was a near-daily occurrence in Easterling lands. To avoid attracting attention, Dewey used his gift of Discus Emigus to disguise himself as an Easterling, traveling eastward among the Easterling tribes. These tribes were almost all devoted followers of Sauron, each displaying statues or symbols of him, cast in iron, carved in stone, or carved in wood. Easterlings, young and old, were fervently devoted to Sauron, worshipping him as a god. They even constructed black altars. As expected, the sacrifices were human. Prisoners captured during wars between tribes became sacrifices. Skulls formed the foundation stones of the altars, hearts were thrown into the sacrificial fire, and blood served as ink to draw the dark spells of mortar. Such a bloody and sinister sacrificial scene made Dui, hidden in a deserted corner, frown. Looking down at the crowd below, their faces etched with ferocious frenzy, Dui's disgust was palpable. He initially considered intervening to rescue those about to be sacrificed, but after using legitimacy, he realized they were beyond redemption. These sacrificed Orgai were also known to sacrifice others, but today, they were outmatched and defeated, becoming the victims. Upon discovering this, Dui turned completely indifferent. Even more alarming was the fact that these sacrifices were not without effect. As the ritual was completed, Sauron's statue emanated an evil power, infusing the crowd present. As if on drugs, everyone became frantic and hyperactive, their bodies becoming stronger. The Dongai people called this the blessing of the gods, but Dui believed that those who received this blessing were merely further corrupted by the evil force, transforming into something neither human nor ghost, ultimately becoming evil creatures completely controlled by Sauron. They weren't truly becoming stronger, but rather, the evil force was sapping their vitality in exchange for a temporary boost of strength. Dui, unwilling to observe any further, prepared to leave the tribe and continue eastward. But just then, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from the distance. Dui's face paled, and he looked in the direction of the sound with a look of surprise. He saw a massive black creature, resembling a pterosaur, appear in the distant sky, soaring towards the tribe. "Fallen flying beast," Dui said solemnly. The tribesmen, seeing the fallen beast, weren't alarmed. Instead, they cheered in delight. "It's the messenger of God. The messenger of God has arrived." Atop the fallen beast sat a ring wraith. Seeing it was a ring wraith, Dewey felt a sense of unease. He couldn't let the ring wraiths discover his coming to the east, or else it would cause trouble and attract Sauron's attention, which would be disastrous. However, the fallen beast had arrived too quickly. If he used the saprit now, the noise would surely attract the ring wraith's attention. Furthermore, his disillusionment charm might deceive the Easterlings, but not the ring wraiths. So Dewey had to break the disillusionment charm and disguise himself as an Easterling, hiding among the crowd. The next moment, the fallen beast, carrying the ring wraith, arrived at the altar. The fallen beast exuded a rancid odor and a terrifying, sinister aura. With a sweep of its long tail, it swept several Easterlings flying, sending them crashing to the stone platform, their lives unknown. But the surrounding Easterlings paid no heed, their faces filled with awe and fervor as they gazed upon the ring wraiths on the back of the fallen beast. The beast devoured the offerings from the altar, while the ring wraiths bowed to Sauron's statue, then extended a phantom hand through its chest and snatched out wailing souls. These were the newly sacrificed victims, as well as the souls of those who had previously been sacrificed. Like a void, the ring wraiths greedily devoured the souls until not a single one remained. The tribesmen, however, remained unperturbed, evidently accustomed to this. After devouring hundreds of souls, the ring wraiths groaned with satisfaction, as if sated, and then turned their hollow eyes toward the Easterlings below. "Your offerings satisfy me. As a reward, you will receive a blessing," the ring wraiths declared in an eerie voice that sounded like something from the depths of hell. The anxious crowd below erupted in excitement and frenzy. The ring wraiths unleashed a dark force, transforming into a black mist that surged toward the crowd below. Everyone rushed to absorb it, fearing they would be left behind. Those ravaged by the dark force's power had their skin darkened, their eyes filled with evil and madness, their features altered, their minds twisted. Their bodies and appearances varied according to the degree of their erosion. The more deeply eroded, their flesh gradually withered, becoming less like the living. After death, their souls would transform into evil spirits and malevolent beings controlled by the ring wraiths. But those already ravaged by the darkness clearly didn't care, and even coveted it. They saw it as a gift from their envoys and their gods. As the Easterlings frantically absorbed the dark force, Dewey, in the crowd, cursed his misfortune. He naturally couldn't allow the dark force to enter his body, so he had no choice but to resist. Such actions were immediately noticeable to the ring wraiths. "You're not from here," the ring wraith instantly locked onto Dewey, its hollow eyes blazing red as a suffocating, terrifying aura erupting. Chapter 223 Dongai City. Discovered, Dewey didn't hesitate. He pulled out a potion bottle and hurled it at the ring wraiths. The ring wraiths, wary of the potion, didn't let it get close. With a wave of dark energy, they destroyed it. The next second, The potion shattered, unleashing a dazzling, blinding light. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, and those who weren't in time were blinded by the blaze. Sunlight. The ring wraiths sensed the sun's properties in the light. While they didn't share the orcs and trolls' fear of sunlight, they felt uncomfortable nonetheless. The ring wraiths' black cloaks, like bat wings, quickly enveloped them. The fallen beasts, terrified, trampled or mauled the surrounding Easterlings, unleashing chaos. The potion bottle contained a flash potion Dewey had prepared beforehand, a practical light-generating potion designed to serve as an alternative to the one's illumination spell. Drawing on the light of Earendel and Professor Snape's potion notebooks, Dewey combined the properties of sunlight with his potion, creating a flash potion that released sunlight. This potion, considered somewhat useless in the magical world, became a flash bomb capable of combating the dark creatures of Middle-earth. The moment the flash potion exploded, Dewey disapparated away. As the light faded, the ring wraiths drew back their cloaks, staring at the fluorescent liquid scattered across the ground and the now vanished Dewey. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, sending everyone and everything around them flying. Countless people were killed and wounded in an instant. A blaze of rage gleamed in the hollow eyes of the ring wraiths. Who is it? Unfortunately, no one would answer his question. Furious and bewildered, the ring wraiths immediately ordered the nearby Easterling tribes and kingdoms to issue a warrant for Dewey's disguise as an Easterling. Dewey, dozens of kilometers away, naturally had no idea he was wanted. However, cautiously, he transformed himself into another Easterling. He then continued towards the Easterling city. Each tribe he encountered transformed him into a different form. The Easterlings were primarily tribal, and their architecture was more primitive and backward. Cities like those of Rohan or Gondor were rare. But Easterling City was an exception. It was the home of the former Easterling king, Camel. Camel was the ring wraith whom Dewey had destroyed by destroying the ring. Camel had once been a powerful ruler who unified the Easterling tribes. However, after wearing one of the 9 rings of mankind, he was corrupted and eventually became a minion of Sauron, controlling the Easterlings on his behalf. Dewey's destruction of Camel had inadvertently cut off Sauron's direct control over the Easterlings, thus weakening his hold on them. Easterling City was located east of the Sea of Roun, bordering the Arachne Mountains. The Arachne Mountains, meaning Red Mountains in Quenya, are the largest mountain range in the Far East. Built by the Valar after Morgoth destroyed the Twin Lanterns, they are also the site of the dwarfs' awakening. 4 of the 7 dwarf races awakened there. Under Sauron's long reign in the east, some of the dwarves in the mountains were corrupted and transformed into dark dwarves. They pledged loyalty to Sauron and, like the Easterlings, became part of his empire. Dewey, maintaining constant disguise, journeyed eastward, finally arriving at the city of Easterlings a month later. While Dewey's arrival should have taken much longer, he discovered that the ring wraiths seemed to be searching for him, their number increasing to 3, patrolling the Easterlings on fallen beasts. Crows and vampire bats also roamed in large numbers day and night. Furthermore, the Easterlings were also hunting and capturing strangers, preferring to kill the innocent rather than let anyone go. Seeing this, Dewey became even more cautious in concealing himself. Apparently, his presence had alerted the ring wraiths and even Sauron. Had Sauron not guessed it was him, he would have likely used the Palantir to locate him long ago. Palantirs come in different sizes, with varying coverage areas. The one in Dewey's hand was one of the smaller ones. From Weathertop, surveying the surroundings, one could see Rivendell to the east, the South Downs to the south, the Shire to the west, and the North Downs to the north. Sauron's Palantir was even larger than Dewey's, encompassing not only the entire Mordor region but also parts of Gondor. The Easterling region was also within the Stone's range. Had Sauron learned of his presence in the Easterling region, he would likely have been forced to flee in panic under the Palantir's pursuit. The Easterling city was a city, but more like a large tribal settlement. At its center was a palace built of massive red stone, the former residence of the Easterling leader, Camel. The city was a mixed bag, home to Wainridders, Balcheth, Charshir, and other Easterling tribes. Before the ring-wraith Cammer was annihilated, none dared to covet the city and its palace. But after Dewey destroyed Cammer's ring and the ring-wraith's complete disappearance, all tribes eagerly sought to seize the city. Dewey arrived just as 2 tribes were engaged in a fierce conflict. The 2 warring factions were the Wainridders and Balcheth, 2 of the most powerful Easterling tribes. The Wainridders were renowned for their massive chariots and had engaged in numerous wars with Gondor. The Balcheth, once a fierce race southeast of Mirkwood, were driven far east by the combined forces of Gondor and the elves after Sauron's defeat in the War of the Last Alliance. Thousands of the two tribes clashed outside Easterling City to determine its control. For a moment, the sounds of bloody battles rang out. Dui paraded to an uninhabited corner of the city wall and quietly became a spectator. The battle raged for a day. The Wainridders and the Bolchiths were evenly matched, but the Wainridders, aided by their chariots, gradually gained the upper hand. Just as both sides were exhausted and the Wainridders were already smirking in triumph, a third player appeared on the battlefield. A group of Easterling cavalry, clad in armor, clothing, and weapons far more sophisticated than those of the Wainridders and Bolchiths, suddenly emerged from the distant mountains and forests and joined the fray, slaughtering the Wainridders and Bolchiths indiscriminately. It's the Dorwyn. Neither the Wainridders nor the Bolchiths on the battlefield had anticipated this third player taking advantage. They were already heavily wounded and exhausted, so how could they possibly stand up to this powerful third force? Soon, the Dorwyn cavalry crushed the Wainridders and Bolchiths, their numbers falling steadily. Even if the Wainridders and Bolchiths quickly united, they were no match. Dui, atop the city walls, was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the cavalry. He had heard of the Dorwyn from Calenmire, the elf manor lord of Dorwinion. While a branch of the Easterlings, the Dorwyn were one of the few tribes not to pledge allegiance to Sauron. They even maintained trade relations with the elves of Dorwinion, as well as with the Dale and Woodlands, making them a rare moderate Easterling. More importantly, the Dorwyn had close ties with the Blue Wizards, who were said to have helped them escape Sauron's oppression and continue to aid them in their fight against his rule. Dui's eyes lit up when he saw these Dorwyn. After so long a search, they had finally found traces of the Blue Wizards. On the battlefield, the Dorwyn held the upper hand, steadily encroaching on the Wainridders and Bolchith. Just as the Wainridders and Bolchith were on the verge of collapse, the piercing and terrifying cry of the fallen flying beasts echoed in the distance. Seeing the fallen beast approaching from afar, the faces of the Wainridders and Bolchith were filled with hope and enthusiasm, while the Dorwini were filled with fear. Even their horses were terrified, not stopping to respond. In an instant, the battlefield situation shifted again, and the Dorwini's advantage was gone. Dui's face changed again when he saw the fallen beast again. This fallen beast always appeared with the ring wraiths. He was tempted to operate away from them, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity to contact the Blue Wizard. After hesitation, he stayed. Simultaneously, his appearance rapidly changed. Wrinkles appeared, his height shrank, and his back hunched. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a tall, thin, white-haired old man, somewhat similar to Gandalf. The fallen beast swiftly descended upon the battlefield, its massive body gliding low over the enemy like a giant bulldozer, mowing down the Dorwini cavalry. In the blink of an eye, the Dorwini suffered heavy casualties. The ring wraiths, mounted on fallen beasts, exuded a terrifying, icy aura. The fallen beasts unleashed a deafening, shrill roar that pierced the soul, draining courage and filling one with despair and fear, making one want to give up resistance. The Dorwini horses, unable to withstand the beast's momentum, threw their riders from their backs, and fled in terror after their meal. The Dorwini were trapped in a desperate situation. The Wainridders and Bolchiths, eager for revenge, were staring from the front, and the ring wraiths and fallen beasts, even more desperate and powerless, were behind. Just as Dui was debating whether to rescue the Dorwini, the system suddenly activated, Hogwarts Sign-In system, locating Easterling City. Sign-In? Dui perked up and quickly muttered, Sign-In, Sign-In successful. Congratulations on obtaining the instructions for the invisibility cloak. An invisibility cloak? Dui was surprised. He hadn't expected to sign in for a second Deathly Hallows so quickly. However, this sign-in gift clearly couldn't solve his current situation. Seeing the Dorwini on the battlefield below facing annihilation, Dui took action. All evil, retreat. Dui held a staff that had been transformed by transfiguration and released a dazzling holy light. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Dumbledore. To avoid revealing his identity, Dewey used the holy light technique he had learned from Gandalf. The holy light made the ring wraiths feel extremely uncomfortable, and the fallen beasts became even more restless, fearfully soaring high into the sky to avoid the light's reach. The ring wraiths, emitting a dark breath, confronted the holy light, their eyes flashing red as they fixed their gaze on the suddenly appearing stranger. "Who are you?" "I am Albus Dumbledore, evil spirit. This is not your domain. Return to the underworld," Dewey shouted sternly. With a powerful strike of his staff, he unleashed a wave of magical light, driving back the ring wraiths and the fallen beasts. "Albus Dumbledore? Humph, I've never heard of you. You're just a nobody." The ring wraith's eyes flashed red, and he sneered and mocked. "This is the Dark Lord's domain. Since you dare to appear here, stay and become my servant forever." With that, he drew a Morgul blade and, transformed into a dark shadow, swiftly stabbed Dewey. Before Dewey could even reach the ring wraiths, an invisible and incredibly strong barrier blocked their attack. Dewey had used the ring of power on his finger, creating a magical shield. Under Celebrimbor's guidance, Dewey had imbued the ring with a rudimentary ability to conceal itself, much like the 3 rings of the Elven Lord. Unless Dewey desired, it could not be seen by anyone except the bearer of the One Ring. This allowed Dewey to confidently use it before the ring wraiths. The ring wraiths attempted to breach the shield, but Dewey had continuously stored magic within the ring, and until this power was exhausted, the shield remained impenetrable. Dewey had already stored magic for a full month before setting out for the Far East, and he had constantly replenished the ring throughout his journey. The ring's magical power was so immense that even if he stood motionless before the ring wraiths, he could withstand their attacks for a long time. However, Dewey was reluctant to waste the magic within the ring. After all, it was all accumulated bit by bit. Dewey raised his staff high and chanted an ancient elven spell. The sky suddenly shifted, and a bolt of lightning struck directly down, piercing the staff. This bolt, no match for the lightning summoned by Gandalf and Saruman, was only the thickness of an arm, like a serpent of lightning. But for Dewey, it was the limit of the lightning power he could summon. He struck the ring wraiths and the fallen beast with lightning speed, striking the fallen beast with lightning speed. The ring wraiths reacted quickly, dodging the lightning strike in time. The fallen beast, struck by the lightning, let out a piercing scream, its long neck pierced and exploded, oozing dark, poisonous blood as it plummeted to the ground, nearly dead. The ring wraiths attempted a mental attack, but Dewey sensed a solid mental shield surrounding him, like a fortress, blocking all mental attacks and influences. The ring wraiths had never faced such an adversary. They felt like a man in a tortoise shell, shielded not only by an impenetrable magical shield around his body, but also by a mental shield within his mind, rendering him impervious to any vulnerability. Seeing no way to defeat the ring wraith, and seeing him attempt another lightning strike, the ring wraiths quickly retreated. Its blazing eyes fixed on Dewey, as if to mark him. "Albus Dumbledore, I remember you," without paying any attention to the dying fallen beast. Its form gradually faded, entering the underworld and leaving the battlefield. Dewey breathed a sigh of relief when the ring wraiths left. He feared his disguise would fail if he continued. To prevent the ring wraiths from guessing his true identity, he used only Middle-earth magic. Furthermore, he couldn't kill the ring wraiths outright. If they died, Sauron would sense their presence and turn his gaze towards them. Under Sauron's gaze, he had no confidence in concealing his identity. However, he couldn't remain in Easterling City for long, fearing that the ring wraiths' return to Mordor would attract Sauron's attention. After all, the appearance of a mysterious wizard in Easterling lands was a matter of considerable concern to Sauron. He then looked toward the doorway on the battlefield and the fallen beast. Dewey first approached the fallen beast, beholding the beast, emanating a rotting, dark aura. He struck it with a powerful blow with his staff, utterly slaying it without hesitation. He then unleashed a flame, igniting the fallen beast. Only then did he turn his attention to the doorway. As for the other charioteers in Balcheth, seeing their divine messengers flee and their divine beast slain, they lost all courage to resist and fled in terror. Dewey ignored the fleeing men and approached the doorway leader, who was clearly their leader. The doorway leader, upon seeing Dewey approach, looked awestruck and cautious. He bowed to Dewey and thanked her. "I am Bulger, leader of the Dorwyn tribe. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore, for saving us. If there's anything you need, please let us know." He had clearly overheard Dewey's introduction to the ring wraiths. Dewey looked at the understanding Dorwyn leader and tossed him a vial. "This contains a healing potion. 1 drop will heal any wounds. Have your soldiers take it. We must leave this place as soon as possible. There are other ring wraiths nearby, and if they arrive, we won't be able to escape." The Dorwyn leader carefully caught the vial and was surprised by the potion's effectiveness. However, he didn't dare doubt Dewey's words and quickly administered the potion to his men. As for concerns about poisoning, after witnessing Dewey's methods, they had no reason to worry. After all, if he had intended to kill them, he wouldn't have saved them in the first place. They watched as the wounded and dying soldiers, after taking a few drops of the potion, quickly healed their wounds and became full of life again. The Dorwyn looked upon Dewey with a gaze as if he were a god, and revered the potion as a miracle cure. Some soldiers with less serious injuries felt it was a waste to use such a life-saving elixir to heal their wounds. But under their leader, Bulger's insistent command, they took the potion and watched in amazement as their wounds healed with visible speed. The Dorwyn leader was also astounded by the miraculous potion, but since it had been given by Dewey, he dared not keep it for himself and used the entire potion on all his soldiers. Soon, all the Dorwyn, save for the unfortunate casualties, recovered. The Dorwyn leader, realizing the urgency of the situation, gathered supplies, set fire to the city once owned by the Ringwraith, Camel, and then quickly withdrew. Unlike the Warders and Bolcheth, the Dorwyn did not attempt to capture the Easterling city. Instead, they employed guerrilla warfare, steadily depleting the manpower of the Easterlings loyal to Sauron, disrupting their supply lines and undermining their morale. This would curb Sauron's influence in the East and prevent the East from completely falling under Sauron's rule. This method of warfare came from the advice of the Blue Robe Wizard. Hearing the Blue Robe Wizard from the Dorwyn leader, Dewey's spirits lifted. He immediately asked, "Do you know where the Blue Robed Wizards are? I came here specifically to visit them." Upon hearing this, the Dorwyn leader asked curiously, "Which blue-robed wizard are you looking for, Mr. Dumbledore?" The whereabouts of the two blue-robed wizards are elusive, and their footprints can be found in almost the entire Eastern land. Among them, the wizard Remistanu is mainly active in the Rune area, while the wizard Merida is more active in the southern Cand and Herod areas. Then which wizard can you contact? The wizard Merida hasn't been to the north for a long time, so if Mr. Dumbledore wants to find a blue-robed wizard, we can only help you try to contact the wizard Remistanu, the Dorwyn leader explained. We are deeply indebted to the two blue-robed wizards. It was they who rescued our ancestors from the rule of the Dark Lord and have been helping us fight against the dark forces. So we can only help you contact the wizard Remistanu, but I can't guarantee whether he is willing to see you. Dewey shook his head. It's alright. I'm glad you can help me contact them. Dewey then followed the Dorwyn group, riding for a day and a night, finally arriving at the Dorwyn tribe at dawn the next day. The Dorwyn leader then led Dewey to a temple-like area, where two stone statues stood majestically. Both held staffs, one with a long beard, the other with a short one. Both wore cloaks that obscured most of their faces, giving them a particularly mysterious appearance. What are these? Dewey gazed at the statues, somewhat surprised. These are the blue-robed wizards, Remistanu and Merida. We've built these statues to thank them for their assistance, the Dorwyn leader explained. Dewey understood and examined the two statues curiously. The Dorwyn leader prayed to the statues with reverence, then led Dewey to a stone basin filled with water at their feet. Dewey was surprised to see runes inscribed on the stone basin. Even more surprising was the magical power of the water within, which seemed extraordinary. The Dorwyn leader volunteered, "This is holy water. All of our people are baptized in it upon birth, protecting themselves from the influence of darkness and evil spirits." Dewey was even more astonished. How could this procedure resemble a cult from a previous life? Yet, this holy water was truly extraordinary, possessing a light-filled power that could indeed counteract certain creatures of darkness. But what astonished Dewey even more was when the Dorwyn leader chanted an incantation into the stone basin. The water within rippled, and a hazy, phantasmagorical scene emerged. "You know magic," Dewey exclaimed in surprise, sensing a wisp of magical energy from the Dorwyn leader. The leader of the Dorwyn people shook his head and said regretfully, "Wizard Remistanu once taught our ancestors some witchcraft, which enabled us to fight against the enemy. It's just that my talent is not very good. I only know some crude tricks, which can't be called magic." But Dewey's surprise did not diminish. In the magical world, magical talent is innate. Muggles are muggles. It is impossible for them to learn magic. There are even squibs. Even if there is magic power in their bodies, they become marginal figures in the magical world because they cannot cast magic. Dewey was greatly surprised that the blue-robed wizard could let ordinary people learn magic. Dewey was full of curiosity about the blue-robed wizard. What kind of wizard could create a way for ordinary people to learn magic? At this moment, a blue-robed figure emerged from the water in the stone basin. Bulger, what are you calling me for? Chapter 225, First Encounter with a Blue-Robe Wizard. From the water in the stone basin emerged a blue-robed elder with a gaunt face, deep eyes, and a gray goatee. He bore a look of age and wisdom, and a gray goatee. This was Ramithanu, one of the two blue wizards. Like Gandalf, Saruman, and other wizards, Ramithanu was not a real name, but a title, meaning Savior of the East, a title bestowed upon him by those who had been saved in the East. The other blue wizard, Merida, also known as Merida, meant Darkness Drainer. Both blue wizards were major attendants of Orima, the Valar god of the hunt. Like Saruman, Merida volunteered to travel to Middle-earth to aid the free folk in their struggle against Sauron. Merida, in turn, invited his friend Ramithanu to accompany them. Upon arriving in Middle-earth, the two blue wizards headed east, where Orima had once trod, offering aid to the human tribes that had abandoned the worship of Morgoth and inciting rebellion against Sauron behind enemy lines. With a look of reverence, the Darwini leader, Bulger, respectfully recounted yesterday's battle at Eastman City to the blue-robed Ramithanu in the mirror. He then said, Ramithanu, we were saved from the ring wraiths and the fallen beasts by another wizard. He wishes to visit you. Would you like to see him, a wizard? Ramithanu raised his brows, a look of curiosity on his face. What kind of wizard? His name is Albus Dumbledore, and he says he's from the west, Bulger said. Dui, standing nearby, felt a momentary embarrassment upon hearing Bulger's words. He stepped forward and introduced himself. Greetings, Wizard Ramithanu. My name is Dui, and I've come to visit you under the guidance of Gandalf the Grey and Aragaster the Brown. Meanwhile, his aged appearance rapidly transformed, returning to its original form. The Darwini leader, Bulger, watching in astonishment as Dui transformed from an old man into a tall young man, was also stunned. The blue-robed Ramithanu in the water mirror was also surprised by the scene. Then, with a friendly smile, he greeted, So you are the black-robed wizard Duil. I didn't expect you to be so young. Although I'm in the East, I've heard of your exploits in the West. Compared to you, we mere mortals are somewhat ashamed. Wizard Ramithanu, you're too modest. Duil waved his hand. If it weren't for your and Wizard Merida holding Sauron back in the East, hindering his movements and limiting his power, I'm afraid the West would have fallen to his dark rule long ago. The two exchanged pleasantries for a long time, exchanging information about the East and the West. Then, Ramithanu asked, Wizard Duil, you've come 1,000 miles to find me. What's the matter? Duil took the opportunity to inquire, Wizard Ramithanu, you've been in the East for so long. Do you know the location of Hildorian, the birthplace of humanity? Hearing Duil's question, Ramithanu's eyes flashed with surprise. You're looking for Hildorian? Duil nodded. There is a substance I want to find in Hildorian, but with the passage of time, no one has known about it anymore. But I think that both you, Wizard Ramistano, and Wizard Merida have been traveling around the East, and have walked every inch of land there. Maybe you know the forgotten birthplace of mankind. Facing Dui's somewhat uneasy and expectant gaze, Ramistano smiled and said, Others may not know about Hildorian, but Merida and I do know it. When we first came to the East, we wanted to find a temporary place to live. So we searched in the East for many years, and finally we accidentally discovered Hildorian. It is in the far East, surrounded by the Wind Mountains on the west and facing the East China Sea on the east. When saying this, Ramistano said with a look of reminiscence on his face. It's a hidden valley called the Valley of Sleep, shrouded in divine power. Its holiness and beauty rival those of the Blessed Land. The soil and water there are teeming with life. Merida and I have lingered there for ages. If it weren't for our mission and responsibilities, we would have wanted to live there in seclusion. Upon hearing that Ramithanu had been to Hildorian, Dui's spirits lifted. After long journeys eastward, he had finally found definitive news of Hildorian. As if aware of Dui's anxiety, Ramithanu shook his head, pouring cold water on his thoughts. Hildorian is shrouded in divine power. Without specific conditions, even with a precise map, it's impossible to see it, let alone find it. Specific conditions? Dui asked quickly. What kind of conditions are needed? Ramithanu didn't hide it. Humanity awakened on the first day of the first year of the First Era, when sunlight first fell on Middle-earth. Therefore, Hildorian will only appear with the first rays of the New Year's sun, and only then can it enter the Valley of Sleep, and this year's New Year has already passed. If you want to enter Hildorian, You'll have to wait until next year. Good things come to those who wait, so DUI wasn't too disappointed. Moreover, most of the year had already passed, so DUI didn't mind waiting a little longer. Wizard Duel, if you're willing to wait, I can help you draw a map to Heldorian after I finish my business here, Ramistanu continued. DUI was delighted at this, having been eagerly awaiting it. Then I'll trouble you, Wizard Ramistanu. However, DUI, seeing the blue-robed wizard across from him with a requesting look, took the initiative and asked, Wizard Ramistanu, is there anything I can do for you? Please don't hesitate. Since the other party had helped him, he naturally wanted to return the favor. Ramistanu's expression relaxed slightly, and with a solemn sigh, he said, it's about Merida. It seems he's had some trouble in South Herald. DUI was startled, his confusion growing even more intense. Is he in some trouble? Ramistanu shook his head and said nothing more. I can't be sure about this matter right now, and it would take too long to explain it in a few words. I'll come and meet you and we'll talk. DUI was filled with questions, but seeing the other party remain silent, he did not press them. The two quickly concluded their conversation and agreed to meet at the Dorwin tribe. For the next few days, DUI stayed in Dorwin territory. Over half a month later, a wizard in deep blue robes appeared among the Dorwini tribe, riding a majestic wild bull. It was none other than Ramathanyu. His appearance brought cheers from the Dorwini, who all gazed upon him with reverence, viewing him as their savior. Ramathanyu greeted everyone with a kind and gentle expression, even remembering each person's name. Then, from afar, his gaze fell directly on DUI, and he nodded with a smile. Ramathanyu rode the wild bull to DUI, then nimbly dismounted. He smiled and said, Wizard DUI, this is our first formal meeting. Ever since I heard about you from the West, I've been curious about you. Seeing you today, I'm truly extraordinary, DUI. Meeting the blue-robed wizard in person for the first time, was also amazed by Ramathanyu. Unlike wizards like Gandalf and Saruman, Ramathanyu possessed not only the mysterious aura of a wizard but also a savage, wild spirit, like a seasoned hunter. However, DUI's attention was partially focused on the bison behind Ramistanu. The bison looked truly remarkable, enormous, towering above the average cattle. Its coat was a shimmering pale white, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Its two enormous, snow-white horns, in particular, evoked a sacred and majestic aura. Wizard Ramistanu, is this your mount? It looks truly magnificent, DUI boasted. Ramistanu's smile widened, and he patted the bison. This is Nalamur, an Aravu bison, descended from the bull of the hunter god Orma. I found him as a newborn in the hills by the inner sea of Run and have kept him ever since. The bison moved in agreement, appearing remarkably intelligent. DUI understood, as Amaya attended to the hunter god Orma, it was no surprise that he would choose a descendant of Orma's bull as his mount. However, the hunter god Orma possessed quite a number of pets. Besides the dog god Huan, there was Nahar, the ancestor of the Maya-Eurasian horse breed, and the Orma bulls, each of which was a mythical beast. Among them, the dog god Huan could slay Morgoth's wolves. Zorgluin and Karkaroth, the descendants of the horse Nahar, possessed speeds of 1,000 miles a day, and it was unknown what powers the descendants of the Orma bulls possessed. Moo, the wild bull, noticed DUI's gaze and looked at him with confusion. DUI couldn't help but smile, clearing his mind, and then spoke to Ramistanu. Here is a map I drew for the route to Heldorian. I hope it can be of use to you, Ramistanu said, handing it a piece of parchment. DUI took the parchment, opened it, and saw the route depicted, and his expression was instantly delighted. Thank you, Wizard Ramistanu, you have helped me a lot. With this route map, he can accurately find Heldorian and enter the Valley of Sleep on the morning of the first day of the new year to collect the salt of the flesh required for the Philosopher's Stone. Returning the favor, he asked Ramistanu, Wizard Ramistanu, you mentioned earlier that Wizard Merida was in trouble. What's the problem? Is there anything I can do? Ramistanu sighed, a look of concern on his face. When Merida and I first arrived in the East, we worked together, but due to Soren's immense influence and reach in the East, we were forced to separate to curb his actions. I was responsible for dealing with the Easterlings, while Merida headed south to the Khand and Harad regions. We used to communicate regularly, but recently, Merida has suddenly disappeared. I have a bad feeling and worry that something has happened to him. DUI's brow furrowed. So, what are you going to do? I had originally planned to rescue Merida alone, but I had a premonition that the journey would be dangerous and that any misstep would lead to disaster. It wasn't until I met you that I sensed a turning point, Ramistanu said. So, I'd like to invite you to join me in the south to rescue Merida. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.